He died as the most powerful mage of all time. He was considered by everyone to be the creator of magic, and he died casting a never-before-seen 15th rank spell that obliterated the strongest demon, but still ended up in the afterlife because he had low chakra just like Kakashi. Now he's reincarnated 50 years later in the body of Kusanagi Minato, and quickly realizes all humans are just useless weaklings, so the literal creator of magic now has to attend a magic school? Well, at least there are cute girls there. Originally, the body's owner got run over by Truck-kun and sent to an isekai, so our protagonist just took over. Even the doctor couldn't explain how he recovered so fast. It's almost like he has holy magic, and of course that's because he does have holy magic. He died in 1970, and now in 2022, the world is peaceful. TVs are thin, people are watching K-pop and doing trends. Brain rot has already taken over. After being discharged, he returns home to Kusanagi Minato's house. His parents, Truck-kun picked them up earlier, so he grew up alone living off their inheritance. Since reincarnation magic doesn't exist, he suspects it was God or maybe just coincidence. It was Truck-kun. Trust me, now he's a student at a magic academy, and he's already interested. Suddenly he gets a call from Tadano-kun, but decides to ignore it. And of course there's the classic bully picking on the weak. The next day, here we are at Kamui Magic Academy. Suddenly someone casts a spell, but the firepower is about the same as lighting a lighter. This deeply disappoints the most powerful mage in the world. The more he watches the students, the more he realizes how garbage the world has become. And that's before he even sees the dancing trends. Back in his day, even a beginner would do 10x better than this. Maybe it's because the world is too peaceful now. Entering the classroom, he actually feels comfortable, and he even wonders if he has any friends. Then suddenly the bully shows up, furious, asking why Minato ignored him yesterday. Minato just asks who he is, and that alone is enough to make the redhead lose it. He tries to kick Minato and completely fails, so he switches tactics, pointing insulting, calling him trash. Since physical damage didn't work, maybe psychological will. Only then does Minato realize this is the guy who called him yesterday, and assumes they must be friends. Tadano-kun says he finally remembered, and demands money. Because friends obviously, but Minato just says they'll get along fine, which somehow makes the redhead even angrier. Tadano knows there's still inheritance money, and he wants it. Only then does Minato realize this body used to get bullied. The redhead is about to strike when suddenly a girl walks into the classroom. This must be the school's goddess. Blue hair, blue eyes, a very noticeable tie, if you know what I mean. A big thick white skirt. Tadano instantly turns red, shy as hell like a dog in mating season. Then still furious, he tells Minato not to forget, and storms out kicking things along the way. On the board, there was information about the great global catastrophe. The teacher asked the students to comment on the topic. Then the man explained that had been humanity's last great catastrophe. Back then, the world was overrun by monsters, but the founder of magic, Ichikami Minato, thought differently, and faced the monsters alone. After defeating a high-ranking demon, he ended up dying, and since then, no other catastrophe has happened. At that moment, the teacher asked who had saved the world, and the blue-haired girl raised her hand, smiling. Mizuha answered that he was the only survivor of the disaster, and the first mage in history, which is why the Divine Magic Academy was created. His eyes were shining as he spoke. Confirming it, the teacher explained that he was the first to awaken to magic, and added that the academy existed to train mages like him. Shaking on the inside, the protagonist could only think this was already way too embarrassing. Embarrassed, Ichikami thought he wouldn't have come if he'd known he'd have to go through this. Narrowing his eyes, he remembered the doctor's words, and concluded that mages had gotten weaker after peace spread across the world. In silence, the boy watched the birds outside the window, smiling faintly. He felt satisfied that everything had ended up that way. Then the teacher announced that class was over, and that the next day there would be a magical power assessment. Sarcastically, Tadano said it would be a pleasure to see his classmates' pathetic powers. Ichikami thought the bully was just bored and that he wasn't worth wasting time on. Ignoring the redhead, our protagonist headed toward the exit in silence, but the bully and his friends kept mocking the MC, calling him a bastard. Suddenly, Ichikami stopped, looked back and called the redhead a loser. Annoyed, the bully asked who he thought he was to talk like that. Without waiting for an answer, the bully activated an apparently powerful spell. Frightened, the student's eyes went wide, and a blonde boy shouted asking if he really meant to use magic inside the classroom. Even so, Tadano fired off a wave of fire, wanting to wipe out the MC. While the others ran, Ichikami stayed still. At that very moment, Mizuha ran toward him to protect him, but the protagonist remained motionless as the fire magic closed in. Then an explosion echoed through the entire room. The students shut their eyes, trying to withstand the blinding light. In shock, the girl couldn't believe all of that had started over a simple argument. Seeing tables and chairs knocked over, she said none of it was worth it. Irritated, Tadano claimed it wasn't his fault, and that he'd only reacted to being provoked. When the smoke cleared, it was obvious the protagonist was unharmed, leaving all the students who were there in absolute shock. Then Minato just scratched his head, still trying to understand what had just happened. Tadano's expression cracked in disbelief when he realized his magic hadn't done any damage to the MC. The protagonist thought a first-level attack could be blocked easily, and that he wouldn't even need to use magic. Tadano panicked when he heard the MC say he was only being nice because he was still a kid. With a cold look, Ichikima said that bad people like him needed to be set straight, leaving both the redhead and his goons in shock. Soon, an insane aura suddenly rose up from the protagonist. A flash of light filled the room. Noticing bluish particles in the air, the students realized they couldn't move. Confused, Mika tried to figure out what kind of magic that was. At that moment, the redhead couldn't stop trembling as the protagonist with that terrifying aura walked toward him. Realizing the MC was going to attack him, the bully froze. Saving the redhead, the teacher showed up, asking what that noise had been and who had used magic in the classroom. The protagonist just looked at him. Letting out a deep sigh, he smiled and said nothing had happened there, suggesting someone might have used magic outside. Hearing the teacher say no one in the courtyard had done it, the MC commented that maybe outsiders were playing at being mages. Suspicious, the teacher asked about the smoke. Then Ichikami pointed at the window and said the wind had blown it in from the street. Convinced the student wouldn't lie, the man believed him and soon said he would investigate the case, dismissing the class right after. At that, the protagonist just waved to the teacher, determined not to draw attention. Thinking it over, he concluded he needed to act more carefully from then on, but Mizuha still seemed to be in shock, unable to believe what she'd seen. Meanwhile, Tadeno kept cursing the MC thoughtful. Minato concluded the student's level was absurdly low and wondered if today's mages could handle the remaining monsters. Walking down the hallway, he decided to look over the city and search for signs of those creatures. When night fell, Shibuya showed its ruined state. Under the full moon, our protagonist decided to investigate more deeply by climbing up a building. Looking down, he realized how much the old city had changed. Using a magic circle to gain momentum, he sped through the darkness. Even so, the MC didn't feel any supernatural presence and wondered why the police were patrolling the area even with the city in ruins. Soon, the protagonist suddenly sensed a monster approaching. Crouched at the edge of the rooftop, he also felt someone's energy right below. Without hesitating, he used magic to launch himself off the building toward the imminent danger, but he found creatures surrounding a woman who was trembling with fear. Rosnando, the monsters bared their fangs ready to attack, but to the creature's surprise, the protagonist showed up at the scene. Without hesitating, the beast lunged at the boy. But then spikes burst from the ground and pierced the creature's bodies, wiping them all out at once. Minato turned his face back and saw the woman crying. Relieved noticing the badge pinned to her shirt, the MC realized she was a police officer, so he told the girl to be more careful from now on. Embarrassed, she apologized and thanked him. The confused officer watched the stranger vanish right in front of her eyes, wondering who he was and decided he must be an unusual mage. What intrigued her most was realizing he hadn't used any visible spell. At that, the protagonist figured hiding his face had been a great choice, since he still didn't want to draw attention after reincarnating. Keeping calm, he realized the police had gotten so weak they couldn't even handle low-rank monsters. Worried, Minato concluded the mages of that time had lost a lot of strength. Looking up at the sky, he felt happy, realizing that even in that era, people still needed his power. Scanning the city with magic circles, he decided his first step would be to wipe out all the monsters in the area. Later, pointing at a strange device, the teacher announced that there would be a magic power assessment that day. He explained that students needed to measure their energy properly and find out their element, and anyone who wanted to pursue a magic career shouldn't underestimate that. Shocked, the protagonist could hardly believe that machine was needed for something so basic. Minato thought feeling your own power was the foundation of magic. Walking up to the MC, Mizuha asked him to step aside so they could talk. The other students looked surprised when they saw her talking to him. Soon the blue-haired girl introduced herself as the second daughter of an aristocratic family of mages. Confused, the boy asked what that was supposed to mean. Then Mizuha was stunned to realize he didn't know her family led the 4 aristocratic houses of elemental mages. Imagining someone wearing fancy clothes, the young man thought that concept didn't even exist in his time, and that he didn't even know her last name. Noticing Mizuha's blue aura, he concluded her power was way too low for someone from such a famous family. Confused, the girl wondered why the MC didn't seem impressed. Gritting his teeth, Tadano got annoyed seeing an outcast talking to Mizuha. Then Ichikami asked what business a noble lady wanted to discuss. With him closing her eyes and putting a hand to her chest, Mizuha tried to keep up her aristocratic composure. She thought she needed to understand why the protagonist had withstood a magic attack without getting hurt. Already out of patience, she said she wanted to talk about the incident from the day before, but the teacher cut her off, telling them to proceed to the assessment, which made the protagonist smile. Glad he'd gotten out of it, Mizuha only managed a small smile, believing she'd soon understand his power level. Gathering energy in his hand, Tadano declared it was his turn. Then, without hesitating, the redhead touched the big crystal. A flame appeared inside it. The system voice announced his power level was 1000 and his element was fire, and the bully celebrated when he realized he'd improved. Thoughtful, the protagonist concluded the number scale was still the same as 50 years ago. When she was called, Mizuha stepped forward, wrapped in a blue aura. She placed her hand on the crystal. Drops of water started forming inside the crystal. Right after that, the system voice announced her magic power level was 2000 and her element was water, leaving the students and even the teacher in shock. Confident, Tadano commented those were the highest scores of the year, which meant a strong chance of becoming standout mages. At that moment, the blue-haired girl showed up, proud of her result. Then their classmates praised both of them for their power. Stunned, the protagonist could barely believe that such a basic level in his time was considered the highest among everyone. Smiling, Mizuha thought that was the true power of her bloodline. Turning his face away, Ichikami found it hard to look at her smug expression. Hearing his name being called, the MC got worried. As the protagonist walked toward the device, the students exchanged looks and someone commented that he was always among the worst. The redhead added that the kid did well on written tests but came up short in practice. And snickering, Tadano thought his classmate would embarrass himself in front of Mizuha. Curious, the girl wanted to find out fast what the MC's magic level was, thinking there was no way it could beat hers. At that moment, Minato stopped in front of the machine. Tense, he wondered if he should draw attention again or just cheat. Meanwhile, he could feel his classmates' stares. Taking a deep breath, he put his hand on the crystal. In that same instant, a multicolored energy spread all around. With a slight smile, the protagonist decided to let his power out to test whether the device could measure the magic of the great progenitor of magic. In front of them, a ridiculous amount of energy started building up. Right after that, a light shot up and lit up the whole castle. Some students felt that insane pressure. Confused, Mizuha asked what was going on, and her eyes went wide when she saw the numbers changing way too fast. Then a crack appeared in the crystal, and a pillar of light blasted from the castle up into the sky. The device was putting out a crazy amount of energy, and all of a sudden a deafening explosion echoed through the room. In shock, the students realized the crystal had shattered. Standing in the middle of the dust, the protagonist was surprised the device had broken, even though he hadn't used all his strength. Looking at his classmates on the ground, Ichikami wondered if anyone there had even felt his power. Walking up to the students on the floor, the teacher asked if everyone was okay. When he got to the MC, the man asked if he'd been hurt, but the protagonist said he'd gotten lucky, even though he'd been at the center of the blast. Looking at the remains of the device, the teacher said it was the first time he'd ever seen anything like that and figured the device must have been defective. Thinking, the man wondered what they'd do now, since they hadn't found out the boy's level or element. Not getting it, the MC asked what the problem was, and the teacher explained they were planning a practical class, with groups training combat, and for that they needed to know everyone's strength. Meanwhile, Tadano was wiping his neck with a towel when the teacher asked him if they'd accept one more teammate, but the bully and his goons looked at the boy with contempt, and even so, a fake smile appeared on the redhead's face. Getting up, Tadano said they'd be happy to take him. The teacher replied that he'd always known he could count on him. Walking up to Minato, the sarcastic redhead said he'd been looking forward to this moment. Meanwhile, the old city of Shibuya was still in ruins. Monsters still occupied areas destroyed by the Great Catastrophe. Now abandoned, the region was patrolled by police and mages who wiped out those creatures, and the students would have to help them. According to him, most of the monsters had already been eliminated, so there wasn't much to worry about. Among the other students, the protagonist was surprised to learn the academy held real battles. In silence, he wondered if those students would be able to take down even a single group of monsters, even working together. Looking around, he realized it was the same place he'd been the night before and believed he'd wiped out all the creatures, but he could still feel traces of magic there. There were no signs of a new catastrophe, and even so, those monsters kept showing up, confident. A girl invited her classmate to compete, leaving Minato surprised by the group's recklessness, since the class involved real combat. Letting out a sigh, Mizuha turned and looked at him suspiciously. Then the teacher waved his hand and suggested starting the practical class, asking everyone to work as a team. At that moment, someone called the MC. Meanwhile, the protagonist leaned against the wall of a ruined house with a smug, malicious grin. Tadano said no one was going to interrupt them, saying there'd be no mercy this time. Ichikami just took a deep breath and pulled himself together. Calmly, Minato said that if something bothered him, he could just ignore it, but getting irritated, the redhead yelled that no one had given him the floor, furious. Tadano asked why Mizuha was paying attention to someone so weak. Confused, the MC asked if the bully actually liked her, making the redhead completely lose control with rage, but Minato ignored him. Calling the MC a bastard, the redhead activated his magic, saying the protagonist had signed his death sentence, but Ichikami just asked him to stop. Not listening, Tadano said it was too late for apologies. Then the MC told him to turn around, but the bully said that trick wouldn't work on him. All of a sudden, a strange sound caught his attention. When they looked back, they saw a huge monster wrapped in dark energy. The boys' eyes went wide, not believing what they were seeing. Feeling the oppressive aura, they asked what was going on. One of the goons asked how a demon guard had shown up in Shibuya. Terrified, the delinquents wondered if Tadano could handle that creature, and he said it'd be easy to beat it. Confident, the redhead threw a burst of fire at the monster and said everything was taken care of, while his friends cheered. When the smoke cleared, it was obvious the monster hadn't taken any damage. Seeing that, the redhead forced a tense smile. Standing behind him, the protagonist thought no one there stood a chance against a first-class demon guard. The creature took a step forward, and the students started shaking, and Tadano dropped to the ground in disbelief. The monster's shadow covered all of them, leaving the bully desperate, thinking they were going to die right there. The guard lunged at them with sharp claws, but suddenly something made him stop. It was Minato standing right in front of him. The MC's expression stayed calm. The monster remembered that wave of energy ripping through his body and the blood spraying through the air. Soon the creature was thrown backward, rolling away from the delinquents. Then the protagonist said it was obvious even to a demon guard, saying the monster already understood who the strongest one was. The creature looked ahead and saw an intense aura under the MC, making it tremble with fear. Magic circles appeared above the guard's head as he chanted a spell. But then the protagonist activated his magic. Shocked, Tadano said Minato wouldn't win and that this was the end. Using 2 ranks, the monster unleashed the rock break technique, hurling a huge chunk of stone at the students, but the protagonist just smiled, and a first-rank fire arrow flew toward the rock, causing an explosion that wiped out the creature. Terrified, the students covered their faces while Minato just stared coldly. When they opened their eyes, they were stunned by what they saw. Tadano couldn't believe the MC had taken out the demon guard. Looking at the purple crystal on the ground, Minato concluded that demon guards being there was not normal. After all, Those creatures were supposed to have been wiped out 50 years earlier. Worried, the protagonist wondered if that was a sign another disaster was coming sooner than he thought. Those creatures were attacking ordinary people, so the MC decided that even if a new disaster showed up, he'd do everything he could to save as many people as possible. Meanwhile, the bully, pissed off and eaten up with jealousy, couldn't accept that his classmate had killed a demon guard. At that moment, we see Mizua was hidden away. Watching everything that happened without hesitating, she was the first to use magic, summoning water discs that sliced off the magic beast's legs. Seeing that, her companions were speechless, since they expected exactly that from her. Annoyed, the girl wondered how anyone could be surprised by such a basic level of magic. Even so, she crossed her arms arrogantly, only worried about the civilians and deep down believing she really did have talent. Then we see the group of bullies next to the protagonist Tadano spread his arms, trying to get attention. Curious, Mizua waved to her friends and said she needed to step away for a moment. Noticing the bullies moving around the corner, she realized they were messing with her classmate. Determined, she decided she couldn't allow that. When she peeked again, her eyes went wide faced with the demon guard. She immediately hid in that moment. The girl felt her heart start racing. Realizing she couldn't take him on alone, her fingers started trembling. Even so, she rushed forward, determined to help as a member of an aristocratic family. Holding her hand out in front, she told her classmates to run. Then a wave of fire swept past her, making her cover her face right after, because of a huge explosion. But all she could see was fire. That's when she realized the one who cast that magic was the protagonist. Confused, Mizu had tried to understand what had just happened. Remembering how he used to walk around with his head down and seeing how confident he was now, she thought he looked like a different person. Noticing his serious expression, she realized he hadn't even chanted a spell and still beat a first-class demon guard. A monster's level is defined by how many crystals it has, which also determines its rank in the hierarchy. Demons are organized in a clearly defined hierarchy. At the bottom are the magic beasts, which have a single crystal on their forehead. Above them are the magic guardians, identified by an extra crystal in their chest. Next come the demons that carry one crystal in their chest and two on their shoulders. Right after that come the supreme demons, who have 4 crystals across their bodies. On the next level are those who have 5 stones. And at the absolute top of the hierarchy is the demon god, who had 6 crystals. Each creature has a fixed number of active levels, and that should be basic knowledge for any modern mage. Watching from the corner, Mizua thought that to defeat a demon guard you'd need at least the 3rd level. But then she sees Minato walking toward the beast, and the guy says she's got a weird hobby, peeking out with her hand braced on the wall. Mizua asked how he'd figured it out. Then the MC said it'd be weird if a mage didn't notice. For a moment the two of them just stared at each other in silence. Closing his eyes, Minato asked if she couldn't feel the magical power, leaving the girl in shock. Chasing after him, Mizua told him to stop and demanded an explanation. Next we see Minato on top of a building. Relieved he managed to ditch the girl, looking around he decided to check if there were any monsters nearby. Soon 5 sources of dark energy popped up in his senses. There were no demon guards, but plenty of magical beasts were still in the area. Sizing things up, Minato doubted the students could handle it, even considering Tadano's level. Determined to cut down the threat near Shibuya Station, he cast his magic and second-level projectiles spread across the city. When they felt that massive amount of energy in action, the students were stunned. Surrounded by the magical beasts, they quickly realized they couldn't take on that many enemies at once. In the middle of the chaos, a monster attacked a girl, but it was instantly killed by a wave of energy that appeared before it could hurt her. As the projectiles hit different spots, Minato figured everything was under control. The creatures started dropping one after another, taking the pressure off the students. Watching the outcome, the protagonist realized he'd overdone it, and that almost all the monsters had been wiped out. In the end, he admitted he should have held back more, since it was only supposed to be a lesson. Right after that, the guy rose above the city, and looking around confirmed there was no one nearby. Then he landed in an alley, next to the corpse of a magical beast, thinking he didn't need to hide that much power, but drawing attention would only bring trouble. A little later, the teacher and the students examined the dead monster, and the man stood up, surprised to notice there was still a huge pack there. Looking closer at the body, he realized the creature had been taken down in a single blow, something only someone really skilled could do. On top of that, peering deeper into the alley, he noticed he'd never seen a spell create that many projectiles without using elements, so he concluded that without that intervention, they would have been in serious danger, since the students couldn't handle that many enemies. Shocked, the students asked why there were still so many beasts there, if they could have been taken out earlier. Embarrassed, the teacher bowed and apologized right after. He said the police should have handled it, and that the academy had seriously dropped the ball, and he deeply regretted that the kids had been put at risk. Hearing that, the students looked at each other, clearly unhappy. Emotional, the girl asked who had saved them. Thinking, the teacher said he didn't know, while she commented that she'd like to thank the mysterious savior. Then the man thought it was unlikely it was someone from the police or the official mages, so he figured it must have been an outlaw mage, and with a smile, decided that person deserved gratitude either way, which made our protagonist happy to hear. Meanwhile, in the middle of the wrecked city, the students excitedly talked about the magic they'd just seen. Looking ahead, Minato realized no one had gotten hurt. Tadano, though, was seething with rage. Even so, the MC felt relieved seeing that even the bully and his goons hadn't been hurt. Meanwhile, a suspicious Mizuha remembered that her classmate had beaten a first-class demon guard. Remembering her own shocked expression, she wondered if that absurd amount of magic had come from him too. Then, recalling the moment she stared up at the sky in disbelief, she concluded no one could use fire magic and non-elemental magic at the same time. After all, no student could have both types, so Mizuha decided that couldn't be true. In her mind, the non-elemental magic could only have come from someone else. Even so, watching her classmate, the girl kept wondering who he was to defeat a demon guard. At that moment, the blonde boy suggested those laser-like beams had been the protagonist's doing too. Tadano shot back, saying that was impossible, and the student protested, reminding him that the class outcast had just beaten a demon guard. Annoyed, the bully told his classmate to shut up and said he'd finish him if he didn't listen. Sure, something was off. The redhead insisted that no one that quiet could be that strong and accused the MC of hiding something. Meanwhile, the goons were weirded out by the bully's explosive reaction. Consumed by rage, Tadano declared the protagonist was cheating and promised to expose him. After class, Ichikami was walking through the city when he was surrounded by academy students. Then the redhead showed up, blocking every way out, and started taunting him. Keeping calm, the protagonist suggested they should be training magic instead of wasting time there. That answer only made the bully even more irritated, and he went back to accusing him of lying. Realizing arguing wouldn't help, the protagonist tried to leave, but Tadano stopped him and commented that at least he had run away. Then the MC replied that he had no reason to run. Then the redhead said he couldn't act like he was invincible and lunged at the main guy, who just stood there watching without using magic. The group attacked him too. Sure, the MC wouldn't be able to react, but their attacks weren't doing anything to the kid, because a magic barrier activated on its own to protect him, while the attackers thought he was already finished, before the violence could keep going. Mizuha stepped in and made it clear that this was bullying. She questioned the attitude of students from a magic academy and suggested they leave after arguing with the bully about his behavior. She grabbed the MC's hand and led him away, leaving Tadano stunned when he saw the two of them walking off together. Even so, the bully went back to blaming the guy for everything. Driven by desperation, the redhead decided to use magic outside of school, determined to get rid of Minato, leaving the girl panicking at the attacker's reaction. Soon Tadano and his goons recklessly attacked the MC, who just stared without reacting while his friend ran toward him, trying to protect him. But it was too late, and they were quickly swallowed by the flames. But to everyone's surprise, the girl wasn't hit. Convinced he'd managed to take out the MC, the redhead said that even he wouldn't be able to withstand that much firepower. But with everyone in shock in the middle of the smoke, the protagonist said he'd ignored it all because it was childish. However, he said things had gone too far, and that only discipline could fix that kind of behavior. Finally, he said it was time for punishment. Hearing that, Tadano couldn't believe it when he realized he was still alive. Right after that, Minato said the redhead had put not only him, but the girl too, in danger. Furious, the bully yelled that it was their fault, because they never should have looked down on him. With another reckless burst, Tadano activated his magic and shouted that he'd keep attacking until the protagonist was eliminated. In response, the MC just raised his index finger. At that, a small magic circle appeared in front of him. Then the delinquents started laughing, mocking how small the spell was and asking if he was serious. Certain of it, they shouted that this time Minato would really die, and fired waves of flame at him. But calmly, the MC just activated a magic drain from the small circle at the tip of his finger. Long vines sprang out and shot forward fast. In seconds, the branches wrapped around the delinquents, who looked confused and suddenly couldn't feel their legs. Right after that, the circle and the vines glowed, making the boys drop unconscious to the ground. By draining only a small amount of magic, the protagonist restrained Tadano and hoped it would teach the bullies a lesson. Mizuha's eyes went wide, trying to figure out what kind of magic that was, and why everyone had passed out. When Minato got ready to leave, the girl stood up and asked him to wait. Curious, she wanted to know what kind of magic he'd used. She asked what exactly the spell did, and whether the MC had already mastered magic before that day. Finally, she asked who the protagonist really was. The boy looked away, thinking about how complicated it would be to explain all that, but Minato only replied that she should have asked a different question. Making the girl feel awkward, she thanked him for saving her, but she insisted he answer her. But when she realized the boy had vanished, she got annoyed, wondering where he'd gone. Night had already fallen, and the full moon lit up the old city of Shibuya. Minato appeared floating inside a magic circle, and once he steadied himself, quickly realized something was wrong. The magic beasts and the demon guard that had been defeated before were there again, like they'd come back. Minato realized that even though he could act alone in Shibuya, the threat was spreading through the city beyond the police's control. Remembering the policewoman shaking in front of Tadano's summon reinforced his impression that the current generation of mages was really weak. That's when he accepted an uncomfortable truth. He wouldn't be able to defeat all the demons in Japan by himself. He needed to act with urgency and strategy, so the MC decided to clear the areas little by little, avoiding drawing attention. Minato heard a man casually remark that he'd drunk too much that day, not noticing the danger creeping up behind him. Before the creature could attack, the protagonist stepped in, knocking the monster away and disappearing right after. The man, scared and confused, ended up convincing himself it had all just been his imagination. Watching from a distance, Minato confirmed the civilian hadn't noticed anything. Satisfied, he used his magic to keep going, but at that moment, someone was recording everything on a phone. Smiling, the blonde guy thought he'd made the perfect video to blow up online. On the screen, the recording preview appeared along with an impressed comment. The next day, the students were standing in front of the principal's desk. Worried and irritated, the teacher said he'd received reports about magic being used outside the school, and if it was true, it couldn't be ignored. Among the students, the protagonist and Mizuha stayed calm, and both were asked to explain what had really happened. Furious, the redhead immediately pointed at the MC, accusing him and claiming he hadn't used magic, saying Minato had started the fight, leaving the protagonist shocked, not understanding how someone could lie so easily. Watching the teacher and the principal waiting for an explanation, the MC realized he wouldn't be able to stay silent. But before he could speak, someone said it was all a lie, leaving everyone in shock. Overcome with anger, Mizuha shouted that the bully and his friends had intimidated the MC and used magic first. Curious, the teacher asked if that meant Minato had fought using magic too. The student said it was self-defense and that her friend hadn't done anything wrong, leaving our protagonist stunned by what his new friend was saying. Tadano tried to protest, but the girl cut him off and told him to be quiet. Furious, Mizuha said the provocation made no sense and asked the bully if he wasn't ashamed to blame an innocent person. Then the redhead snapped back, saying the MC didn't fit the academy's standards and should be expelled. Right after that, she shot back firmly, saying the one who didn't belong there was him. The guy bragged about having the best results in the course and said no one but him would be able to face her. When he pushed the argument further, Mizuha backed off and asked what they were even talking about. Tadano tried to convince her, saying someone like that student would never be able to protect her. Then he asked her out, emotional and desperate. She refused without hesitating, saying he could keep dreaming. Leaving the bully speechless, completely shocked, she explained she'd never date someone who bullied others, took pleasure in being cruel, and would still pick the worst possible moment for a confession like that. With that, the redhead collapsed to the floor while the protagonist just looked at him, feeling sorry for him. The principal concluded it was the bully and his friend's fault, making it clear the magic had only been used in self-defense. He said the academy didn't need people who used magic out of pure selfishness, and announced the group's expulsion. The expelled students panicked, claiming they were just following orders. Then the teacher dismissed the other students and apologized for what happened. In the hallway, Mizuha says she hadn't felt that outraged in a long time and called the others' behavior disgusting. Then the MC asks what would happen to them after being expelled, and she explains they wouldn't be able to become mages anymore. Indignant, she asks Minato how he could stay quiet after everything they said, and he says he was about to defend himself, but she cut him off, leaving the girl confused. Remembering other times he'd gotten Mizuha's help, he realizes she'd always been by his side when he needed it. Without thinking too much, the MC compliments her, which makes her visibly embarrassed before she asks him to never say something like that again. Alone, the protagonist reflects on his reincarnation into the body of a dead boy and wonders if it was all caused by bullying or just an accident. In the end, he accepts he'll never know the truth, but believes the people responsible have already paid for what they did. Later, the academy administration discusses an incident involving magic off campus and confirms no one was hurt. It turns out Mizuha was involved, but it's handled calmly, since her father still plans to invest in the academy. Among the students, the rumors only grow, and many talk about Ichikami's insane strength. Some even doubt whether he might be stronger than veteran mages. Because of that, a decision is made to find out what the MC's real power level is. Meanwhile, Ichikami thinks about how long that apparent peace in the world is going to last. The students watch a weird video of a hooded mage, but he doesn't pay it much attention. Minato is called by the teacher, sparking everyone else's curiosity. Soon after, the teacher announces a new magic evaluation for those who had failed before. Curious, Mizuha believes that this time she'll find out what the MC is capable of. Soon all the students are shocked when they see something. It was Ruka who showed up to watch the test up close, making it clear she wants to judge Ichikami with her own eyes, making Mizuha even more curious about her presence. Afraid of repeating the previous disaster, Minato decides to control his mana extremely carefully when he touches the crystal. But the numbers rise quickly, and he stops at just the right moment. After getting what he wanted, the teacher walks up to him and asks if he's okay, so the guy says he's going to announce the results, and declares the evaluation a success, even though he reveals that Ichikami has no magical elements, leaving Mizuha and the others in disbelief. And when they announce the MC's mana is only 100, the students start making comments about him being the weakest one there. At that moment, Ryujin wonders if that was the same guy they said had beaten up several delinquents all by himself. Disappointed, Ruka tells the guy they should leave, saying she didn't find what she was looking for. Meanwhile, two students keep mocking the MC for being the weakest one there. Then the teacher tries to encourage Minato, saying he shouldn't worry because how much magical power someone has doesn't mean everything. Still, Mizuha finds the result weird, because she knows his real strength is way higher than that. Ichikami pretends to be exhausted, but inside he's happy he hid his true power and got exactly the result he planned. While fixing his uniform, Minato thought controlling his own power was way more tiring than it looked. After walking a bit alongside Mizuha, the boy asked why she was in the evaluation area. Before she could answer, someone blocked their path and told them to stop. It was Ruka and Ryujin. With little patience, Minato asked who they were. Ruka stepped forward and introduced herself, followed by Ryujin. With the same lack of interest, Minato asked what they wanted. Then the girl walked up and said she had zero interest in him. Hearing that, Mizuha flinched. Then Ruka turns to her little sister and asks if she really couldn't handle criminals on her own. With no answer, she said she'd also heard Mizuha was saved by a young guy with only 100 points of strength. Wordly, Mizuha confirmed the information was true. Ruka asked if in the end Mizuha was still inferior to her sister in studies, sports, and magic. The question made the student even more nervous. Then she felt a silent pressure when Ruka told her to leave the academy. Without realizing it, Ruka remembered how she always outdid her little sister in school, so much that in training she never lost. Ruka had more mana and clearly superior magic. After every win she'd just walk away, leaving Mizuha behind. Ruka said her little sister didn't have the talent to be a mage, and that one family representative was enough. Mizuha tried to protest, but Ruka cut her off and told her to pay attention, making the girl tremble and unable to hold back her tears. Even so, Ruka asked, with no empathy at all, if she understood. Mizuha gripped the hem of her skirt and lowered her head. At that moment, Minato stepped in and said that was insanely arrogant. Ruka asked what he'd just said. Minato accused Ruka of being arrogant for not letting anyone talk, and she replied that since it was a family matter, his opinion didn't matter. Our protagonist tells the girl that wasn't a conversation, it was an order pretending to be one. Hearing that, Ruka blew up, calling him a bastard. Out of patience, Minato told her to stop forcing her way of living on other people. The MC says there was no basis for that, and Ruka replied that Mizuha had no talent and had never managed to beat her. Suffering in silence, the little sister ended up agreeing. She remembered when she used to say, full of confidence, that she was talented. Back then, she believed she had everything she needed. Now, Mizuha could only lower her head and cry because she'd never surpassed her sister. Suddenly, Minato says his friend would win. The girl reacted in surprise, not understanding what she just heard. Confused, Ruka asks the MC if he's saying his sister would beat her. Confident, Minato tells the girl that maybe it wouldn't be there or now, but it would happen in the future. Then Ruka suggested a duel 2 weeks from then. Smiling, Minato asked if it would be a 2-on-2 magic fight. All smug, Ruka asks the protagonist if he's going to run away after talking so much crap. Playing along, the MC says he'll be there for the duel. Minato stood his ground and said he was ready to fight, and after that he asked Mizuha what she would do, leaving the girl clearly nervous. Mizuha hesitated for a moment, and suddenly shouted that she'd take part. Happy, Minato says then it was all decided. Then the MC said that if they won, Ruka shouldn't meddle in other people's lives anymore. But mocking him, Ruka replied that if she won, her little sister would leave the academy. Soon she and Ryujin leave the place. Later, on a sunny day, Minato was on the rooftop with Mizuha listening to what she had to say. Then the girl asked him to become her mentor. Hearing that, Minato let out a sigh because he expected anything but that. Trying to get out of it, he said he was considered the weakest mage, and that his mana barely went over 100. Mizuha calmly replied that he was clearly hiding his real power, leaving him surprised at what the girl said. A bit uneasy, Mizuha explained that she only accepted the deal with her sister because she believed he knew a way to get stronger. Minato looked away, thinking people like her saw everything in extremes, and that explained why she'd push for a duel. All of a sudden, Mizuha bowed and started begging him to agree to be her mentor. Then Ichikami just sighed and agreed. Hearing his answer, the girl was surprised, thinking he wouldn't accept, so the MC tells Mizuha she has to follow exactly everything he teaches her. The protagonist smiled when he realized he couldn't refuse being her mentor in the face of that much determination. Turning around, Minato told the girl they'd start that very day, and that he already had a place in mind for training. A little embarrassed, Mizuha suggested they do it at her house. The scene shifts to the girl's home. Looking around, the protagonist realized the house was huge. While warming up, Mizuha thought it was the first time she'd brought a boy there. Right after that, the girl quickly turned her face away, trying to convince herself there was nothing weird about it. Then Minato stopped looking around and said it was time to start, calling her Yuika. Confused, Mizuha asked why he was calling her by her name. A bit puzzled, he explained that since everyone in the family had the same last name, he preferred to call her that. Hearing that, Mizuha looked down, and even though the protagonist suggested calling her something else, she refused right away. So he smiled and decided to start the training. The MC stepped closer and asked Mizuha to explain what magical power was, and she answered that it was the inner energy used to manipulate magic. After hearing the girl's explanation, Mizuha asked if intent could increase magical power. Still smiling, Mizuha said that was impossible, since the limit was set at birth and stopped growing with age. When she finished, she asked with a bit of pride if her explanation hadn't been perfect. Indifferently, Mizuha replied that all of that was wrong. Then Mizuha, almost in tears, asked how that could be possible. At that moment, the protagonist thought he couldn't believe the level of ignorance modern mages had. He explained to Mizuha that magical power also existed in nature, and that besides spells, intent could increase mana. Shocked, the girl started yelling, saying that couldn't be true, because if it were, magic science would have advanced way more by now. Calmly, Minato closed his eyes and replied that maybe she didn't believe it now, but he'd still explain everything they'd talked about. Then the protagonist asked Mizuha to let her mana flow naturally and said that feeling that power was essential to becoming stronger. Next, he guided her, wrapping both of them in mana. A moment later, the MC released even more energy all at once. The mana spread throughout the whole area. Soon, Mizuha suddenly screamed, feeling something strange take over her body. When she looked at the protagonist, she heard him say that was magic perception. With trembling shoulders, Mizuha asked if that feeling was the real magical power hidden underneath. Then Minato confirmed it, saying that by feeling that, she'd be able to detect and see mana in natural objects. The girl smiled confidently, saying she could handle it. Intrigued, Minato thought it had only worked thanks to the mana flow, and even so, Mizuha really didn't have natural talent. Time moved forward to a week later. Soon Mizuha shows up yelling in irritation, complaining that nothing was working, and Minato looked visibly worn out, because even after a whole week of serious training, the girl still hadn't understood the basics of magic. Then Mizuha looked at him nervously when the guy said he was going to direct the magical flow again. Right after that, he placed his hand on her back once more. After some time, the girl opened her eyes. They widened in shock. Mizuha screamed, saying she could see everything now, and smiled when she noticed mana particles floating in the air. Looking at her own hand, she could barely believe she was seeing magical power. Then she tried to look at Minato to see his mana. After watching closely, she didn't notice a huge amount, and got confused by how subtle it seemed. Then the MC made her feel awkward by praising her. Thinking about how magic could be used, the protagonist explained that after perceiving mana, she'd need to learn to control it, always watching how much she used. Minato said her main task was to use the energy as efficiently as possible. He explained that if she used up all her mana, over time it would recover and even increase. So the MC said that since she could already sense mana, control shouldn't be a problem. After that, he asked what that changed compared to what people normally knew about magic, and whether she could accept it. All of a sudden, Mizuha cut him off, saying she trusted him completely. Minato smiled, decided to move forward, and told her to get ready to fight. Then the protagonist took off his coat and told the girl to attack. She immediately jumped to the side, determined to show everything she knew. Right after that, she formed water discs that shot toward Minato, but he simply raised a barrier and blocked everything easily. Mizuha was shocked at how fast her magic got shut down. Dropping the protection, he explained that it was a non-elemental magic barrier, and that if she couldn't break it, she'd never beat Ruka. Mizuha fired up her magic again right away, complaining that it was ridiculous, while her attacks kept getting blocked. Minato told her not to stop moving, explaining that the moment you stop fighting a mage, you're guaranteed to lose. Mizuha held out her hand and created another magic circle. Not long after, she collapsed on the ground, completely exhausted. Then Minato covered her with a blanket and said now it was his turn. Then the protagonist explained that if she learned to control mana, she wouldn't need to chant spells. Next, he created fire magic and showed how Mizuha herself used magic. Right after that, he repeated the same spell, but his way Mizuha watched and assumed his mana was dispersing. Then the MC confirmed it and explained that once you master control, you can use magic without spells, leaving the girl totally stunned by that. So the protagonist suggested she shorten her spells, and explained that once she mastered mana control, she could ditch them completely. Mizuha looked thoughtful, and asked if that would really make her stronger. He turned right away and said yes, that's exactly how it works, adding that they should start by freaking her out. Then Minato held out his hand and told her to act like she was on the verge of death, leaving the girl panicking when she saw the state he was in. With Mizuha on the ground, Minato reminded her that this training would have to happen every day. The scene shifts to Harajuku. Wrapped in a cloak, the MC thought that even here there were monsters, and that no matter how many got taken down, the number never went down. Sensing something off, he turned and saw a huge creature charging toward a girl. So without hesitating, he rushed over, and with a single strike, tore the monster's head off. Standing over the creature's body, he asked if the girl was okay, but she didn't answer. Instead, she pulled out her phone and started filming, but she couldn't catch Minato on camera, and right after that, he leapt up into the air. Pulling up his hood, the MC looked irritated. He didn't expect her to start recording without a second thought, and as he moved through the air, he decided next time he'd wear a mask. The next morning, during training, Mizuha hit the ground once again. She tried to catch her breath after an exhausting session. Standing in front of her, the protagonist was uneasy because he remembered there were only a few days left until the competition. Even with the progress, it still wasn't enough, and watching her, he realized she was pushing past her own limits. When he said she could quit, Mizuha pressed her lips together with effort. She got up and said she'd always been compared to her sister, and because she couldn't surpass her, she'd already given up on a lot of things. But shouting with everything she had, she declared she'd never abandon magic because of her Minato. Calm replied that at that rate she wouldn't be able to win. Even exhausted, Mizuha asked him to be even harsher. Hearing that, he smiled and said then he wouldn't hold back. Then the girl smiled back and took a fighting stance. The protagonist quickly explained the spell process, and right after that, Mizuha went back to attacking him. When night came, he had to carry her because she was so worn out. The next day, Minato smiled as he praised a successful attempt by his student. Mizuha threw herself on the ground, celebrating her own progress. Then the protagonist praised her again, and she just smiled when she heard it. Then the big day of the magic competition arrived. Soon the protagonist looked around and was a little surprised to run into something unusual. A crowd was packed in front of them. Reporters came up, asking for a few words about the duel that was about to happen. Walking beside Mizuha, he wondered why there was so much attention. She said family showdowns got people curious, and Minato suspected it also had to do with the influence of the magic aristocracy. The scene shifts to the arena. The protagonist thought it was all over the top, and Mizuha explained that magic duels were rare, so they turned into big events. Hearing that, he just shot her an indignant look. When their names were called, Mizuha jumped up and then started trembling with nerves. The protagonist just smiled and told her to do her best. Surprised by his words, the girl stared at him and then smiled. Then Mizuha walked confidently to the arena. As she moved forward, she thought Minato was amazing. Soon, she was face to face with her sister Ruka. Slightly irritated, looked surprised to see the younger one hadn't run away. Mizuha frowned as she faced her opponent. Keeping calm, Ruka asked if she really thought she could win. After that, she crossed her arms, waiting for an answer. Then Mizuha got annoyed and said with conviction that she was sure she'd win. But Ruka answered with nothing but a sarcastic smile. Sensing her sister's strength, Mizuha tensed up. Even scared of the gap in power, she smiled and decided not to back down. Soon they announced the start of the magic duel. As soon as the fight began, both of them got ready. Mizuha stepped back and formed a magic circle. Ruka moved too, starting to chant a spell. Watching the fight, Minato thought Ruka had even the simplest tactics down. while Mizuha had gotten carried away and forgotten them. Then the two of them pointed their magic circles at each other. Mizuha quickly fired a water disc, and Ruka answered with the same spell. The attacks collided. Kicking off the clash, Mizuha defended against the attack, and was surprised to realize she'd managed to match the magical power, something she hadn't expected to pull off right then. Ruka, visibly irritated, told her sister that compared to what had happened before, this could be considered a success. Unexpectedly, Mizuha got fired up by that and couldn't hide her happiness. Noticing her reaction, Ruka arrogantly asked what she was so pleased about. Then she said it wasn't a compliment, just a comparison, as she went back to shaping magic. She decided to raise the level of her attack, and Mizuha immediately responded, forming the same kind of spell. A moment later, Ruka released a second-level water blast. The droplets shot forward at high speed, hit Mizuha head-on, and forced her to defend at her limit. But unfortunately, she got thrown out of the arena right at the MC's feet. Watching her lying there, he thought that if this were a contest of spell reading, Mizuha would have won, but in raw power the opponent was clearly superior. Walking up to the edge of the arena, Ruka called Minato insensitive, saying he hadn't even helped the girl. Then the protagonist replied, there was no need to interfere, leaving the girl confused. Mizuha, shaking all over, started to get up with difficulty. Ruka, worried, called her an idiot, and reminded her she'd just been hit by second-level magic. Confident, Mizuha lifted her gaze and said she wouldn't lose to her. Then she held out her hand and shouted that she could fail at anything else, because all she had was magic, but in that she wouldn't give in, and she formed a magic circle, while reciting an unbelievably short spell. Ruko did the same, again using second-level magic. The two forces started colliding in the center of the arena. Mizuha's body wouldn't stop trembling, but she had no intention of giving up. Even so, not even her willpower was enough to keep her from collapsing to the ground. Not long after, with all her arrogance, Ruko was declared the winner, while Mizuha stayed on the ground trembling, fully aware of her own defeat. Seeing her like that, Minato concluded that this competition depended on the amount of magic used along with how well you coordinated that power, and that was what decided the result. Next, the MC got irritated when he heard Ruka say that now it was clear Mizuha had no talent. The guy started to stand up, agreeing with those words. Mizuha felt her heart tighten when he said she was clumsy, didn't understand the essence very well, and had performed badly. But then he smiled and added that, on the other hand, she had perseverance. That shocked her deeply as she stayed sitting on the ground, standing in front of Ruka. The protagonist said that despite the loss, he liked people like Mizuha. With a smile on his face, the MC announced that to everyone around. The girl started crying and began trembling again when she heard those words. Then Minato declared that Mizuha was his student and that he wouldn't let anyone talk badly about her. After that, the girl started crying even harder. Ruka, irritated, said it was a huge honor for someone whose magical power barely even reached 100. Minato got serious and said that Mage would be the one to defeat her. With contempt in her eyes, Ruka replied that this wasn't the first time he talked arrogantly and said she wouldn't be his opponent. Suddenly, Ryujin shows up with a big grin when he realizes it's finally his turn. As he left the field, Ruka told him to end it as fast as possible. Meanwhile, the protagonist was carrying his student in his arms. After sitting her down in the stands, he turned to the arena and, smiling, asked her to watch the fight closely. Mizuha answered, confused, and right after that she noticed the wound on her hand was gone. Along with the pain and the bruises, Minato stepped into the arena, determined to hold back his own power so he wouldn't look like too much to everyone else. Not using elements or spells, but he remembered that without a magic barrier, a direct hit could be fatal. With those thoughts, he gave a nasty little smile and admitted that either way, those conditions were worrying. Standing in the arena, Ryuju taunted the MC with a confident smile, saying he wouldn't hold back, while the protagonist calmly replied that he'd be the one holding back. In the stands, the students waved and shouted mockingly, telling Ryujin to spare his opponent and take it easy. Then Ryujin got ready to fight, while the protagonist mentally sized up his strength at 8,000, a manageable level under normal conditions. So the MC figured that with his own level capped at 100, any mistake could be fatal. Soon both of them were ready for an intense clash, and a shout echoed through the arena, announcing the start of the second duel. Ryujin started casting with no intention of sparing his opponent, building power fast, while asking if the MC really had experience in real fights. Then the delinquent decided to test him with a single blow, and with sarcasm and contempt, taunted the protagonist, asking if he could handle that kind of force. Suddenly a magic attack hit him in the head. Then the protagonist said it was already too late, keeping his hand outstretched like it was a weapon. In the stands, the students rooting for Ryujin were stunned, not understanding if the fight had really ended, declaring participant Minato the winner. The referee announced the end of the fight while the protagonist stayed standing in front of his unconscious opponent. Ruka ran up to her friend and, shocked, realized Ryujin had passed out from a single hit, without any spell chant, wondering what kind of cheating that was. At that moment, Minato walked past her with his hands in his pockets and said it ended fast, just like she asked, which made Ruka furious. Suddenly, Mizuha jumped down from the stands, breaking out in a cold sweat, and said that was incredible. Ruka lifted her head proudly and, with contempt in her eyes, said the protagonist seemed to have some worth, and the MC just coldly asked if she was comparing herself to him. Annoyed, Ruka snapped back and the protagonist sensed her powerful magical energy, noticing she was already above Ryujin at 10,000 power. A few minutes later, the two of them stood face to face, ready for the decisive battle. The judge announced changes to the second competition, highlighted the expectations on the protagonist, and explained that the winner would decide the round. While Minato reacted with a faint smile, Ruka showed tension, and the second duel was announced without hesitating. The protagonist fired off a spell, and a powerful magic projectile appeared, and Ruka reacted instantly, starting her own casting, keeping the attack going. Minato figured that with the gauge capped at 100, the magic's power was low, so if he didn't aim for the head, the impact would be almost useless, but Ruka raised her hands to protect her head, and withstood the attack. Right after that, she spotted an opening, and counterattacked, firing a water projectile that hit the protagonist dead on. A few seconds later, what Ruka saw left her in shock because it seemed impossible. The protagonist simply made a gesture with his hand, and dispersed his opponent's attack. In disbelief, Ruka noticed Minato was unharmed, and seemed not to have used magic, trying to figure out what he had actually done. In the stands, the students were surprised to see that even after that clean hit, Ichikami didn't have a single scratch. Mizuha, shocked by what she'd just seen, wondered what kind of ability her teacher had used. Determined to find out the MC's secret, Ruka threw another spell at the boy who didn't seem to care, and without using magic, the protagonist dodged every attack in silence, keeping a steady rhythm. Stunned, Ruka couldn't understand what was happening, and wondered if it was possible there was no magic at all, since Minato was just dodging. Watching from afar, Mizuha concluded, anxious, that magic could only be fought with magic, and that, despite the power difference, the MC was lowering his to avoid putting himself in danger. Really nervous, Ruka was sure that at that level dodging was impossible, and started wondering if her opponent even felt fear. She stared at him and realized that calm he was analyzing every detail, something only someone who could sense magical power and had unusual courage could do. After that, all of a sudden she started chanting another spell. Then she decided to use a third-level technique, Asura Splash, activating the seal in front of her, and an insanely powerful stream of water burst out, leaving the spectators stunned by how strong the attack was, and a lot of people shouted that Minato wouldn't survive a direct hit. Then a boom echoed. Soon Ruka dropped to her knees, exhausted, wiped the sweat, and said that this time there was no way to dodge. But suddenly an attack from the protagonist hit her in the head. When she looked up, Ruka saw Minato standing there unharmed, pointing his hand like a gun, and in desperation she yelled, wanting to know how he'd escaped. So the protagonist answered bluntly that he used a technique that could absorb magic and passed right through her attack. Hearing that, the girl realized her own technique had left deep marks along the way. She froze at the realization. All of a sudden she started laughing uncontrollably, repeating to herself how that could have happened. A few minutes later, she calmly admitted that it had been a total defeat. Right after that, the judge announced the victory of contestant Kusanagi Minato. At that moment, the protagonist turned around and saw his student running toward him. With a genuine smile, the MC said they'd won, and Mizuha just answered with a soft smile. Moved, Ruka stood up, promised she wouldn't interfere anymore, and made it clear the protagonist was free to do what he wanted, surprising Mizuha with her attitude. Minato didn't answer right away and just sighed. He casually said Mizuha's injuries were minor, saying Ruka had held back, which made her deny it angrily. Clearly annoyed, Minato said his student had gotten stronger in just 2 weeks, and asked if it wasn't time for her to stop being so overprotective. Hearing that, Mizuha clenched her fist and said she'd get even stronger, strong enough that her sister wouldn't have to worry anymore. Given everything, Ruka said she believed in her little sister. Happy with the results, the protagonist just watched as the two of them made up. All of a sudden, the MC felt a terrible, overwhelmingly powerful presence. A strange magic manifested, making everyone realize something was wrong. Then a cold drop of sweat ran down Minato's face at that feeling. Drawing everyone's attention to the phenomenon in the sky, the protagonist concluded in his thoughts that this was a disaster. Meanwhile, in an empty classroom, Tadano yelled at his friends that they needed to clean everything up fast. A blonde guy holding a book replied that in the protagonist's backpack there were only normal materials. Hearing that, Tadano gritted his teeth and yelled, convinced there was still something hidden, because otherwise Minato couldn't use magic at that level. All of a sudden, the blonde stepped back in shock and asked what was going on, leaving Tadano confused. In that same instant, horror and fear took over his face. The three delinquents looked out the big window and saw the sky covered in a threatening red tint, which made the blue-haired boy take a few steps back, yelling that it couldn't be real. In the arena, the protagonist looked up and felt a sinister magical force spreading. He immediately recognized that powerful magic while everyone stared at the sky, sure it was a disaster. The academy students panicked, yelling without understanding what was happening. While in the middle of the chaos, many wondered if it really was a disaster. The protagonist watched the sky filled with dread and wondered why it had started, questioning whether the place had something to do with it. Thinking the MC remembered the first disaster had also started there and wondered if it was really a coincidence. The next moment, huge portals appeared everywhere, and monsters started crawling out, spreading fear instantly. The students ran in panic, screaming for help, while a teacher tried to calm them down. All of a sudden, a bright light appeared, and soon we see it was coming from the protagonist's magic power, and he managed to protect some of the students. A green magic seal appeared in front of his mouth, and the MC shouted for everyone to calm down. The students were in shock watching Minato. Calmly, he explained that at the start of the disaster only small monsters would appear, and that everything would be fine if everyone acted carefully. The MC ordered an evacuation to the gym, warning that splitting up or being alone was dangerous, and pointed at the sisters, saying they should take shelter too, and Mizuha asked what her mentor would do. Minato replied that he was going to rescue anyone still in the building, and the shocked teacher asked if he was really going alone, calling it reckless. Ryujin jumped into the conversation and said he'd help too, saying that if it was like the protagonist had explained, there wouldn't be any problems, while the teacher stayed worked up. After hesitating, the man let Ryujin go, and the boy teased Minato by asking if he planned to die, but the protagonist just gestured that he didn't care. Then he walked up to his student and smiling said he'd be back soon, while Mizua stared at him and told him to be careful. Suddenly, Ryujin shot forward yelling that he'd go first. Confident, he thought running 100 meters in 10 seconds would be easy, and wondered if the protagonist could keep up with him. But when he looked to the side, he was shocked to see Minato running right next to him, with magic seals activated on his feet. Then the protagonist looked at him and said he'd go first. Next, Ryujin remarked that his classmate's speed was impressive. At that moment, he sped up and shouted that nothing was decided, saying he wanted to see the protagonist's real strength while they saved everyone. Minato looked at the school building and sensed dozens of magical power signatures, figuring there might be people without magic in there. Right. After that, he jumped up to rooftop level and, noticing an open window, saw magical beasts pinning students down in the hallway and in the classroom. Without hesitating, Minato flew in through the opening. Once inside, Minato unleashed magic and kept fighting the monsters without stopping. The students panicked. The protagonist decided to push deeper into the building, and soon a monster tried to attack him from behind. But Minato coldly just raised his hand, activated a magic seal on his back, and erased the creature without hesitation. A few minutes later, Ryujin ran up to the place shouting and asking how things were going. When he entered the room, he saw the protagonist standing in the middle, hands on his hips, surrounded by the bodies of the defeated monsters. Minato walked past Ryujin without showing any emotion and said he was leaving the evacuation of the rescued people to him. The boy spun around in a hurry, breaking out in a cold sweat, and tried to warn him that it was dangerous to act alone. When he turned back, Ryujin realized the protagonist was already gone and complained that he was way too fast. Confused, the boy said it felt like he'd become dead weight, and even admitted he didn't really have any way to argue with that. Seeing the bodies of the magical beast, Ryujin realized the protagonist had wiped out dozens of monsters in seconds, and started wondering who he really was. Minato searched the rooms at high speed and concluded that in enclosed spaces, the only option was to take out the monsters with low-level magic and precise control to protect the students. Then the MC runs into a creature and attacks it. Right after, he ran to another room where students were about to be attacked and saved them in time. After destroying another monster and seeing the saved students cry with relief, the protagonist realized escorting them would be way too slow, and got an idea. Elsewhere in the building, Ryujin was taking down a magical beast while telling one student to calm down and guiding the others to evacuate. Suddenly, someone next to him pointed upward, scared, asking what that was. Looking up, Ryujin saw 3 students suspended by a green magical energy. Surprised, he realized it could only be the protagonist's doing, and once again wondered who Minato really was. At the same time, the MC watched through the window with a faint smile. Sure, Ryujin could handle things. But right after that, he felt something was off. A pink-haired girl backed away, frozen with fear, as huge magical beasts closed in on her. Soon the girl went into full-on shock. With a trembling voice, she lowered her head and screamed for help. The next instant, a blinding light filled the area. The source was the protagonist, who took out the monsters easily. The girl hurriedly got up, completely stunned. She remembered that recently, another creature had been destroyed by that same energy. After finishing off the beasts, Minato appeared in front of her and asked if she was hurt. Embarrassed, the girl recognized the MC and, emotional, asked if it had been him who saved her. Then Minato just answered simply that yes. He helped her up and without hesitation confirmed he really was in that practical training session. Despite her surprise, the girl stood up, bowed and thanked him, saying that was the second time he'd saved her life. With a calm smile, Minato told her not to worry because he hadn't done anything special. Hearing that, the girl got even more embarrassed. A little later, Ryujin came running up to the floor, out of breath and sweaty, asking who needed help next. Seeing him, the protagonist went up the stairs, left the girl in his care and explained she'd be safe while he kept pushing forward. Before he walked away, the girl called the MC by his name. Leaving Ryujin visibly confused, Minato sped through the next floor, aware he couldn't wait for the police, but still wondering if that decision really was the fastest one. At that moment at the White House, the president announced that a disaster had started at the Divine Magic Academy. Influential people, shaken, argued in the conference room, remembering that something similar happened 50 years earlier, and demanding to know what would be done from here on out. Despite the tension, the president stayed calm and said the magical aristocracy, the central police, and the ground self-defense forces had already been mobilized to contain the monsters. Right then, a man pointed out that in extreme situations those forces were made up only of mages, and that he didn't control monsters capable of taking on other creatures. The president, getting more and more nervous, realized that decades of peace had weakened the country's offensive power, leaving only the police and the magical aristocracy fit for that kind of fight. After thinking that through, he slammed his fist on the table. Staring at his own hand, he concluded that if the tragedy from 50 years ago happened again, Ichikami wouldn't survive. A boy and a girl were speeding along in an official car, where he calmly confirmed the disaster had already started and there was no room for mistakes. She said nervously that nothing like this had happened in half a century, and the guy calmly replied that peace was never permanent, and he'd been expecting this. Next, Inspector Shido explained that this was exactly why they were there, especially since they were part of the Central Police Department focused on hunting monsters. Then Karin says they'd do everything they could, keeping her eyes on the road. The vehicle raced at high speed toward the academy, followed by several patrol cars. At the same time, an aerial broadcast reported that a disaster was underway at the Divine Magic Academy. Reports said creatures had taken over the place and kept appearing non-stop, Inside the academy, another new crew showed students taking refuge in the gym while the reporter explained the monsters had suddenly appeared inside the walls. Outside, teachers and more experienced students used magic to hold back the invaders, coordinating attacks to raise their chances of surviving. Meanwhile, ordinary people followed everything on their phones, watching the resistance in real time. But the number of monsters made it impossible to leave the academy. A young man watching the broadcast told a friend the school was close by. Before anyone could answer, the other one panicked when he realized creatures had also appeared in the city streets. Someone watched the situation from a high vantage point. Noticing the population had vanished from the roads, they also noticed flying creatures spreading out in every direction. In contrast, some boys inside the school watched it all with contempt and laughed at the chaos. Meanwhile, many elderly people in their homes followed the news on TV. Gripped by fear at that moment, the MC tore through the school floors at top speed. Aware the place was already overrun by monsters, and the disaster was entering its second phase, he burst into classrooms to save students under attack, while realizing the monsters only got stronger with each phase, without decreasing in number. Minato figured that as long as the leader didn't go down, the monsters would keep spawning. He moved through hallways already littered with the creatures' bodies, and concluded that since the boss only showed up in the last phase, the only option was to hold out until then. Minato showed no emotion, kept a cool head, and knew a disaster at that level always came with serious consequences. Focused, the protagonist used magic to send the rescued students to Rouge, letting them know he'd already saved 20 people, and that rescue was hard because they were scattered. Then he went back to running through the corridors, trying to decide where he should go. Meanwhile, Tadano was in one of the offices, using fire magic to drive the monsters back. Little by little, completely exhausted, he admitted it was pointless to keep going, because he couldn't react anymore. In front of him and his friends, a demonic guardian advanced, giving off an oppressive presence. Shaken, the blue-haired bully asked why the creature had come back, while the blonde one yelled that he'd already said they needed to run. Overwhelmed with frustration, Tadano punched the floor and shouted that the protagonist would beat the monster in one hit, and wondered why he couldn't do the same. Then the protagonist answered bluntly that it was because he was weak. Hearing that familiar voice, Tadano was totally shocked. When he looked up, he saw the guardian getting wiped out by a powerful fire attack that left only the creature's legs behind. The one who beat it was Minato, who didn't show any emotion. After saving the 3 bullies, he turned around and started to leave. Tadano was shaking with rage and screamed in his head that the protagonist had saved them again. Acting on impulse, he ran after his savior and shouted for him to stop. When he caught up, he asked the MC, confused, why he'd helped them at all. Minato should have hated them. Turning just enough, Minato replied coldly that he helped because he could. Nothing more than that. Hearing the answer, Tadano started trembling, lowered his head and barely holding it together, asked if that really was the only reason. All of a sudden the bully lost control and yelled for the protagonist to stop pretending. Full of hate, the redhead accused Minato of being mediocre and barely able to use magic, and after a brief pause, asked when the MC had gotten so strong. After another short silence, the protagonist glanced to the side and said that Kusanagi Minato had died in a car accident and been reborn with another guy's soul. Hearing that, Tadano shouted that if death really made someone stronger, then he should be superior, not useless like Minato. At that moment, the protagonist cut the bully off, stepped closer, and asked if the redhead really thought he was strong. He also said that a sense of superiority fools you easily and makes you think you're strong, and staring the bully down, made it clear Tadano wasn't even considering fighting him right then. The MC finished by saying that this sense of superiority fools you and makes you think you're strong, and staring the bully down made it clear Tadano wasn't even thinking about fighting him. After that, he walked past the redhead and kept going, ignoring him. In shock, the bully collapsed. Out of control, he admitted to himself that he knew what he'd been running from, and recognized that his strength had barely improved since middle school. Then Tadano remembered how he and his 2 friends bullied other students and admitted he only did it to vent his own frustration. After that, he got saved by Minato, who used to be weak, and he couldn't accept that reality. Soon his 2 delinquent friends came up, confused and shaken, aware they were only alive because of someone they used to humiliate. They stood there behind Tadano, who couldn't get up. Tears kept streaming down the redhead's face. Meanwhile, the protagonist kept saving people, taking out every monster he came across. At the same time, a demonic guardian entered the classroom where Minato was. The creature barged in abruptly. Then the protagonist reacted immediately and held out his hand, readying a magic attack like it was a weapon. He fired at the creature, but the guardian dodged the attack. Then the magic seal on the protagonist's hand expanded and activated its power. The next instant, an extremely powerful stream of flames appeared and completely consumed the monster. A little later, Minato put his hands in his pockets and looked over the damage caused by his own attack. Then the MC looked out at the street and concluded there were only guardians, which meant the boss wasn't far. With that in mind, he turned to the 2 students on the ground and told them to calm down, assuring them they were safe. At the same time, Ryujin ground his teeth in anger while cursing the protagonist. He was fighting several monsters and complaining that Minato had left everything for him to deal with. At that moment, creatures moved in on the girls who had been rescued. Noticing the danger, Ryujin rushed forward and took out the enemies with a direct attack. After that, he said out loud that he would protect everyone there, and told them to follow him calmly. The students reacted with relief and thanked him. As he moved forward, Ryujin thought there were too many monsters and he didn't know how to handle it. The protagonist suddenly appeared beside him and asked if he needed help, making Ryujin jump and complain about the scare, telling him not to do that again. Without answering, the MC assessed the situation and said they wouldn't be leaving until they dealt with all the invaders. Hearing that, Ryujin ran up to him and said no one could face that many enemies alone, so he suggested finding another way. That very instant, all the monsters were hit by a single devastating magic attack. When it was over, only Minato remained there. The rescued students, including Ryujin, were stunned by what they had just witnessed. After the attack, the protagonist told the group to hurry, and Ryujin snapped back to his senses, gathered everyone, and ordered them to run right away. Soon after, the students started fleeing in search of shelter. During the escape, some creatures tried to attack, but Minato took them out without any trouble. Ryujin watched everything in silence and thought his companion was unbelievably strong. A few minutes later, only the protagonist remained there and wondered if he should go back to the building to scout. Meanwhile, the teacher and the other students kept holding the school's defenses. At that moment, Mizuha started losing strength and almost fell right away. Ruka caught her to keep her from getting hurt. Straight up, the older sister said that if she was at her limit, she should fall back so she wouldn't get in the way. Hearing that, Mizuha steadied herself and said she could still fight Ruka, just watched, showing confidence in her little sister. Right after that, Mizuha went back into position and activated her magic. Soon, Ryujin showed up saying he'd brought the rescued students, and hearing that, the teacher said that was great news. Ryujin told everyone to get inside fast and join the group, while Ruka thought things over and realized everyone was already at their limit. At that moment, Mizuha asked where the protagonist was. Calmly, Ryujin replied that Minato was fine and still had energy to spare. Hearing that, she felt a huge sense of relief. Excited, Ryujin said the protagonist was amazing and that maybe they could get through the disaster. Mizuha agreed and got ready to keep fighting. All of a sudden, the ground started shaking, leaving everyone stunned. Worried, the teacher ordered everyone to run and take cover. Right after that, new enemies started showing up in huge numbers. Seeing how big the threat was, Ryujin yelled that they needed to run right now. All the students reacted at once and started running from the magic beast chasing them. Ruka, her sister, and Ryujin ran too, trying to put as much distance as possible between them. Suddenly, Mizuha felt like something was off. At the last second, the beast that almost attacked her was taken down before it could reach her. The help came from the Central Department Police, who had just arrived, and Inspector Shido quickly announced that the monster extermination had begun. Right after that, the officers got organized and started attacking in a coordinated way. Seeing that, the students felt a massive relief that they'd managed to hold out until then. Shido turned to the survivors and said loudly that with the police here, everyone was safe, and ordered the evacuation to be carried out according to instructions. Mizuha stepped up saying they were going to fight too. The inspector tried to say civilians should evacuate, but she cut him off, firmly saying they weren't ordinary people, and her sister added that they were mages. Shido hesitated for a moment, accepted their help and ordered them to attack from the rear, getting a unanimous yes from the students ready to move. While holding the defensive line, the inspector admitted the manpower wasn't enough and that the help was crucial, feeling frustrated that the situation was so embarrassing for the police. Meanwhile, Sergeant Karin was taking care of the wounded, trying to calm them down as she worked inside the school. The protagonist watched the patrol cars arrive and felt relieved, realizing he could leave the situation to the police without showing any emotion. He figured it made sense they'd arrived before the self-defense forces, since this was a national-scale problem. After thinking a bit more, he uneasily realized something like this was still possible in an increasingly unstable world. Quickly, he boosted himself with magic and started running through the corridors again, because there were still students who needed to be saved. Meanwhile, the reporter in the helicopter said the police had arrived, but warned that the number of monsters kept increasing. Soon after, she announced that the public was waiting for the magical aristocracy to arrive. Kids who'd been treating it all like a game were now watching the news with anticipation, hoping for an intervention. Elderly people were doing the same at home, saying their taxes would guarantee a solution. The reporter repeated the call for the magical aristocracy to get there as soon as possible. At the same time, the noble mage Fukajin watched the outside through the window and ordered not to be disturbed. Worried, the servant asked if he was sure, and he replied coldly that the police could handle a small disaster with no need to involve the magical aristocracy. Then the man got up and left, and the butler, noticing, asked where his master was going to sleep, but Jin just ignored him as he walked out. Even so, the butler bowed and wished him a good night. Back in the fight, Shalu was at his limit but didn't abandon his position. And in his thoughts, he realized the situation was getting worse fast. He turned to a colleague and asked if they could clear the monster's entry area. The answer came right away, saying it was impossible because of how many there were. Hearing that, Shalu, deep in thought, understood the spawn rate was outpacing any evacuation plan. The inspector remembered that the self-defense forces were only logistical support, leaving the magical aristocracy as the only hope, even though there was no sign of them. Overcome with frustration, Shalu shouted his outrage that there was no help at that moment. Even so, the academy students kept fighting and taking down the monsters that came closer, surrounded by enemies. He realized theory wasn't enough, and started wondering if everyone would hold out when the boss finally showed up. The hordes pushed forward with the clear intent to destroy everything, when a beam of magical energy struck the ground from the sky. Right after that, an overwhelming presence spread out, announcing the arrival of the demon boss. The impact was immediate, and Shalu felt fear take over as sweat poured down uncontrollably. In his thoughts, the inspector wondered if that creature really was the boss. Ruka could feel how heavy things had gotten too, and she knew this was a rare kind of enemy, something only the magical aristocracy could really handle. Mizuhi, on the other hand, was shaking when she realized they'd need high-level spells, something nobody there could pull off. Then the leader charged in without hesitating and fired off several spells at once, all aimed straight at the group. Mizuhi realized the danger way too late and froze. At the last second, Ruka stepped in front of her sister and tried to block the attack with water magic. It softened part of the impact, but it wasn't enough. Without thinking twice, she shielded her little sister with her own body. The blast hit Ruka, and she screamed in pain as she went down. When Mizuhi managed to look again, she saw her sister was badly hurt and panicked, even weak. Ruka forced herself to speak and told her sister to run. Unable to do it, Mizuhi dropped to her knees as the monsters closed in, while the other students freaked out and started running. The girl held her older sister in her arms and begged for help, screaming non-stop. Even injured, the officers kept trying to hold out. Ryujin, despite his own wounds, kept fighting, with no intention of backing down. Then the creature's leader raised his hand and activated a 5th-level technique. In that moment, everyone understood death was unavoidable. With tears in her eyes, Mizuhi hugged her sister and called out for the protagonist. With every second, the leader's technique grew stronger, making the air feel suffocating. With no other option, the girl started screaming her mentor's name, Merciless. The leader stayed at the center of the attack, laughing at the suffering around him. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed through the area, catching the leader off guard and stopping him mid-action. The creature's technique was held back by an even stronger spell. Then the protagonist appeared in front of the student and apologized for being late. Calmly, the MC stared the leader down and said he'd kept him waiting. Mizuhi's tears only grew as she lowered her head beside her injured sister. Minato knelt down next to them, checked Ruka and said she'd only passed out. Even so, the girl's condition was still worrying. Around them, many students were hurt from the earlier attacks. Seeing how many victims there were, the protagonist's anger rose. He stood up sharply and turned his attention to the leader, and Mizuhi called out to him, surprised by his attitude. Then he answered firmly that he would win that fight. Hearing that, hope returned to the girl's eyes. Right then, a healing technique activated over the injured Mizuhi, realized her sister's wounds were disappearing. Noticing she was healed too, she took a moment to understand what had happened. Little by little, the students who'd been hit started getting up. Stunned, Karen watched everything from a distance, recognized the advanced level of the magic being used, and wondered who could cast something like that. She looked around, saw Shido on the ground and ran to him. Exhausted, he said, with a tired smile, that his mana was gone, but for some reason he was still holding on. Before he could finish, Karen screamed in despair. The inspector struggled to his feet, rubbed his face and admitted he didn't understand the situation either. Even so, looking at her, he gathered what little strength he had left and said they needed to protect the citizens. Then Karen grabbed the inspector's arm and shouted that it was reckless, but Shido shouted back that they had to fight, because giving up meant everyone would die. At that moment the sergeant started trembling and the tears came uncontrollably, and with her voice breaking she said it was all pointless now. According to her, the police had been defeated, and right behind them the officers' bodies proved she was right. Fear took hold of Shido, while Karen made it clear there would be no reinforcements and that they were surrounded by the demon leader's army. At the same time, the reporter, overwhelmed by panic, announced that the entire police force had been defeated and declared that this was the end. The 3 boys who'd been mocking earlier now watched in silence, terrified, as the reporter said the magical nobility was useless and screamed that everyone was going to die there. Soon the retirees following the news were gripped by fear too, because the reporter said there was nobody left who could fight the demons, but the only one still standing was Minato. At that moment, the surviving officers noticed him, and Karen shouted in shock when she saw the student moving toward the monsters, while Shido, tense, yelled at him to get out of there. Even so, Minato ignored the warnings and kept walking without hesitation toward his opponent. Out of patience, the MC said the demon leader had gone too far. The monster reacted by releasing an oppressive energy and started repeating, faster and faster, that he was going to kill. Hearing that disturbing voice, the students were frozen in fear. The remaining cops lowered their eyes too, unable to react. Suddenly, a powerful explosion hit the boss. The attack came from the protagonist, who ordered him to shut up. When the energy faded, the monster roared and unleashed even more power. Magic seals appeared around the remaining beasts, and then streams of dark energy spread in every direction. Faced with that, the protagonist stayed calm and decided not to show any tension so he wouldn't scare the others. The next moment, a wave of energy surged toward him. Even Inspector Shido thought he'd been hit. However, magical barriers appeared around the students and absorbed the attack. Those protections were created by the protagonist himself, who spread his arms and used a huge part of his strength to defend everyone. At the same time, non-stop attacks slammed into the demonic boss, making the monster scream in pain as it got hit again and again. Seeing that, Shido was completely stunned and couldn't react. He could only wonder who that student really was. Meanwhile, the reporter was broadcasting the fight, shocked, suggesting they move closer. Right then, a water magic attack destroyed the camera. The strike came from Mizuhi, who in her thoughts realized her mentor had always been hiding his true power. Minato didn't slow down and kept attacking the enemy without stopping. Seeing that, the 3 students started shouting, confident they'd be saved. Suddenly, 3 magical beasts appeared in front of them, spreading panic. Before they could react, the creatures were taken out by precise magic attacks. The ones responsible were Inspector Shido and Sergeant Karen, who, with a lot of effort, said they were ready to help the MC. Noticing that, the protagonist gave a faint smile and thought modern police were doing their job well. Then he went back to focusing all his attention on the constant attacks against the demonic boss. Suddenly, the monster lifted its head and let out a furious scream, making its energy grow in a terrifying way. The next instant, magic seals appeared, signaling a much more dangerous attack. Seeing that, Shido shouted, recognizing it was 6th level magic, something restricted to the magical nobility, and admitted there was no way to face that head-on. Without hesitating, the boss activated the 6th level skill called Dragon Flame. The students were terrified, while the reporter and the cameraman clung to each other. Overwhelmed by fear, Karen instinctively shielded a smaller girl while Shido spread his arms, trying to protect whoever he could reach, even knowing it would be useless. The power of that magic was way too much for any normal protection, making the remaining students stumble back, crying and drained. Hugging one of the students, Karen prayed silently that everyone would survive. Watching the scene, Shido thought that no matter how strong the protagonist was, there was no obvious way out. The only one who believed in the MC's potential without a shred of doubt was Mizuha, who looked at her mentor without fear and thought to herself that he would win. Minato raised his head and stared at the enemy coldly, realizing that despite being huge, the demon was slow and concluding that using 6th level magic had been reckless. After that assessment, he held out his hand and realized that 2nd level magic alone wouldn't be enough, and at the same time decided he didn't want to draw too much attention. Right after, a powerful energy wrapped around him and 4 magic seals appeared in front of him. The MC activated magical synthesis and used the 4th level technique, Serpent Storm. Seeing that, his student was blown away because she'd always believed in Minato. Soon the energy quickly transformed into a creature made of water. Shido was stunned and wondered if that was really magical synthesis. At the same time, Dragon Flame took the form of a creature of fire. Then the two forces collided head-on, kicking off a brutal clash. The water serpent surged forward with precision and grabbed its opponent by the neck. At that moment, the boss started repeating the word kill non-stop, powering up the attack even more. Even so, Minato just let out a heavy sigh. In a single move, the water serpent destroyed the fire one. Right after, it lunged at the demon and swallowed it whole. And just like that, it was over. Calmly, the protagonist thought the enemy had lost control from the very beginning. All that was left was the sign of its defeat. So Minato reflected that he'd expected a longer fight, but the boss was weaker than he looked. A little later, the surroundings returned to normal, and the threat completely disappeared. Then the MC thought that with the boss defeated, the catastrophe had finally ended, and in that moment, he concluded he could finally relax. At that moment, the students are in shock, wondering if they're really safe, and if Minato really defeated the demonic boss. But soon, everyone gets up celebrating the victory. Even the reporter and her assistant hug when they finally feel safe. Karen comforts a student, saying everything's okay now, and that the disaster is finally over, while Shido stares at Kusanagi without looking away and says that's impossible. He asks how a mere student could stop the disaster all by himself, since not even nobles with 6th level magic could beat the demon boss. Then the inspector collapses to the ground because his legs give out from overload. Minato walks up to his student, telling her everything's been taken care of. She smiles and says she always believed in him. Really emotional, Mizuha thanks her mentor, happy. The MC welcomes Yuke. Then both of them are caught off guard. A bunch of students surround him with praise and gratitude, but the protagonist gets annoyed and tells them to back off. Then the MC regrets standing out, just like in his past life, and hopes he won't have to live an annoying life from now on. Watching her mentor, the girl notices how irritated he got with all that attention. The academy announces the end of the disaster and confirms there were no deaths despite the injuries, and refuses to reveal details about the student who defeated the demon boss alone. His classmates show the news to Kusanagi, who gets irritated by the savior fame while they say that's normal. The MC also gets promoted to Class S, and his old classmates feel uncomfortable, realizing they can't talk to him the same way anymore. Even so, some girls ask what the secret behind his strength is, imagining he inherited the blood of some great noble mage. Meanwhile, a Class S student notices Kusanagi's discomfort with the excessive attention and doubts. A student that powerful really exists. Minato's classmates defend him, confirming he beat the demon boss alone, but the boy stays suspicious, thinking it's all way too weird. Kusanagi takes the chance to leave class, feeling a huge sense of relief as he gets away. Soon his student finds him and asks with a mischievous smile if he's having trouble, and he just says he wants to avoid getting teased. Then she says that's normal. After all, he's the powerful savior who protected the whole school. Minato remembers that his student also got promoted to Class S. She confirms it and says it's because of her efforts during the disaster, so the guy asks if she's happy about it. Mizuha says yes, but it's because a certain person is in that class too. Kusanagi remembers Ruka and asks if she's doing better, and his student confirms it, saying the two of them have been talking a lot more than before. Minato thinks that's a good thing, and Yuka is happy too. Then she thanks the MC for everything, showing her sincere gratitude. Without warning, Kusanagi gives her a light pat on the head, making her blush and ask why, and then the protagonist explains he doesn't want her thanking him all the time. Mizuha just smiles. At a conference, a man ends a video call with other countries. They know getting support for the next disaster will be hard, since everyone's overloaded with measures and plans. They talk about the news of the student who defeated the demon boss, pointing out how strange the case is, and the fact that even the police department got beaten. Then they conclude it might have been a misunderstanding, hope other nations doubt it too, and order the noble mages to return to start preparations for the next disaster. On the school rooftop, the pairs of friends meet up. The four of them look at each other in silence for a few moments. Then Ruka says she has something she'd like to ask Kusanagi. Determined, the girl asks him to accept her as his disciple. After some time in silence in the room, Ruka starts talking about the disaster. Kusanagi managed to defeat the demon captain and stop the whole thing. She's surprised to learn he used level 4 magic, stronger than what many living mages can use. As unlikely as it is, Ruka believes Yuchika, because she always knew her sister never lied. She says her sister had always been a well-behaved kid since childhood, and didn't like disobeying. She also thinks someone with so many qualities and so much strength shouldn't end up as a talentless mage. Then he has the girl stand up, saying she's going to become much stronger. That makes Ruka really proud, and she notices her sister has matured a lot. Kusanagi's strength surpasses that of many students, and maybe even her father's. With that idea in mind, she asks her friend to help her with something. If things keep going like this, she'll become a high-class mage, and needs help to become even stronger. Right now, she's apologizing for insulting her friend, and seriously underestimating him. You know your request sounds really selfish, but you've got to swallow your pride to do it. Luckily, the boy is easygoing, and agrees to take her on as his disciple from now on. That leaves the girl surprised because she didn't think it would work out since she did a lot of horrible things to Kusanagi, but he's already forgiven the girl, accepted her apology, and there's nothing more to say. In that case, her big tough friend agrees too, and doesn't see any problem with teaching. That surprises the girl, and she realizes he's that kind of kind-hearted person. While watching the two of them talking, she concludes the hero is a mystery. That same afternoon, in a conference room at the police division, Shido and his friend Sanada are there from the police division for beast countermeasures. The two of them show their gratitude and thank him a lot, because without the MC's help, the civilians would have been wiped out. But the boy says they've thanked him enough and he doesn't need any more, and asks what they want. Even though the investigation into the calamity is over, there's still something that's caught the detective's attention. The blonde guy asks if the hero awakened his ability after getting into a traffic accident. Some people even say he became a totally different person after that brutal accident. They say his personality changed, and the magic in his body became insanely strong enough to defeat a demon captain. That annoys the girl, who wants to understand where they're going with all this talk. The man decides to rephrase his question and wants to know if the MC knows some guy called the Black Mage. This mage defeated beasts and helped a bunch of people in the middle of the night while wearing a cloak. When they ask what that has to do with their friend, they answer that the two are pretty similar. Not just in size, but they also seem to be the same age. Their powers are considerable, and there's nobody that age who could use that much magic. Not to mention the time period when he started acting at night. They remind him it's illegal to use magic in the city without permission, and if it's a student, the school will take action. However, since this case has gotten a lot of publicity in the last few days, the police are forced to take action. Expulsion won't be enough, and if he confesses to the crimes, they might try to reduce the sentence. So the detective lays his cards on the table, and asks if the MC is the Black Mage. Without stuttering or getting scared, he says he's not who they're accusing him of being. With that simple statement, the blonde guy believes him and realizes the two aren't the same person. With that, they thank him for the meeting and start to leave. As he walks out, he reflects that the MC isn't an ordinary student and definitely has something different about him. His detective friend is sure Kusanagi is the mage because of a bunch of similarities. Even so, she can't tell anyone about his real identity, because the MC is a good person. On one side, the blonde guy wants to find out more about the secret identity, and on the other, the girl wants to hide it. Then the teacher starts introducing the students who are joining her S class from today on. The class gets curious to learn more about the boy who defeated the big demonic villain. On the other side, the girls also want to know more about the blue-haired girl. Out of patience, the teacher asks everyone to sit down so class can finally start. All of this was really exhausting for the MC, who didn't want to stand out at all. Right now, a very pretty red-headed girl wants a bit of the protagonist's attention. Checky 21. Once again, the hero ends up on the rooftop to have a private talk with someone. When she thought she'd be doing solo training, the girl notices Minato is in the same place too. Looking closer, she sees he's with a pretty girl. In a sweet way, she asks if her classmate remembers her. The guy remembers that he saved this girl's life during the calamity incident in the past. He also remembers that during combat classes she was attacked by monsters, and someone helped her using magic. The pieces start falling into place for Kusanagi, as he remembers that's why the girl thanks him for being saved twice, even if it was the right thing to do. With her cheeks red, she compliments the MC, thinking he's really cool. Today, the girl can't hear the conversation very well, and gets curious about what they're talking about. Surprisingly, the redhead admits she likes the protagonist, and wants to go on a date with him. That surprises the girl and the protagonist too, since he wasn't expecting a confession like that. Even if she doesn't have many good points, she promises she'll do her best for him. She begs for them to start dating from now on. Coldly, the MC thanks her but apologizes, totally killing the girl's vibe. He explains he doesn't have time to start dating someone and that he has something to do first. So the girl thanks him for being honest and says she can give up on the protagonist now. Even so, as she walks away, you can tell she's crying without letting anyone see. Then Yuika gets found out, and they ask her to stop hiding against the wall. Her mana control is so bad it looks like it's spread all over the rooftop, so it's really easy to notice. The girl explains she was there by chance and didn't mean to listen in on purpose. Still, she asks why her friend turned down dating, since the girl was really pretty. It's revealed he doesn't plan on dating anyone, which leaves her confused. Even though physically they're in the same school year, he thinks their ages are very different. Somehow, his friend feels relieved hearing that, and she doesn't understand why. Even in the hallways and on the school stairs, she keeps thinking about how her friend doesn't plan to date. The MC tells her to focus a bit more on mana control training and practice more. Her plan is to give it her all and get strong enough that the protagonist notices her. At night, the number of monsters still hasn't gone down, even though the calamity is over. A girl is running from an evil sorcerer while screaming for help. Right then, the masked guy shows up in the middle of the chaos to save the day again. With a quick move, he yanks the man by the arm and punches him in the stomach. Then he activates the yellow ritual, which sends him flying really far away. The thug was nothing but an amateur, and his fighting skills were terrible. The girl thanks him and seems to already know the reputation of the great black mage. With zero patience, the MC vanishes like magic, leaving everyone behind. While escaping, the MC wonders why his alter ego is getting so famous among people and students. At school, they say this so-called amateur mage acts at night, and it seems like people love gossiping about him. That happens because this guy has become a popular topic on the internet recently. The digital illiterate doesn't even know what internet means, and thinks it's a fishing net. It's really weird for someone that age not to understand technology and not know how to use phones. The girl explains you can find anything on the internet, and that information spreads like lightning. Then their classmates start explaining to the MC how to use a smartphone. Super excited, he finally announces that he managed to open the app. Now he can use the network and thinks this is really easy. Ruka remembers the promise to train, and wants to know when they're going to start lessons. So the boy says they can start after class, in exchange for having learned how to use the phone. Even so, his friend has a really bad feeling about all of this. Some time passes, and the big guy is already down on the ground after only a short time training. They didn't even start warming up, and they already have to act like their lives depend on this training. Even so, the guy is stubborn and still manages to keep fighting. That's the spirit the protagonist wants, and he orders them to come in for the fight. With that, the three of them charge in, using their magic together. Now the story moves to near Tokyo Tower. Some men in suits are using binoculars to watch something from far away. One of them is shaking and asks what's going on. From a distance, they can see a bunch of monsters and beasts coming out and moving closer. Trimmy 22. After the training, the trio looks pretty tired and like they've given up. Even so, it was a surprise move, and they hit back with all their strength. That strategy is useless, since the hero is really strong and can counter all of them. Taking advantage of that opening, the girl shows up from behind, trying to attack him from the back. With his high speed, the protagonist manages to dodge the strike, surprising her. On top of that, he shoots magic at her forehead to end the fight again. With everyone defeated, it's time for a break to rest. The look on the protagonist's face shows he thinks he fooled everyone about his identity. But the girl thinks there's a reason he doesn't reveal things, and figures it's better not to dig any deeper. Also, he thinks the three of them are really easy to fool and way too dumb. Heading back home, the friends say the training was really good and that the big guy is pretty tough. But it leaves him really hungry, and he needs to go back home to cook something. This surprises the MC, since he didn't think a big guy like that would know how to cook well. Back at his place, the boy gets surrounded by kids who come to play next to him. The cook walks up with plates in his hands and apologizes for the little brats. But that's not a problem for the protagonist, who shoos everyone away using his levitation magic. Because of that, he gets complaints from his friend, who doesn't like using magic inside the house. It's really unexpected that the big guy is so good at taking care of kids, despite how he looks. Remembering the city ruins full of crying kids, with sadness in his eyes, the protagonist says kids are just too precious. Then the hero starts reading stories to the babies, who keep playing and listening. Before they eat the feast, everyone thanks for the meal. It's revealed the man doesn't have a father and that his mom works late, so he does all the housework while she's not around. The protagonist realizes his friend is pretty busy with chores at home, and also with work, but he says that no matter how hard it is, he doesn't hate doing those things. He says the harder things are, the stronger people get. That same night, everyone sleeps together in shared beds, even if it's uncomfortable. Kusanagi doesn't think it's that bad to sleep like this once in a while. Shark 23. All of a sudden, the blonde guy wants Kusanagi to work together with them. And if he's okay with it, he can definitely lend his power to the police. Even though he really doesn't want to stand out there, the situation won't let him. Besides, he'll be properly compensated, and they'll let the academy know themselves. His friends are also down to help and provide support whenever they can. Unfortunately, it'd be impossible for this bunch of kids to help for now. Even if they're the strongest level at the academy, that's nothing compared to a real battle. The only way to join the team is if their powers are close to the MC's level. Leaving with the protagonist, he tells his friends to go back to the academy. Like it's no big deal, the hero tells them they should catch up to him. That really motivates the three of them, and they keep that goal in mind. Now the story moves to police headquarters, inside the Disaster Countermeasures Division. There are hundreds of beasts closing in on Tokyo Tower, and they need to deal with it before civilians get hurt. He explains they asked for help from the student who helped a few days ago. When he stands up, Kusanagi causes some murmurs from the seats behind. The blonde guy draws attention by explaining it was Minato who stopped the calamity at the academy. There's barely anyone with his level of power, and his help is basically mandatory. The two jealous detectives get mad at the way the kid acts in the room, but what they need to do is still the same, and they need to wipe out their enemies. Everyone gets sent back to their posts after all the talking. The man apologizes to the protagonist for all of this, and he lets it slide. The one who gets chewed out is Sanada, who should have done something, but was too scared to act. Luckily, the boy really doesn't care about the situation, and asks them not to worry. The detective who's into him thinks the protagonist is a really good person. The rough combat power level is around 80 mages, and most of them are mid-rank. Mid-ranks can use level 2 magic, while high ranks can use up to level 3. As pathetic as it sounds, the hero can use level 4 magic, and is one of the strongest in the police. The battle plan is to have only one battle mage, and that's not even considered a strategy. There won't be many problems if it's just demonic soldiers and magic beasts. But beings from a higher plane are highly intelligent and require strategies to deal with them. Looks like they also don't have any kind of equipment, judging by what the hero saw. They normally go into battle wearing light clothes, and he explains that back in the day there used to be anti-beast gear. Now that gear is rare, and the hero thinks about how there used to be plenty of it in the past. Even though he knows magic has declined, he wants to understand what really happened over the last 50 years. Finally, the police arrive at Tokyo Tower. All kinds of monstrosities are flying around, even though the calamity isn't happening. Watching everything from far away, the hero gets thoughtful, trying to figure out what's going on. The detectives notice there are way more monsters than what was reported earlier. In the middle of them there's a demonic captain, and they might need to call in support from private organizations. The problem is, everyone's busy with the rise in beasts, and they already have a lot to deal with. Probably the only choice left is to take these things down themselves, without getting wiped out. Kusanagi might be able to wipe them all out with his power. That pisses the detectives off, because they think the kid is just showing off, and can't actually win for real. Watching this crowd of monsters, he says something feels off. When he looks up at the sky over Tokyo Tower, something red starts to appear. They announce the start of yet another brutal calamity. The police radios start reporting the situation to every station. Another calamity is happening around the country. As they listen to the warnings on the radios, people run from the beasts in panic. The cops' top priority is risking themselves to save civilians. On top of that, they're going to try to deal with this calamity inside the city, as the main priority. The problem is, they won't have support from anyone in any other area. Seiji 24. A new calamity is happening again, and they want to know what it means. Even if these events happen naturally, the beasts seem to be behind it, and maybe they figured out how to trigger a calamity. The detectives are scared, thinking it's impossible to handle without support, and that they need to regroup. The problem is, the beasts keep moving, and won't stop attacking. All the monsters are heading toward the city at full speed. At this rate, they'll cause a ton of damage to civilians, and maybe the only way is to fight them. Fear starts spreading among the cops, who think their department failed. Even so, the hero is fired up and jumps in, saying they can handle it. He lands in a spot surrounded by monsters rushing in at high speed. Honestly, the whole area is packed with beasts hungry for a fight. From far away, the detectives think the kid is going to end up dying, and that he should run for it. Then he activates a third-level spell called Wind Cutter. The whole mass destruction scene shocks the cops and gets the blonde guy pumped. In just a few seconds, he manages to wipe out all the monsters around him easily. Even so, the calamity still isn't over, and more demons are still coming. The battle mages start activating powers from a distance. Luckily, the hero puts up a magic barrier, protecting himself from the hits. Putting up that shield was a great call, and it should be enough to block everything. As a counterattack, he destroys all the opponents with a flick of magic. It's wild seeing he can use different magical attributes, just like you'd expect from someone that strong. The cops' orders are to follow the hero while backing him up. Even scared, the men don't want to run and decide to push forward. So the squad starts attacking non-stop, giving it everything they've got in this war. That's pretty unexpected for the MC, who notices they're stronger than they look. In the middle of this battle, the demon captain finally shows up, looking intimidating as hell. Only a legendary mage can beat this thing, and nobody there is on its level. A blue aura starts surrounding the area, closing in on the cops. The kid's plan is to take down the captain while leaving the soldiers to his friends. The team is shocked when they see their co-workers' powerful magic. They need to keep fighting until the boss shows up. 60 years ago, the first worldwide calamity happened, and since then these events happen every now and then, wrecking the world. If what happened back then happens again, this event will spread across the world one more time. Luckily, he's here this time, and he's not going to let humanity get wiped out. A monster corners the detective and lunges with a quick attack. Luckily, the protagonist was there to save the day again, using a red spell. This has happened before, and it feels just like that time. She thanks Kusanagi for the help, and he asks if she's okay. That worries the boy because he realizes it's happening again and his identity might get exposed. Questions start popping up in the girl's head because she wants to understand how he got so strong. The problem is, her friend might hate her if she asks something that invasive. Trying hard not to think anything weird, she's caught off guard by explosions. While she was distracted, monsters close in, but the hero uses his magic to destroy them. This place is really dangerous and she apologizes again. Looks like she can't use combat magic and needs to stay by the hero's side. The kid seems way more like an adult and doesn't act like a student at all. Somewhere else in the battle, the detectives keep using their magic when they're caught off guard. They can't stop shaking for some unknown reason. Right then, a demon captain shows up, giving off purple magic. This is another variation of the species, and it seems even stronger than the original. Discouraged, the men don't know if even powerful mages could beat this thing. In all of this, the hero doesn't even flinch in fear and stays calm. And they warn that there's no way to beat this thing, no matter how strong the kid is. Even so, he's confident in his skills and says he can win. All of a sudden, the cop notices the shaking has stopped. The girl is rooting for Kusanagi and wants him to win this fight. Maybe he's got the strength of a noble mage if he can beat this stronger captain type. As the one-on-one fight gets closer, the blonde guy wants to see how far the protagonist's strength really goes. Chunqing 25. These soldiers need to go all out until the final boss is defeated. The two opponents watch each other from a distance before the duel begins. The captain is the one who starts the fight, activating a powerful fire spell. Even so, the hero doesn't even move, and realizes the explosion happens behind him. This monster's strength is ridiculous, and it's only level 1. Seeing the hero came out alive, they want to understand who he really is. No lies, but all they need to know is that he's just a normal student. Then he starts giving off a blue magical aura during the fight. All that's on the demon's mind is taking down the strong human in front of him. As they fight, they can't believe this thing is level 6, and that it shouldn't be possible to beat it. The kid gets stuck, not knowing what to do, because he wants to avoid his allies getting hit. All the beasts start activating a purple spell at the same time. Strangely, they're all working together, in sync with something bigger. Scared, the girl warns Kusanagi to run as the impacts get closer. Even so, he doesn't move and uses his magic to hold back the attack, putting out all the fire with the water he formed. When the purple beams close in, a sub-barrier manages to protect him at the last second. The boss gets annoyed when the hero asks if that's it. Everyone is confused about who he is and what just happened in the battle. Only a noble mage can use a level 6 spell. It's a very advanced remote activation technique. The most surprising thing is that he used a second type of magic at the same time. Normally you can only use one spell at a time, and there's a cooldown before you can use a different type. Using one type of magic is already really powerful, but using two at the same time could mean the kid is stronger than a noble mage. The detective's gut feeling wasn't wrong, and he really is the person he's been looking for. The great and powerful Ichikami Minato. When the monster gets closer, the hero thinks the place is way too crowded and wants to move to another spot. Activating his level 1 skill, he easily throws the captain really far away. Then the battle moves to the skies, where nobody can get close. He does that so he won't get help from anyone, and can fight alone. Now that he's away from everyone, he's happy, because he doesn't have to hold back his power. He can easily dodge the attacks the big beast throws at him. He takes a hit that sends him flying back, but activates a spell that keeps him in the air. Once again, the monster tries to throw its fire magic at the protagonist, who watches it all without fear. A huge fireball forms, and the boss hurls it at the protagonist with a purple aura. This time, he lands the hit and watches the opponent fall to the ground, while he floats in the sky. But that wasn't even close to enough to defeat the protagonist, who gets up brushing off the dirt. Shocked, the beast wonders how that's possible, since that blow could take down anyone. Back on the battlefield, the MC thinks the best call is to go in for hand-to-hand combat. He closes in while winding up a powerful punch toward the demonic enemy. He also knows his enemy won't be able to land an attack on him. His punch is so strong it sends the demon captain flying dozens of meters away. When it gets back up after the hit, the beast can't believe a simple human punch is that effective. Furious, it asks who the person in front of it really is. In a fighting stance, the kid says he can't rely on magic alone, and that he's going to show some other tricks. This is the moment to show his own technique. Shock 26. On the battlefield, the hero is giving off several colorful auras, with a smile on his face. Even his enemy is impressed by such huge, vivid magical power. That power brings a sense of calm, and the cops feel like there's something above them. Up in the sky, the MC focuses to use his powers as effectively as possible. Even so, the demon says the enemy can attack, and that human attacks are useless against them. He wants to see if that's true, so he moves toward the big beast. He manages to land a clean hit right in the enemy's chest, using all his magic. In the fight, the boy seems to be doing really well, and lands several solid blows on the captain. The blonde guy is impressed since he didn't know the MC could stand out in hand-to-hand combat. After all, everyone knows human punches are basically useless against those evil beasts. Badly hurt, the enemy can't understand how the attacks were so effective. Normal attacks and weapons are useless against beasts, but things change when you use a huge amount of magic. Attacking while covering yourself in aura is a mix of martial arts and magical power. This fighting style is called magical martial arts. The captain still can't believe a mere human is managing to beat him. Furious, he charges in, yelling that he won't accept something like this. That was the chance the MC needed to unleash an attack so powerful it blew a hole through the beast's body. All the other beasts see their captain lifeless, lying on the ground after being defeated. Because of the protagonist's help, the calamity finally stops and the detectives feel proud. There's still a problem, and they need to take out the enemies left on the battlefield. At that moment, the boy thinks the rest of the work can be left to the police. The funny thing is, it had been a long time since he'd used that fighting style, and he was rusty. When he comes down to the ground, he notices the whole detective team standing right in front of him. They thank him for the job well done, and for managing to defeat the boss behind this calamity. Because of that, they all salute Mr. Kusanagi together. From that day on, these events happened around the world, and thanks to the police and the mages, they managed to stop the worst from happening. Online, a lot of criticism was aimed at the government and the police, who let the public down. As people's anxiety kept growing, someone brought up the Black Mage. People are happy to know there's a hooded guy out there to save them and defeat the beasts. In the classroom, people are curious about how the last calamity was stopped, and what kind of power the MC used. All that chatter really annoys the boy, since he doesn't like standing out. In today's class, the teacher also wants to talk about the event that recently happened at Tokyo Tower. She says there's a very experienced student in the room, looking straight at Kusanagi. At that moment, the police show up in the classroom, asking to come in. The detective says she got permission from the principal to do what she needs to do. Once again, they need to borrow the protagonist's power to solve problems. That annoys the boy, because he knows this kind of thing can make the police look unreliable. On top of that, it's uncomfortable noticing all the students staring right at him. With no choice, he has to understand what he's getting dragged into, and they explain he'll be rewarded for it. Besides calamities and beasts popping up around the world, illegal mages and organizations are getting more active every day. The police don't have as many people anymore, and need the protagonist's help since he's the strongest. Next time, the boy wants to be contacted by phone to avoid all this mess in the classroom. The woman explains they want the protagonist to defeat the beasts that are showing up in a nearby area. They were going to go together by car, but it's already too late, and there won't be enough time. So the hero uses his magic to go ahead first, at high speed. You can see the city is completely destroyed and in ruins. Two kids are alone in the middle of the wreckage, and the older brother swears to protect the younger one. Chapter 27. A monstrous four-legged beast appears in front of the boys, roaring in anger. At that moment, the boys' plan is to run so they won't get attacked. But unfortunately, they fall to the ground, tripping over some rocks. The beast takes the chance to attack and bite down on its next meal. Luckily, the hero shows up at just the right moment to save the kids with his powers. As he comes up to the boys, he praises them both and says they did really well. Then he hands back the boy's doll that had fallen earlier. Running off to the next fight, he says that toy will protect them. Seeing the man leave with his powers, the younger kid feels really fired up. You can tell the battle in this city is way more of a mess than the one that happened at the academy before. Unlike Shibuya, this place has lots of obstacles and people to save. With so many civilians running around, it'll be hard to use magic bullets without hitting someone. It's possible to tell beast magic apart from human magic, but you can't detect humans with no magic. The only way to save everyone is to patrol the area carefully. Right now, the detective's focus is taking down all the beasts, while the firefighters rescue the public. Then the man notices Kusanagi's presence. He was with them during the last calamity. The protagonist is there as police backup and asks how things are going. They still need to save half the civilians, but they can't reach the other side. Hearing that, the kid's plan is to check that other side of the city, which is impossible to access. The worrying part is there are reports of illegal mages in that area. There's no reason to worry about the protagonist, since they know his true power. Another officer doesn't get who this young guy is who managed to wipe out all the beasts in an instant. Maybe he showed up in the fight to save everyone during this chaotic time. Level 6 powers are being used in the city to destroy the evil creatures. Demonic captains showing up outside a calamity was something that would have been impossible even 50 years ago. The beasts are increasing in number and gradually getting more and more powerful. They're getting so strong that maybe even the protagonist won't be able to handle it. If they don't start taking precautions now, things could spiral out of control. He's got a lot of plans in mind, but he's not sure which one to go with right now. Patrolling through the city, he saves a bunch of people as his detective friend approaches. The detectives thank Kusanagi again for the help, since he helped minimize the damage, but he says it's all thanks to the police and firefighters, and he was just doing a simple support job. That makes the officer like the boy even more and believe he's amazing. They apologize for what happened in the last calamity and admit they were acting out of anger toward the MC. Calming things down, he explains it's normal for a student to act proud and that they don't need to waste any more time on it. That maturity from the hero impresses the officers, who thank him once again. The detective also thanks him and apologizes for relying so much on the protagonist, who's just a student. They need to come up with a plan to counterattack the beast from this calamity, since they're getting strong. At that moment, the two brothers show up and draw attention. They thank him for the help earlier, making the MC happy they're safe. The younger kid asks if Kusanagi is the great mage, and his brother apologizes for that. Looking at the doll in the kid's hand, the MC says yes, he's that mage, hyping the kid up even more. He says he already knew it. In the past, the MC is confused by the idea of them making dolls of him, saying nobody would want to buy that. His friend says those items matter to kids who need support in their hearts. The nerd says this kind of thing will go down in history for the next 100 years, and asks permission to do it. In the present, the MC understands what his friend meant, but he knows dolls don't have the power to save anyone. The real great mage is the one who's truly needed in times like this. Now the story moves to somewhere in the capital. People are talking about what they know about the Black Mage. Kuroya Kuto is the president of the mage guild called the Black Rebellion. An illegal mage who isn't part of his guild must mean he's against him. In a threatening tone, he asks his henchmen if he's right. The orders are to find out the hooded guy's real identity. On top of that, he doesn't care if they use military force to do it. The guild manager shows up and asks if they can eliminate him if he refuses. Honestly, these people are even worse and want to torture the MC before taking him down. That gets the manager even more pumped to do the job. Chapter 28, the girl wants to know how much power Kusanagi has. Her friend wants to know too and starts theorizing how high the numbers go. It's revealed his power level is 99,990,000. That leaves the trio confused, thinking that amount of power is over the top. After all, the great mage Minato is known for having only 1 million power. 1 million is considered the highest limit of magical power, and it's basically common knowledge. That makes the hero curious about how far his magical powers go, so he looks it up online. After messing with his phone for a while, he forgets how to use it and gives up because it's too complicated. Suddenly, he gets a call from someone. The person apologizes for the sudden call, but asks if the MC has any free time. Shido wants to know if the hero's friends are there too, and asks him to put the call on speaker. The MC is so digitally illiterate he can't even turn on that feature and asks his friend for help. Because of the rise in monsters, the police decided to set up a specialized anti-monster unit. It'll be called the Special Magic Team, and they want Kusanagi to be the captain of that specialized unit. That kind of title is something a lot of mages want, and even Minato wouldn't turn it down. But surprisingly and totally against expectations, the protagonist refuses the position. Before dropping the subject, Shido wants to explain what he's thinking. He says there are too many problems, and the police can't handle them all, and in the current situation, they can't defeat the monsters on their own. The hero figures that's happening because Mage's overall level is low right now. The heads of the noble mage families haven't come back from their meeting on another continent, leaving only someone named Fuka. When he stops to think about it, the protagonist realizes he's never met his friend's parents. On top of that, he recommends the 3 friends from the academy join this specialized unit too. He'll handle all the problems and negotiations so the boy can focus on leading the mages. He begs him to take the position, because he's the only person they can truly rely on. After hearing all that, the MC ends up agreeing to become the captain. That really fires up the blonde guy who didn't expect his proposal to actually be accepted. His friends agree too, and they've got no reason to turn down something this good. He has a few worries about the position, but he thinks it'll be fine if he can train a few mages. The newspaper reports that criticism toward the noble mage families has been growing. Besides abandoning their duties because of the disaster at the school, they're also slow at taking out the monsters. In a very luxurious room, the butler comes in saying he received documents from the Metropolitan Police. The man reads about this so-called special magic unit and thinks they're just useless people doing pointless stuff. But maybe it'll be enough to shut the public up. Arrogantly, he tells the butler to call his idiot son to his room. The story now moves to the meeting to form this special team. They explain there were candidates but applications weren't submitted, and if they get good results, more will definitely come. You could already tell that would be the case, since a team led by a student could cause problems. Then the detective hands something directly to the protagonist. It's a temporary mage badge to put on their clothes. It's for showing when needed, and it's temporary because none of them are qualified mages yet. With that, the student treatment is over, and everything will be left to the captain. The boy thinks about how it's been a long time since he led people. In front of them, he introduces himself, says he'll be the captain of this unit, and says he wants to promise something. His promise is that he'll make all of them stronger even than the noble mages. That shocks everyone in the room since noble mages are insanely powerful. Seeing that nobody believed him, the MC decides to prove it. So he asks if there's any power measuring device at the station. In that power measurement room, the first ones to take the test are Ruka and Ryuji. They both fire their power into the machine, which apparently absorbs it. Before, their magic power was 10,000 and 8,000 respectively, but now it must have gone up. The girl is stunned when she sees the numbers on the screen hit 30,000. The same happens with the big guy who hits 28,000, an increase of 20,000 power. That amazes the police who realize those levels are high-rank mage territory. But the MC says it's way too early to be surprised and asks his friend to measure her power too. Chapter 29. The girl gets nervous, thinking about what'll happen if the power gap between her and her sister is too big. Even though she's worked really hard, she's still just an ordinary person and she's scared of the results. But she decides she won't run away anymore. No matter what happens in the end, letting all her power out, she refuses to fool herself one more time in her life. The detectives are impressed and curious to see the result. The number shown is an incredible 26,000, and according to the stats, she should be around 2,000. According to the protagonist, it's possible to raise magic power like that, but she shoots back that actually, you need talent. The only thing you really need is to work hard and never give up. He pats his friend on the head, saying he's really proud and that she did a good job. Her sister is happy seeing that, and the pair get praised too. That's what you'd expect from Ruka, since that kind of thing is normal in the Mizuha family. Even so, the protagonist insists on praising her for the good work she did. He says he always knew his buddy was something else, and that he doesn't know fear because he's brave. His friend gets kinda annoyed and says she's not a kid. That scares everyone for a second, but they're relieved she wasn't actually mad. It's the first time this girl's ever gotten a pat on the head, and not even her dad used to do that. Someone shows up saying they've been looking for them for a while and wants to welcome them. The detective didn't know he was coming today, but suddenly changed his mind. This is Mr. Shopla, a noble mage from the Fuka family. They had no choice but to ask a noble for approval, and they were forced to enlist everyone. This family ignored the requests when the school went into disaster mode and would rather keep quiet. Chubby doesn't get why Japan's magical leadership team is made up of just students. So the cop explains it was this student who stopped the calamity, and his achievements got him made captain of the unit. The mage can't understand how a regular person, who isn't a noble, stopped a disaster. Stepping on the MC's foot, he asks how some kid dares to be in a position above him. His friends get pissed about it and start cussing him out. The noble says commoners get emotional easily, and looks at the 2 Mizuha daughters. He says the 2 of them don't look like trash like the rest. With a nasty grin, he says he'll be the unit captain, even though it's already been decided otherwise. He suggests that whoever defeats the calamity boss earns the right to be captain. Not caring what anyone thinks, he says it's decided and walks off. Even so, the hero stays calm and knows there's no stopping a loudmouth like that. The trio says they won't let Chubby become the team captain. The MC wonders why the 3 of them are way more pissed about this than he is. Now they're at the police training area. Once again, the MC is stuck and wants to understand the level of magical power they're dealing with. To start, he wants to explain the importance of magic to everyone. Power, or mana, is the energy needed to produce magic. but it has other uses too. Then he asks the big guy to attack with his full strength. Charging in with a punch, he says, "Don't complain later." The hit lands on the protagonist's face, but it's blocked by a magic barrier. If you have a lot of mana, you can use it naturally, and if your storage is insane, you can do it all the time. While his friend throws a bunch of punches, he explains this is called automatic magic. Increasing your power capacity is the most important thing for mages, and everyone needs to keep that in mind. Besides training, they'll need equipment and some kind of anti-monster gear. From Shadow's look, it must be hard to get that, and he asks them to wait a little longer. He thinks those items don't exist anymore these days, and decides to try making something himself. Looking through the drawers, he grabs a cheap ring to use, but that won't be enough, and the boy realizes he needs to go shopping. Right then, Ruka calls his phone. After a moment of silence, the girl says only he can be captain and encourages him. Laughing at her attitude, he decides to ask while he's still on the call. He asks her to go shopping together, since he doesn't know where to find accessories. He explains he wants to go with just the girl and there's no need to go in big groups. That makes the girl a little shy. Excited about the shopping day, the boy wants to know what she thinks about it. She's 30. After a while, the girl says she doesn't mind going shopping with the MC. It could save his life, and they decide to meet at the station the next day. With that, he should be able to buy rings for all the members, and he wonders if he should start making anti-monster gear. Using his magic on the cheap jewelry, he thinks it might work somehow. Just then, dinner is ready, and the girl goes to call her sister, but she doesn't answer. When she goes into the room, she realizes the girl is picking out clothes at this hour. Seeing the room totally messy with clothes everywhere, she tells her the food's ready. It's the first time she's seen her sister excited about something, and she wonders if she's going on a date. The next day, the protagonist is already at the agreed station, waiting for his classmate. The girl needs to hide her magic so Minato won't notice it, and she can't get too close. She blames herself for spying on her friend and her sister at a time like this. All of a sudden, Ruka shows up looking really pretty, drawing everyone's attention on the street. When he gets there, he asks if he made his friend wait too long. He explains he just got there. The guys on the street get jealous of the MC, thinking he's the girl's boyfriend. That also annoys Yuika, who doesn't believe the two of them are on a date. It's explained that the protagonist came there to buy some rings. He needs them as kind of a gift, and actually wants several. That freaks the girl out, and she says Japan doesn't support polygamy. If they need to buy in bulk, cheap rings are better, and she knows the right place. So they go to a few shops to look for those items, while being watched from afar. It's really hard to find the exact ring the protagonist wants in that market. Even when they find a cool ring, something feels off. The girl gets uncomfortable when she notices their faces are way too close. The saleswoman says she can give a nice discount if the ring is a gift for his girlfriend. That embarrasses the MC, and he gets cut off by Ruka, who says she's not his girlfriend. The saleswoman wasn't expecting that answer, and gets embarrassed. Awkwardly, she tells them to feel free to look around the store. Taking a short break, the MC says he's exhausted from walking around somewhere so packed with people. It's so hard to find what he's looking for that he thinks about changing his requirements. All of a sudden, the witch says she's not good at showing affection. She says her friend knows what she's like and how her personality works. She says she can't even interact well with her own sister, and that she's caused a lot of suffering. She says her friend would be better off shopping with her sister, that he should go with her, and that now she wants to go home. But the boy cuts in and says he knows that's not true. He explains that the girl looked up where the shops were beforehand and worked really hard to choose which ones they'd visit, and he wants her to know she really is a huge help. That moves Ruka, and she gets shy, not knowing what to say. From far away, the spy realizes she's never seen her sister like that. Taking off her disguise, she wonders what she's even doing there, and decides to go home. Finally, after a long time searching, they find some decent rings to buy. The protagonist buys 5 of each, needed for the team members. The witch knows their friends will be excited to get a carefully chosen gift. These items are needed as equipment and will definitely make the squad happy. Finally, Ruka understands why the whole shopping thing was such a big deal. So the protagonist thanks his friend for the help, saying she was really useful. Like an honorable man, he decides to repay her somehow. Then he shows a pretty ring as a gift. In a romantic way, he takes his friend's hand and puts the ring on her finger. It's the first special ring he made, and he asks her to take good care of the equipment. When she gets the gift, the girl gets embarrassed and decides to leave. It was time to explain how the anti-monster equipment worked, but he decides to leave it for another time. Walking through the streets, the girl looks at the ring on her finger. Holding it close to her heart, she gets embarrassed and shy. Chalk 31. Now it's time to put the equipment into each team member's hands. The detectives are impressed by the magical reaction and realize it's a kind of anti-monster equipment. If they're infused with magic, they can be used. This item, when infused with magical power, lets you use level 1 wind magic. That impresses the blonde guy, who doesn't understand how the protagonist did it all by himself. That's because blacksmiths capable of making items like that are basically non-existent in today's world. He says the boy never stops impressing him with what he does. Yuki also gets curious about her older sister's ring. She notices her sister is wearing an item she wasn't wearing before and figures she got it on the date. She gets restless, thinking about what exactly happened after she left. The team needs a good way to get around and can't rely on cars that aren't fast enough. Shadow remembers they always showed up late to battle scenes with the police vehicles. With this equipment, anyone can use wind magic to cut down travel distance. But they have to remember it's a basic spell and shouldn't be used to attack anyone. Air magic involves flight and acceleration and needs to start with a jump. Her friend is the first one who manages to float without any trouble and gets praised. It's nothing to her since she's trained manipulation magic forever. The guilt of spying on her friends weighs on the girl's heart. At that moment, the MC asks if she knows Ichikami Minato, and she says he's the person she admires most. His power level was around 1,000,000, and he could use long-range spells, but he died fighting the demon god. After that, there weren't many mages left, and the nobles and the Mizo family helped bring things back. Back then, there were no records about the remaining magic, so they had to rebuild the research from scratch. The death rate among mages was high, but there should still be some books stored away. The protagonist remembers hiding several in different places, getting ready for the future. One problem is that modern magic knowledge is shallow and full of mistakes, and the magic level is low. He wonders if it's just coincidence, or if someone is behind all of it. The girl wants to know if her friend is okay, and says she's there to listen, even if she's not that reliable. He says that just her feelings are already enough, and that she's helping a lot. There's still the black mage problem, and considering the chance of getting the girl involved, it's better not to bring it up. And if she ends up finding out the MC is the admired Minato, she might even pass out. She believes she's still not reliable, but that will change if she gets stronger. Her plan is to keep giving it her all. A week goes by and the unit captain is training everyone. The detective casts a level 2 holy spell. Shido casts a powerful level 3 lightning spell. The big guy casts a level 4 earth spell, making rocks rain down. The sisters also cast level 4 spells with their water manipulation. The MC is happy because everyone's level went up, and Sonata can already use offensive strikes too. Besides that, what intrigues the boy most is the sisters' compatibility, which is impressive. Their powers are strong enough to open huge holes in the ground, which gets the blue-haired girl excited. Everyone's doing a good job, but they shouldn't get cocky just because their level went up. So he asks his friend to use a level 4 spell against him. The girl gets ready to throw a powerful attack using her blue aura. As a counter, the protagonist casts a level 1 wood spell. With his huge power, the level 1 spell easily cancels out his friend's level 4. It's explained that level raises the limit of magic you can use, but it doesn't mean it'll be stronger. Attributes matter a lot, and water is way weaker than earth. They shouldn't get stuck on the idea of level and need to understand magical power to become stronger. Also, they're teammates, and if they combine their powers, they can become stronger. That fires up the group and they feel motivated to train. Right then, the chubby guy shows up complaining that it's way too complicated for a commoner. Since the calamity still hasn't come, he's bored, not training, and not fighting monsters. He thinks all of this is way too complicated and would rather let the police handle these problems. Nobody on the team likes the noble, and everyone gets annoyed when he shows up. Feeling powerful, he wants the calamity to hurry up and come already. His wish is heard, and the sky turns red, and the calamity appears in front of the team. The team that defeats the final boss first will earn the right to lead the squad. Trox 32. They're focused, and they're never going to lose to someone like that noble. Taking off at full speed, the proud man says goodbye, waving at the failures. Leading the team, the protagonist tells everyone to put on their headphones. This is the first real fight since the squad was formed, and they can't let their guard down. While floating through the city, the chubby guy doesn't care about messing up traffic. He jokes that everyone's so slow it makes him sleepy. Even with the extra weight, the chubby guy's team is really fast. That's because they're skilled with wind magic, and the MC's friends will have a hard time catching up. The hero knows he could beat him alone, but that would go against the whole point of having a squad. Floating around, he keeps laughing at opponents who can't even get close. Annoyed, Yuka can't hear what they're saying, but she's sure it's just nonsense. Finally, the slick-haired guy's team reaches the calamity site and decides to wipe out the monsters. They throw as much green power as they can toward the enemies to destroy everything. As civilians run away, he tells them to keep crushing the demons. Luckily, before the couple gets hit, the hero shows up, summoning his magic barrier. Seriously, he asks what his teammates think they're doing. At that moment, his purple aura starts pouring out, and the chubby guy realizes he can't move. The rest of the police squad and his friends arrive to check if people are okay. Yuka gets really pissed and tells them not to drag regular people into this mess. The noble can't figure out why he can't move and thinks the brat has something to do with it. He says it's because people are getting in the way of the noble's magic. He orders his goons to deal with the people, while he goes to defeat the boss. It's easy to take Fuka out, but it might look like they're running from the fight. Maybe this is the perfect chance the MC was waiting for. He decides to protect the civilians while his friends focus on wiping out the monsters. But even a powerful mage can struggle to protect everything alone. Confidently, he says he's the captain of the special anti-monster squad. The blonde guy agrees it was stupid to have asked that. They can't rely on Minato forever, and need to take out the monsters on their own. The orders are to push forward and win for the team's sake. Everyone in the squad uses their abilities to push through the battlefield, now fired up. They fire off their powers with precision toward the enemies closing in. The little girl throws her level 3 water power at the demons that get close. Before she was scared and couldn't do anything, but now she can take down demon soldiers. She feels proud of how much stronger she's gotten. There's a lot of magical energy in the area, and from the looks of it, a lot of civilians couldn't escape. The protagonist knows the rescue won't be easy this time. If it were anyone else, they couldn't handle it, but he's the great mage. On the other side of the battle, the goons and the noble keep attacking non-stop. The protagonist's trio of friends forms up, taking down enemies together. Suddenly they feel a magical energy and realize there's a demon in front of them. It's the chance the noble wanted to show his true level 4 magic against the boss. His soldiers say the demon can't be beaten with just a simple level 4 spell. But the fat guy is proud and thinks he can do it, since only a few humans have beaten demons. Being a noble mage, he thinks it's only natural to win these battles and activates his magic. As a counter, the demon also unleashes powerful fire abilities across the battlefield. In seconds, the man's magic is overwhelmed by the beasts. Terrified of losing, they decide to retreat and run. Unfortunately, the civilians are left behind by the man who doesn't care about their lives. Right then, the hero shows up and saves the day yet again. He casts powerful spells to withstand the impact of the enemy's strike. His friends help him, raising their hands to support him with spells. Lying on the ground, the chubby guy feels relieved he escaped defeat. Annoyed, Yueka asks why he dragged the citizens into this, but the noble says it's their fault for not running and being slower than his noble magic. Furious, the girl delivers a hard slap across the fatso's face. Chalk 33. The slap is so strong it sends the man flying, and right after that she curses out the fat guy as a noble with no honor at all. Lying on the ground, the noble can't believe they actually dared to hit him for real. The friends decide to leave the fat guy behind, while they focus on taking out the rest of the enemies from far away. The MC sees the whole thing and is happy they managed to bounce back fast, but there are still people who need saving, and the boss is still on the loose out there. The huge beast walks through the city, radiating its evil aura hiding. The goons want to run because they think they can't beat the enemy. Fatso admits the enemies are pretty strong, even for someone like him, but he has an idea to use the rival team to wear the beast down, giving him a chance to land the final blow. His friends think that's brilliant and get motivated to put the plan into action. Finally, the monster is getting close to the trio of hero mages, even if the enemy magic is powerful. They have to win no matter what. The big guy is the first to charge in with his strong magic and powers. Then the detectives and the girls start throwing their spells at the beast together. They all go in the same direction and create a mist on impact. Even so, they weren't able to defeat the monster, which stays standing and keeps fighting. They need level 4 spells or a huge amount of magical power to beat it. Now it's the beast's turn to counterattack, and it starts activating its evil powers, managing to float. The friends barely dodge the deadly hits. This power is stronger than before and twice as powerful as the girl's magic. The gap between them is massive, and there's no way they can win like this. Through the headset, the hero realizes his friends are having trouble and decides to give advice. His tip is that they need to work together and truly combine their powers. He says the key is between the two sisters. No time to explain. He says they need to figure it out on their own. Right then, shots are fired toward the girl, and she manages to dodge. They realize they need to understand Kusanagi's words because they meant something. Like her sister said, Minato always led the team, and that means something. The girl's strategy is to take out the smaller enemies first, while dodging the demon's magic. Their friends can attack from one side while they attack from the other, and she'll give the signal when the magic is coming. In front of them, the big beast starts prepping several spells at the same time. Working together, the girl starts counting the seconds to kick off the plan. She warns them at the exact moment everyone needs to dodge the impact. The MC realizes his friend is the one in charge, and notices she's got a talent for reading people. Even so, she doubts herself, because her power levels still don't seem high enough. Scared, she tries to remember what her friend said a little while ago. She's not sure this weird method is going to work, but common sense has already been thrown out the window. In a risky move, she asks everyone to lend her their power. The noble sees this and doesn't understand what they're trying to do. United as one team, everyone focuses on pulling off the idea. They don't have any other options, so they choose to believe in the girl. They'll have to push themselves for this, and if it doesn't work, they'll need a plan B. The monster fires off 5 powerful spells, trying to chain attacks together. It shoots a massive blast of fire straight at the enemies. The impact is so strong the nobles think everyone's been taken out. But then all of a sudden they all step out of the flames alive, already getting spells ready. The group support activates sacred healing magic on everyone. From a distance, the hero realizes it was a smart plan and praises the use of healing. Now it's the two sisters' turn, and they get ready to cast their magic together. This is the right plan because their individual power is weak, but combining is the answer. Together they manage to form a level 6 spell called Water Torrent. The attack is launched at the monster, and it gets flooded by the force of it. That shocks the detectives, who didn't believe they could pull off level 6 magic. Even so, the monster is still alive, and the battle isn't over. This is the chance the chubby guy wanted to land the finishing blow. But suddenly his body's strength starts to run out. The hero arrives at just the right moment and casts a powerful spell. The team realizes the beast has stopped moving, and is one step from the end. The sky finally clears, and the enemy is defeated, stopping the calamity. Out of energy, the girls collapse to the ground. All of a sudden, their mana is completely drained, and they can't even move. Even so, they're happy they managed to save the day together. Track 34. Everyone gets congratulated by the protagonist, who praises the good work stopping the incident. This was the team's first official mission, and they did really well. Just from watching, he can tell everyone's getting stronger, especially Yuka, whose growth is incredible. Her instructions were on point, and combining the spells was a good call. She even says she didn't know anything about it, and only just learned the name of that technique. When he realizes she didn't know it before, the protagonist can't figure out how she pulled it off. It's explained that it was all thanks to the advice the MC gave, and the rest was intuition. The hero thinks the girl might be even more extraordinary than he expected. Still, she did great, and she was especially good in that role. The harmony between the two sisters played a big part in the mission. Turning on the TV, the general explains the team was created to strengthen the response to the rise in demons. One of the reporters says the leader is a student who stopped the calamity at the academy and asks if that's true. The one who answers is Shidu, who introduces himself on TV. He confirms the squad leader really is a student, just like people have been saying. That shocks the press, who can't believe a minor can hold that position, but it's explained that he has enough power to surpass even the nobles' magic. During the calamity at the academy, not even the nobles showed up to help, leaving the police and citizens in a tough spot. But the hero appeared right then and saved everyone's lives. That's why Shidu is convinced he's a savior, and that he'll help in this new era. From a distance, the MC didn't want them making such a big deal out of it. That kind of claim is risky and could even cost him his position. But they mentioned that some clans were on other continents and really were negligent about the calamity. Trying to fix the situation, the general says that noble families are important, and that creating the team doesn't take away their role. Right then, the chubby guy shows up, and orders everyone to kneel. He says he'll be the new squad leader because a noble deserves that role. He says rejecting him and holding a conference without him is rude. Annoyed, the detective asks why he's there, since he lost the challenge. Pretending he forgot, he says he doesn't remember making any promise like that. He says that as a noble, his words are absolute, and commoners have to obey him. Right then, a journalist asks to ask a question to the supposed new leader. She says they got information that they didn't help citizens during the calamity, and even dragged them into fights. That puts him in a tough spot, but he lies and says it didn't happen. Other journalists say they got the same information, and have videos and images. The uproar starts, because those families are supposed to protect citizens, not put them in danger. Irritated, the noble tells everyone to shut up, and says it's people's fault for standing in front of his magic. The detective asks everyone to realize he's corrupt. He says what they need are heroes who actually want to protect the people without acting selfishly. He says they don't need nobles who don't protect their citizens. Defeated, the three of them run off, saying the detectives will pay and regret it. Watching everything on TV, the protagonist feels proud of the friend who stood up for him. On the tablet, the girls notice there are videos all over the internet about the calamity. The noble mages are getting the most criticism, especially the chubby guy. The internet is a scary place for the MC, who realizes how fast everything spreads. Right then, the girl freaks out when she sees their faces were caught on camera. It's almost impossible to hide the protagonist's identity now, and everything could get more complicated. A week later, in the meeting room, he asks what the point of all this is. He gets freaked out by so many people sitting in the room's chairs, probably because of the press conference. The number of volunteers went up, because he acted out of control on TV. He says he'll reward the MC for it. He really wanted to train young mages, but he didn't want to stand out at all. But his friend shows up to hype him up, saying the world can't take its eyes off the handsome guy now. Unfortunately, that really bothers him, since he doesn't want to draw attention. At night, someone is tied to a chair in a creepy place. The person who captured him wants to know everything this poor guy knows. The psycho wants all the information about the black mage. He says it's a young guy who can cast insane spells, and that's all he knows. Angry, the lunatic lunges with knives, screaming, because he thinks there's more than that. Crying, the man remembers that the police are doing shifts at the Magic Academy to find out who this mage is. One rumor is that this person is a student, and there's nothing else to say. With no way to help more, the hostage asks to be let go. But like a madman, his captor kills him in seconds, getting pissed when the blood stains his expensive suit. In a fit of madness, he wipes his clothes while yelling filth. Excited by the idea of the fear a student might feel, he tells the black mage to wait for his arrival. Shape 35. Putting the hood back on, the protagonist arrives in Shinjuku. Floating, he sees some people walking by and filming around. When he notices a monster lying on the ground, he sees signs that the black mage was there. The MC thought the hype around him had already died down, but even so, they're still looking for him. Patrols have increased and seem to deal with monsters and disasters more efficiently now. Maybe they don't need the black mage's help as much anymore. Suddenly, he sees some thugs collecting a debt of 10 million yen. The man in the suit says he only borrowed 200,000 while trying to shield himself from the beating. They say that's what the interest is for, and that the rate is high. Right then, the protagonist jumps in to save the man who was almost killed, creating a magic barrier that holds up against the hits. Annoyed, the thieves think the kid in front of them is trying to play hero. In the blink of an eye, they're completely beaten up and too weak to react. With so many problems, the police don't have time to deal with illegal mages. Rumors say crime syndicates are after the black mage. That sparks the protagonist's curiosity, and he wants to know more about this organization. The thugs say they don't know much, but they say the name is Black Rebellion. The MC promises to let them go if they tell him what they know. The Rebellion is an organization of mages that stays out of the public eye, involved in all kinds of crimes. They're gangs kind of like the Yakuza or the Mafia, with connections in the media and politics. There's a branch in Kabukicho, and the two of them hope they'll get a chance to get into it. After saying that, they end up getting beaten up by the protagonist one more time. Even so, he thinks about how Sonata had already mentioned the rise in illegal mage activity. Dealing with monsters and disasters can be left to Minato Kusanagi Academy, while the black mage handles the underworld. Now he decides it's time to wipe out the Kabukicho branch. That branch is located in an area packed with nightclubs and drunk people. As he walks around, people offer him fancy rooms in red light houses at a discount. Modern entertainment districts are really lively and even kind of overwhelm the protagonist. Everywhere you can feel magic, and it's impossible to tell who belongs to the organization. Maybe he should start by arresting a few people and asking questions. Maybe he should start by detaining people who are doing shady stuff around there. In a dark alley, men sell weird things and get annoyed by the protagonist's presence. Once again, he takes the men down without even breaking a sweat. Then one of the thugs tells him where the organization's members are gathering, in exchange for being let go. Knocking the man down, he hopes what he heard is true. With the info, he arrives at a bar called Western. Inside, some rough-looking guys are waiting for their buddies. The bartender asks what the customer wants. Handing over money, the girl asks for some hush-hush information. She wants to know the Black Rebellion's hideout, but they say that's the wrong question, and that she should be asking something else. The right question is what's going to happen to her next, and a few men step closer. They already knew someone was snooping around their business, but they didn't expect it to be such a pretty woman. Looks like the girl got fed bad info and walked right into this mess. Using their powers, they're ordered to capture her, but keep her alive. Skillfully, she manages to hold out and dodge the magical attacks. Her plan is to find a way to escape the fight, but unfortunately, she gets hit by a fire spell and slammed to the ground. The thugs say they don't care about tough girls, imagining doing messed up things to her. About to be defeated, she apologizes to some people for not managing to solve anything. The moment a man comes over to do something sketchy, the MC walks in. Ignoring the commotion, he walks up to the counter. He asks the bartender if the members of that underworld organization are there.
A thug comes up behind him and asks if he knows the mess he's in. The guy tries to attack while talking trash, but our boy drops him with one punch. The thug goes flying, slams into the wall, tries to stand, then blacks out. The other thugs and the girl just stare. The purple-haired woman is stunned. No normal person hits that hard, and she has no idea how he did it. She wonders if it was magic, but she never saw him cast anything. Kusanagi is at least glad the intel led him to some low-level mage thugs in this Western club. He found plenty of weak mage punks here. Kusanagi calls them pathetic for jumping one woman. The thugs get scared, but they still think their numbers give them a shot. One thug tells everyone to rush him at once since he's alone. They fire off several flame attacks, and our boy tries to just dodge. The purple-haired woman doubts he can win against so many enemies, especially indoors. She figures he can't use big spells here and yells for him to run. Right before they hit him, he finally loses patience. He slips past every attack and closes the gap fast. Then he gets in close and starts throwing punches. In seconds, our boy beats them down one by one and knocks them all out. The woman is speechless. He moved so fast, she couldn't even follow what happened. She wonders again if that was some kind of magic. One thug breaks down crying and demands to know who he is. Kusanagi says he's the Black Mage, the man who will wipe out Black Rebellion. He knocks out the last thug and walks over to the girl. She's still shocked by how easily he crushed everyone, and wonders if he's some elite or legendary mage. When Kusanagi gets closer, she realizes he looks like a high school student. She says his eyes stand out. He gets a little worried and asks if she's hurt. She says she's fine and not injured. He then walks over to the bartender hiding behind the counter. Kusanagi demands info on Black Rebellion, but the bartender refuses. He's scared they'll kill him for talking, so our boy smashes the table with one punch to scare him. He asks again and says this is the bartender's last chance. Terrified, the man decides to talk. He says Black Rebellion's main base is in Tokyo, with branches all over, even outside Kabukicho. He's heard the Kabukicho branch boss is someone no one should cross. The leader is a mage with huge underworld influence. Some even say he pulls Japan's strings from the shadows. Kusanagi asks about the branch location, but the bartender swears he doesn't know. Small fry like him only get trash jobs and no real info. Kusanagi is disappointed and back to square one, so he decides to hunt down more illegal mages for clues. As he turns to leave, the woman stops him and thanks him for saving her. She says she can't imagine what would have happened if he hadn't shown up. He tells her not to worry since he was just passing by, but also says this happened because she put herself in danger. She calls him harsh, and he says she's right. He's only harsh with adults. She guesses he's going after Black Rebellion and asks what he plans to do when he finds them. With a cold look, he says he'll destroy them. She sees he means it, but still doubts he can wipe out the whole gang alone, no matter how strong he is. Since she can't do it alone either, she makes him an offer. She asks him to join her. She says she's a detective with good connections and access to useful info, even if she lacks his strength. She's also shocked the Black Mage is way stronger than the rumors said, and thinks teaming up with him could help her reach her goal. Kusanagi gets it and asks if she wants his power in exchange for her intel. She says exactly, and calls it the perfect deal. She holds out her hand and asks for his help. He knows he needs information, but he still wonders if he can trust her. Then he figures it's fine. If things go bad, he can just ditch her. He accepts and shakes her hand. She introduces herself as Leona, while our boy simply says he's a Black Mage. She says that name's kind of hard and asks why he doesn't use something shorter. He tells her to call him whatever she wants, so she picks Chrono, and he goes with it. He asks why the thugs were after her, and she says she was trying to find Black Rebellion's hideout. He calls her stupid for being so reckless. She says they're both chasing the same thing, but he reminds her he can actually protect himself. She admits she has plenty of weak spots. Still, she says she had no other choice because nobody dares go against Black Rebellion. These days, rogue mages do whatever they want in Kabukicho because the police are too busy dealing with the calamities. Kusanagi remembers Sanada telling him that before. Now he sees how rough Leona's situation really is. Trying to stay calm, Leona reveals that rogue mages attacked her younger brother. After their parents died, she had to raise him by herself. She worked hard to give him a decent life. She knows she couldn't spend much time with him and that he was probably lonely, but he never complained. Then one day, burglars suddenly broke into their home. Her brother saw them, so they tried to kill him. Her face changes, and he asks if her brother lived. She says he survived, but he's been unconscious ever since. Kusanagi knows even sacred magic can't wake someone from a coma. Frustrated, she says the doctors still don't know when he'll wake up. He's only 9, and she believes he deserved a normal life. Leona says the men behind it were Black Rebellion lackeys. She tracked them down and arrested them, but she won't be satisfied until the whole gang is gone. When he asks if this is just revenge, she says no. She wants to fix things so nobody else suffers like they did. She knows she isn't strong enough, but believes he can stand against Black Rebellion. Kusanagi thinks she's probably telling the truth. Still, he wonders if she told him all this, just to keep him from betraying her later. He calls her tough for coming this far, and smiles because he likes desperate women. He warns her not to slow him down, but she says she's already found lots of possible hideouts, so he shouldn't underestimate her info network. There are just too many places to check, and some may belong to the Yakuza or Mafia. That's why she had to be careful. He tells her to hand over the list. She asks what he plans to do. He says he's just going to pay them a visit. She warns him it's too dangerous and says even he could get killed. He tells her not to worry. He's the legendary Black Mage. She agrees to give him the info, but says she's coming with him. He warns her again, but she refuses to back down even if it kills her. He asks what her brother will do if she dies. She says he'd at least get insurance money. He snaps that money means nothing and tells her never to say that again. Family matters most. She says he can't understand what it's like to be weak. Angry, she talks about how awful it is to live honestly and still get crushed by trash like those gang members. When people like her are cornered, they don't have the power to fight back. She asks why her innocent little brother had to suffer, then breaks down crying. Kusanagi starts moving, and when she asks what he's doing, he tells her to give him the hideout locations. Those gang members are going to pay. She stops crying and finally looks a little better. She gives him the info, but says it'll take forever to reach every place on foot. He says not to worry and grabs her from behind. Our boy tells her to hold on tight, and she instantly starts blushing. At one building full of gang members, a man walks to the window to check something. Another thug asks what's wrong. Then the window explodes inward, and Kusanagi jumps into the room with Leona in his arms. He kicks the thug by the window and shocks everyone. The gang freezes as one of their men gets dropped. Kusanagi asks if this is the real Black Rebellion hideout. Leona tries to calm down, but she's still shaking after thinking she was about to die. The thugs demand answers, draw their weapons, and get ready to kill him. He stays calm and notes that the Yakuza haven't changed much since his last life. The boss steps up with a cigar and asks who he is. He answers that he's the Black Mage. The boss gets furious and orders everyone to attack. He tells Leona to stay close. A thug rushes in with a sword, but Kusanagi doesn't flinch. The thug freezes when his blade gets cut in half and can't figure out what happened. More men come from behind and open fire. Kusanagi throws up a magic barrier and blocks it all with no trouble. The thugs start to despair when they realize their guns do nothing. They call the Black Mage a monster, but he ignores them and walks toward the boss. He asks again if this man is really the leader and whether they have any link to the Black Rebellion. The boss trembles and stays quiet for a moment, then snaps back with insults. He swears the Black Mage won't walk away untouched and warns him not to look down on the Yakuza. The gang attacks again, firing and rushing in. Kusanagi stays calm and calls them stubborn. Leona knows people like this were never going to cooperate. She can't believe he's still unharmed after all that. He senses none of them are real mages, so he figures they aren't tied to the Black Rebellion and decides to wipe them out. The boss says he's picked the wrong enemies, but Kusanagi cuts him off and steps in with a kick that sends them flying. One strike is enough to crush the whole group. The Yakuza finally surrender. Leona is stunned by how fast it ended. Kusanagi is annoyed they learn nothing, so he moves on to the next place. Leona finally sees how powerful the Black Mage is and starts believing he really can destroy the Black Rebellion. He picks her up in his arms. She tenses up, knowing they're leaving the same way again. He jumps out the window with her. She screams and begs him to stop, but he keeps going. At the next hideout, they crash in through another window. Kusanagi drops the whole gang in seconds, and they bow and beg for mercy. Back outside, he wonders why they always choose to attack and calls the Yakuza idiots. Leona agrees, but says gang members were never going to listen anyway. She begs him to stop entering through windows every time. Sneaking up on the Yakuza is one thing, but she's sick of all the flying. He says rules don't matter with Yakuza. She calls that nonsense, so he agrees to do it properly this time. At the next place, they knock on the door, and a bald man asks who they are. Kusanagi says he's here to ask about the Black Rebellion. The bald man shuts the door and tells them to get lost. Annoyed, Kusanagi blasts the door open with a kick. The gang inside panics, wondering if one guy is really raiding them. They demand to know what clan he's from, but Kusanagi repeats that he only wants information on the Black Rebellion. The bald man loses patience and swings first. Kusanagi had hoped they could settle this peacefully for once, but with no other choice, he strikes back and easily drops the bald man. The others are left stunned. Ignoring the small fry, Kusanagi looks for the boss. A man named Ushiro steps forward and says he's the leader. He asks why Kusanagi barged in, and Kusanagi immediately asks if they have ties to the Black Rebellion. Ushiro understands, but his men see it as disrespect and pull out their weapons against our boy. Ushiro orders them to stand down. When they protest, he tells them they can't handle someone like Kusanagi. Then he answers plainly. His group has nothing to do with a pathetic outfit like the Black Rebellion. He says honor matters to his clan. Kusanagi asks where the Black Rebellion hideout is, and Ushiro asks if he'll leave after getting the answer. Kusanagi says he will. Leona and Kusanagi sit across from Ushiro while his men surround them. She's nervous about being dragged into this. Ushiro introduces himself, Kusanagi gives the name Chrono, and Leona does the same. Ushiro points at a map and says the Black Rebellion hideout should be around that area. He adds that that's all he knows. Kusanagi checks the spot and sees it matches Leona's lead. He realizes they would have found it eventually if they kept searching for it, and admits she's more reliable than he expected. He asks Ushiro if he's sure about giving up that kind of information to an outsider from the same world. Ushiro says they're not allies, they're enemies. He says his clan isn't low enough to prey on decent people. Kusanagi wonders why they attacked him at first, but Ushiro says he didn't exactly look respectable while storming Yakuza offices. Ushiro adds that his clan has rules, so they shouldn't be compared to trash like the Black Rebellion. Kusanagi is surprised to meet a Yakuza like him in this era. Since he got what he came for, Kusanagi leaves as promised. Before he goes, Ushiro asks if he's really planning to face the Black Rebellion, and warns that powerful people in the country back them. Kusanagi lifts Leona and tells him he's faced people like that before, then flies off with her in his arms. Ushiro watches him go and praises his nerve. He thinks the kid might really bring down the Black Rebellion. At a warehouse, a group of men meets to trade a special weapon. One lackey checks it and says it's the real deal. The red-haired man tells his crew to hand over the money, and the men in black suits take it. One of them shakes hands with the red-haired buyer to seal the deal. The suited man says Japan is amazing for treating criminals so kindly, and the other agrees it's the best country. While they're laughing, Kusanagi crashes in through the window with Leona in his arms. Everyone is stunned, but they instantly draw magic circles and guns. Kusanagi realizes he's finally found the group he was after. Using magic perception, he sees all the Black Rebellion members are mages, and even the mafia side has a few mages too. Leona ducks behind a container and starts recording with her phone. The red-haired man asks who Kusanagi is. Tired of hearing that question, he says he's the Black Mage, and he's here to destroy the Black Rebellion. That only confuses them more. Then they burst out laughing, sure a kid can't wipe them out alone. Kusanagi ignores them and hurls a huge fire spell. Several men are blown away. He makes it clear he's serious about crushing the whole gang. Enraged, they fire back with wave after wave of magic. Kusanagi blocks everything with his barrier. He knows they won't use anything above level 2 or they'd wreck the warehouse. He considers attack spells, but with this many enemies, that won't be enough. The lackeys are shocked their magic did nothing, and even the bullets are useless. They can't understand how he's still untouched. None of them has seen magic like this before. Kusanagi is disappointed. They're panicking even though he hasn't gotten serious yet. Then one man in a suit remembers the special weapon they just bought. Their whole attitude changes, and they warn Kusanagi not to get too confident. He notices right away. As they put on masks and pull out the special weapon, Kusanagi recognizes it at once and orders Leona to run outside. She obeys and gets out. A thug throws a gas bomb, but Kusanagi stops it in midair with magic. It still bursts, and poisonous gas spreads out. The men are sure even he can't survive that, and they relax, thinking the Black Mage is dead. They walk forward to get a look at his corpse. When the smoke clears, they're shocked to see him standing there unharmed. Kusanagi says magic alone can't save him from poison gas. But gas is still just gas. He simply used wind magic to move the air around him, then calls their plan stupid and reminds them a mage like him won't go down that easily. Terrified, they try to call for backup, but no one answers. Kusanagi says it's pointless. He already took care of that. Every other hideout is destroyed, and this is all they have left. He tells them to get ready and beats them all down. Satisfied, he wipes out Kabukicho's Black Rebellion. Then he goes to find Leona, but he suddenly senses someone behind him. A man steps from the shadows, holding Leona hostage. He's impressed Kusanagi beat everyone alone, and with a cruel smile, says he wants to negotiate with the Black Mage. After finishing off the Black Rebellion members and dealing with the poison gas, Kusanagi heads for the warehouse exit to check on Leona, only to find an enemy mage holding her hostage. The man demands a negotiation if Kusanagi wants her back. Kusanagi quickly judges the distance and realizes he can't reach her in time with combat magic unless he finds an opening. He starts preparing a level 1 spell to make the attacker drop his knife, but the man notices and warns him not to try anything if he cares about Leona's life. Kusanagi is surprised his opponent sensed the spell and admits the man is skilled. From what he can tell, the man is hiding his full strength, but his magic power is around 40,000. Clearly a high-level mage. Leona starts apologizing to Kusanagi, calling him Chrono too, but he calmly tells her he'll save her. Annoyed that Minato isn't reacting, the man warns he'll kill Leona for real if Minato keeps taking him lightly. After a few more tense words, Minato calms things down and agrees not to move suddenly. Pleased, the hostage-taker introduces himself as Kaga Shuji, boss of the Black Rebellion's Kabukicho branch. He says he was sent to investigate the Black Mage, either recruit him or kill him. Kaga also admits he tortured people tied to the Black Mage, only to find out the target was just a kid trying to wipe out the branch. Irritated, Kaga grips the knife tighter and nicks Leona's neck. He quickly apologizes, not because he feels bad, but because he got carried away. He even enjoys watching her blood run down the blade. Seeing how unhinged he is, Minato asks what Kaga wants. Kaga pauses, then says he'd rather torture and kill Minato in exchange for Leona's life. If Minato refuses or tries to run, he'll kill her instead. So he makes Minato choose between himself and Leona. Minato agrees right away to take the torture. Thrilled, Kaga mocks Leona and asks if she thinks Minato looks brave. But Minato knows normal attacks can't get through his magic barrier, so this is the safest play. Then Kaga demands he turn the barrier off, saying the torture means nothing otherwise. That shocks Leona, who finally understands how Minato kept blocking attacks. Now she's scared of what happens if he really drops it. Minato is also surprised Kaga knows about the barrier and realizes he showed too much earlier. Even so, he shuts it off and asks if that is enough. Kaga instantly fires a first-level lightning spell at Minato's vital spots. Leona begs him to stop, but Kaga is too deep in his sadistic fun. After the non-stop hits, Minato pretends to pass out, while Leona blames herself for being too weak to help. Seeing his chance, Kaga gets ready to strike again and taunts her. Leona tries to interrupt his spell to protect Minato, but Kaga reads her move right away. After knocking her down, he mocks her as a weak nobody. He says Minato fell because of her and moves to kill her, eager to watch her die in despair. At the last second, Minato jumps up and smashes Kaga with a brutal surprise punch, wrecking his face. Stunned, Leona asks how he lived after dropping his barrier. Minato says he secretly kept a tiny hidden barrier up right before the attack landed, so it only looked like his defense was gone. Leona lets out a nervous laugh and says only Minato would pull something like that. With Kaga down for the moment, Minato heals Leona's cut with light magic and tells her she's safe. Relieved, Leona silently thanks her luck for having the Black Mage on her side. But Kaga gets back up with his face magically restored, furious at their attitude. Minato is impressed he stayed conscious after that speed-enhanced hit and stays ready. Realizing torture won't break Minato, Kaga decides to burn both him and Leona alive. As Kaga builds a strong fire spell, Minato finally sees how dangerous he really is, because Kaga has clearly been holding back, and his magic keeps rising. When the spell formula is finished, Kaga fires a level 4 fire lightning spell, Fire Spark, straight at them. Right before it hits, Leona panics. Sure, Chrono can't stop it. Minato stays calm and only raises his magic barrier when the flames are almost on top of them. To Leona's shock, his first level defense spell easily wipes out the 4th level attack. Watching Minato shut the fire down so easily, she feels strangely safe just standing beside him. The more she watches, the more she wants to know who the Black Mage really is. When his attack fails, Kaga laughs and praises Minato's power. He says he knew simple fire magic wouldn't beat him, but he still has more tricks. Leona, still confused, asks why Kaga's magic hasn't faded yet like it should have by now. Minato explains that Kaga is using sustainable magic, feeding the spell over and over to keep it going, like how he uses wind for flight. Leona snaps that this isn't the time for a lesson, but when she warns the barrier might vanish soon, she notices it's still there and wonders why. Minato tells her he can use sustainable magic too, so she doesn't need to worry. That makes Kaga panic. Catching it, Leona boldly tells him to give up while he still can. Kaga pretends to be scared, then drops the act and attacks again. Admitting Minato is strong, he finally shows his real trick, making the fire around Minato's barrier even stronger. Then Leona suddenly feels weak, her body heavy, and she can barely breathe. Kaga explains that by surrounding the barrier with fire, he burned up the oxygen inside. Without air, they'll suffocate. And as the heat rises, even Minato's barrier won't last forever. He gives Minato a choice: suffocate inside the barrier or burn outside it. Minato just yawns. Frustrated, Kaga asks if he even gets how bad this is. Minato calmly says he understands it better than Kaga does. Kaga argues that no matter what Minato can do, Leona is already dying and can't be saved. Then Leona suddenly gets her strength back and is left confused. Kaga stares in shock, and Minato explains that fire magic can change the air, but Kaga forgot magic itself is in the air too. Kaga demands he explain, so Minato briefly explains how barriers interact with magic in the atmosphere, then uses wind to move the air and smother the flames. As his plan falls apart, Kaga panics and curses his failure. Before he can black out, Minato steps in and refuses to let him escape that easily. He mocks Kaga's obsession with torture, then casts a spell and sends him into the dark zone. Kaga suddenly ends up in a void with nothing at all. No sound, no light, only endless darkness. Terrified, he screams for help, but no one answers. Minato then goes back to Leona, who tells him someone already called the police about the warehouse. Not wasting a second, Minato picks her up and takes off, ignoring her complaints as they leave before the police arrive. Once they're somewhere safe, Leona finally accepts that the Kabukicho branch is finished. Minato is already thinking ahead and talks about taking down the next district. Calling him Chrono, Leona asks to become his ally. She knows she's weak and might slow him down, but says her information and connections can still help. After a brief pause, Minato admits he's bad at refusing people and agrees, which makes Leona beam. She promises to handle PR and recruitment for him. A few hours later, the morning news reports the warehouse case, saying Black Rebellion members were arrested and giving the Black Mage credit. Then the program is suddenly interrupted by breaking news, a nationwide video statement from an anti-illegal mage group led by the Black Mage. When it starts, a hooded figure believed to be the Black Mage appears on screen, names the group Shadowbringer, and declares himself the Black Annihilator, devoted to wiping out illegal mages tied to Black Rebellion. He then warns that from now on, he won't allow injustice from anyone. A high-ranking Black Rebellion member watches the broadcast and explodes in anger at the Black Mage's nerve. His partner stays calm and brushes the Black Mage off as too small to matter. That calms the angry man, and he puts his trust in his powerful noble mage ally, and the head of the Fuka family, Fukajin. After that clash, Fukajin returns to his room and watches the news as reporters slam the magic nobles, calling them useless and disgraceful in press conferences. With the special magic unit handling the recent crisis better, both the media and the public are starting to ask if magic nobles are needed at all. Furious at the disrespect, Jin hurls his teacup at the TV and tells his butler to summon Sho. As the butler rushes away, Jin swears those lowly commoners will pay for mocking the so-called useless magic nobility. Meanwhile, across the world, New York City falls into chaos when monsters suddenly appear and attack civilians, sending people running for their lives. First responders arrive within minutes and report back as they try to contain the attack, but the monsters are too many. One officer holds them back while another desperately calls for SMAT, only to hear the calamity is breaking out everywhere and no backup is coming soon. Explosions tear through the city, killing hundreds and injuring thousands. Then a monster leader appears and gets ready to cast a level 5 blazing column fire spell that could swallow the whole city. Just before it fires, a skilled noble mage arrives and blocks it with a level 5 titanic bubble water spell. The mage is Mizuha Toshiru, father of Yuika and Ruka, and he effortlessly shuts down the monster leader's attack before landing on the battlefield. The stunned responders are ordered to support Toshiru and help contain the area. Ignoring everyone's praise, Toshiru focuses on the fight and casts an even stronger water spell to bring down the monster leader. The force of it drowns the creature before it can fight back and ends the battle in Toshiru's favor. Once it's over, the responders crowd around him and thank him. As usual, he stays calm and says he only did his duty. Soon, New York's mayor personally thanks him for limiting the damage. As Toshiru gets ready to return to Japan, people in the crowd start whispering. Some mock the idea of a low-ranking Japanese noble acting superior, taking shots at Japan's weakened state. Toshiru hears them but ignores it, thinking instead about the trouble waiting for him back home, his daughters joining the special magic unit, and Japan's fading reputation. Elsewhere, Yuika, Ruka, and their friend recover on the training field, still hurting from their brutal spar with Minato Kusanagi. Ruka complains that he's insanely strong, and he still wasn't going all out. Before they can keep whining about it, Sanada shows up with a group of trainees. He throws out a new plan. If they all rush Minato together, they might actually have a shot. Fired up by the numbers, Yuika backs the idea, sure that even Minato can't handle over 100 trainees at once. Too bad Minato hears everything. He suddenly appears behind them and casually asks if they want to try that plan. Yuika freezes and quickly denies it, awkwardly claiming they were just talking. Minato isn't amused. He says break time is over and gives them their next task. Beat him with everything they've got. The squad jumps at the chance and attacks all at once, sure their numbers will win this. Minato barely reacts, blocking them with a simple level 1 barrier. When Yuika smugly says that won't hold, he casually raises it to a level 4 high magic barrier, and the trainees are stunned. Still determined, they pour even more power into their attacks, but Minato's barrier takes every hit without trouble. As their frustration grows, they finally realize just how strong Minato really is. Then Minato attacks and completely crushes them. When it's over, the trainees are scattered across the field, groaning in total defeat. After training ends, Yuika and Ruka check their phones and instantly go pale. Minato notices and asks what happened. The sisters turn serious and tell him their father is back in Japan. After leaving their father's house, the Mizuha sisters head to the family villa for an important talk. An awkward silence hangs there until Toshiru finally asks about the special magic squad they joined. Yuika confirms they're with the unit, and as the tension builds, Toshiru tells them to explain more about it. Glad he's at least listening, they eagerly talk about how much good the squad does and how great their new friends are. Ruka proudly adds that their magic power and spell levels have improved fast thanks to Minato Kusanagi and the others. Toshiru, interested by all the praise, admits Minato is talented and useful to society. But then, while drinking his tea, he hears one of them compare Minato to him and suggest Minato might rival a magic noble. Toshiro calmly sets his cup down and gives a sudden order. They are to quit the special magic squad right away. Stunned, the sisters demand to know why. Toshiro coolly explains that the noble's reputation is already falling, and that could hurt Japan. He says magic nobles, not the special unit, are the nation's true support. So Minato, just by existing, is making things worse. Because of that, he bans them from seeing him again. The sisters snap back, furious, and call his logic absurd. Toshiro doesn't budge. He orders them to obey like always and turns to leave. Before he can, Yuika, who has always followed him without question, says no for the first time. She declares that she will never leave the special magic squad or Minato, because she believes he can change the world. She says the nobles have gotten lazy, while the squad pushes them hard and prepares them for real combat. If their father had asked for cooperation, they would have agreed. But trying to force them is a mistake. Hearing that, Toshiro coldly disowns her and says she can never call herself a magic noble again. Ruka gets ready to speak, but Yuika only nods and walks off without another word. Before leaving, she smiles at her father and says from now on, she'll simply be Mizuha Yuika. He doesn't need to worry about her staining the family name anymore. After she leaves, Toshiro mutters about her defiance, and Ruka warns him that Yuika has changed. Hoping to keep at least one daughter, Toshiro is disappointed again when Ruka also gives up her noble status and follows Yuika. He disowns her too and tells her never to use the family name again. Ruka accepts it, thanks him for everything, and walks out, leaving him alone, muttering to himself. Now free from their father's control, the sisters change out of their noble clothes, put on casual outfits, and head for a hotel while talking about their freedom. On the way, Yuika asks if Ruka is really okay with leaving the family behind. Ruka reassures her, saying that as the older sister, she'd never leave Yuika alone. Yuika smiles at that, and the sisters share a warm hug. But the good mood doesn't last. They soon run into trouble trying to get a hotel room. After trying everything, they talk to the manager, but it still gets them nowhere. After a full day of searching, every hotel, rental place, and even internet cafe turns them away for being minors. Ruka might have lied about her age, but Yuika is too young to fake it. Worn out, they sit down at a small cafe to rest with drinks. Yuika sighs at the irony. They finally have money from squad work, but nowhere they can actually stay. While they talk, two drunk young men walk up to their table and start hitting on Yuika right in front of Ruka. Before it gets worse, Ruka glares at them and warns them to back off if they know what's good for them. The guys immediately sense danger, apologize, and run. Once they're gone, Yuika grins and suggests they enjoy themselves while they're still out. When Ruka brings up where they'll sleep, Yuika says they'll worry about that later. So, for their first night on their own, they go shopping for clothes and stuffed animals, sing karaoke like silly drunks, and just have fun. By evening, reality creeps back in, but Yuika thanks Ruka for making the night special. She admits everything feels a lot less scary with Ruka beside her. Ruka smirks but reminds her they still need a place to sleep. As they wonder who might help them, Yuika gets a text from Minato. In his usual clumsy way, he asks how to use his phone because he forgot again. The sisters trade a look and decide to go see Minato, hoping he'll let them stay with him for now. When they finally visit Minato, they ask if they can stay at his place for the time being. Before answering, Minato brings the Mizuha sisters into the living room so they can talk about what happened. After hearing the whole story, he asks how they feel about what they did. The girls admit they acted on impulse and were immature. As Minato listens, he notices they're being honest with themselves now, and they've grown closer as sisters. When they're done, Yuika apologizes for troubling him, and asks again if they can stay since they have nowhere else to go. Minato pauses and thinks it over. Since he has no romantic interest in either of them, he decides it's fine and agrees to let them stay. Before they celebrate, he warns them his apartment is small and nowhere near the fancy homes they're used to. To his surprise, they don't care at all and start happily chatting like kids. Watching them, Minato casually comments on how fast they adjust, which somehow makes the girls blush. Their minds drift into silly fantasies about living with the strong and cool Kusanagi Minato. Yuika gets especially carried away, her heart pounding until she has to calm herself down. Not noticing their embarrassment, Minato casually asks if they want to shower before bed. The girls instantly freak out and act like he's being a creep. Unbothered, Minato asks again, and this time they answer normally. Yuika goes first, leaving Minato and Ruka alone in the living room. As they talk, Minato praises their choice to leave home, admitting he never expected it from them. Ruka says she's surprised too. It's the first time they've ever gone against their strict father, a man who never allowed independence. She thinks he'll only cling harder to his beliefs now. Minato reminds her that Toshiro already has a terrible view of their squad, so no one knows what he might do in the future. Before Ruka can answer, Yuika comes out in her nightwear and tells Ruka to go next. Ruka quickly heads in and enjoys the best bath she's had all day. While she's away, Yuika tells Minato it still feels unreal to be in his home. Minato calmly says this is his first time having guests, but he isn't worried. Yuika sincerely thanks him for letting them stay, and Minato brushes it off as no big deal. She laughs, and when he asks why, she says he's always acted like everything is normal no matter how strange things get. Minato tells her that as long as they're in his squad, they'll always be his friends, and he won't abandon them. That makes Yuika's heart race, but before she can think too much about it, Ruka walks out of the shower looking graceful in her nightwear. Minato gets up to take his turn, leaving the sisters in quiet silence, both trying to process everything. The next day, Minato meets his handler Shidu and gets the new training schedule for his Sonata's unit. After the usual meeting, he tells Shido that Yuika and Ruka are staying with him. The moment Shido realizes Minato is living with 2 girls, he blows up and asks why Minato seems so calm about it. Completely baffled, he wonders if this is normal for young people now. Determined to teach him some common sense, Shido lectures Minato about how Japan doesn't do polygamy and throws a bunch of half-true ideas about culture and tradition at him. On his way out, Minato thinks about finding a bigger place. 3 people in his apartment is too tight. Before leaving, he notices Sonata training alone in the yard and decides to check on her. He calls out and asks why she's still practicing. Sonata says she feels behind. She's finally learned to use attack spells, but she's still not satisfied. She tells Minato to stop being so formal since she's his subordinate, and he quickly goes along with it. Minato encourages her to try casting an attack spell. When she hesitates, he says he'll guide her. Taking his advice, Sonata gets into position and casts a. After watching the spell, Minato praises her and tells her to keep going. If she does, she'll only get stronger. Sonata thanks him, but says she still feels weak next to the rest of the squad. Minato tells her not to sell herself short. He knows how hard she works. Sonata admits she joined the police because holy mages are rare, and she feels like the weakest one there. Realizing she's dumping her worries on him, she quickly apologizes. Minato doesn't brush it off. He asks why she wanted to join the force at all. Sonata says her grandmother was a holy mage who saved countless people during past calamities. Wanting to follow that example, she joined the force too. Even after saying that, she still doubts herself, claiming she has no big goal like the others and isn't especially good at anything. Minato shuts that down right away, pointing to her healing magic, offensive spells, and how hard she trains. He tells her the reason she started doesn't matter as much as what she does now. That hits home, and Sonata finally sees her training really is paying off. The moment overwhelms her, and she starts crying with relief. Once she settles down, she calls herself a pathetic adult, but Minato tells her age has nothing to do with it. Thankful for his words, Sonata starts seeing Minato as the one who always pulls her out of her doubts. Later that night, Minato gets ready for his secret mission as the Black Mage. Before leaving, he meets Leona, who says she found information on the rumors around the magic nobles. Interested, Minato asks her to tell him what she learned, but she says he has to put on the Shadowbringer outfit first. After getting brushed off by the Black Mage again, Leona gives her report on illegal mages and shady magic groups. She says the magic nobles are rumored to be tied to crimes like money laundering, collusion, and embezzlement. Some families, especially the Fukas, may even be linked to the Black Rebellion. Minato asks who runs it. Leona says the rumors point to Kuroi Akudo, a former magic noble who was kicked out in disgrace. That makes the noble's link to the Black Rebellion seem even worse to Minato, but Leona reminds him there's still no hard proof against the Fukas or any noble family. Nobody talks, and good information is hard to get. She thinks anyone who might speak up is being silenced, so she warns Minato to be careful if he looks deeper. When they're done, Minato asks her to send everything to his phone. Asked what he's doing next, he just says he's off to serve justice. Then he jumps off the rooftop, thinking about how to punish the villains. A few hours later, the Black Mage comes home and goes back to being Minato Kusanagi, relaxing with his new roommates, Yuika and Ruka. The 3 quietly focus on their own things. With time to spare, Minato starts looking up Ichikami Minato and the calamities from 50 years ago. Now that he knows how to use a smartphone, he digs through what he can find. Most of Ichikami's history is still the same, but modern mages are described as far weaker, which feels strange. He also finds only vague records on the magic nobles and their bloodlines, with barely anything about their past power or training. Remembering his life as Ichikami, Minato thinks that if his magic tome still existed, mages would never have fallen this far. Yuika points out that books and data on high-level magic training are gone, almost like someone erased them on purpose. Minato guesses the current Mizuha head might know something, but with so little info on the calamities, setting up a meeting won't be easy. For now, he keeps trying to figure out what calamities really are and when they first appeared on Earth, but gets nowhere. Yuika notices his frustration and goes back to her work. The next day, while the special magic unit is training, Minato and the others get an urgent report about a calamity and are sent out right away. But when they arrive, they find Shufuka and his lackey already standing over a dead calamity monster. Though confused, Minato stays calm as Shu smugly mocks them for showing up late. He brags that his group took care of it before they arrived, then tells Minato to relax since no civilians got hurt. Shu keeps boasting that things would have gone badly without him, then smugly tells them to be more alert next time before leaving. After he's gone, Yuika asks what Shu's problem is, but Minato doesn't know. Over the next few days, more calamities appear, and every time Shu's group reaches them first and steals the credit. He keeps mocking the special magic unit for being too slow and insists the world still needs the magic nobles. Yuika snaps when he calls their team useless. After he leaves, she points out this is the 5th time he's done it, making it obvious something shady is going on. Around then, Shido tells them they may be getting sabotaged because their reports keep arriving late. Since Minato can't sense calamities from far away, he can't think of a fix. Yuika angrily notes that Shu always avoids fights when a demon-level boss shows up. Stuck for answers, Sonata checks her phone and finds the Fukas getting tons of online support, which which is strange since people were trashing them not long ago. She also sees that Jin Fuka is about to hold a press conference. Minato and the others gather to watch what he says. Jin thanks the reporters and claims the conference is about the recent failures of the magic nobles, especially Shu. Then in a shocking move, he bows and publicly apologizes for his son's behavior. The reporters are stunned. None of them expected a magic noble to apologize. Jin goes on saying he failed as a father and will make things right. At the same time, the media starts talking about Shu dealing with several calamities before the special magic unit could arrive. Seeing his plan work, Jin straightens up and starts talking about the lack of capable magic nobles. Still, he says they're already taking steps to fix the problem. As the conference blows up online, about half the comments support the Fukas, which makes Yuika furious. She vents to the team, wondering if all their hard work meant nothing, if the public is just gonna laugh at them. Before she fully explodes, Minato tells her to calm down. He reminds everyone that their mission hasn't changed, no matter what the public thinks, and tells them to trust him. A few days after the conference, Shido is called to a high-level meeting. His boss tells him the Special Magic Squad is in danger because complaints keep rising as their clash with the magic nobles gets worse. When Shido tries to explain how suspicious Shu has been acting, his superior shuts him down and accuses him of picking a fight with the nobles. He says Shido pushed for the squad to be created and made enemies of the nobles, so this mess is his responsibility. Shido then asks if they know why their work keeps getting blocked, but his superior scolds him for even suggesting sabotage. He makes it clear the squad will survive only if they improve their image and fix things with the magic nobles, or they'll be shut down. Elsewhere, Jin Fuka watches all this with satisfaction. He knows the public is easy to sway with a good show and a few lies. With opinion turning his way, Jin is sure he'll crush the Special Magic Squad soon. After about a week of nothing happening, Minato and the squad eat lunch on the school rooftop and complain about being stuck doing nothing. Ruka mentions the Fukas are the ones handling recent calamities, but Ryuji points out someone inside the police must be sabotaging the special magic team. Minato agrees, explaining that some officers are tied to the magic nobles and see the SMT as a threat. The clueless Yuika asks how that's possible, and Minato says the squad's actions have hurt the nobles' image. Deep down, he knows the nobles are tied to the Black Rebellion, so any support for the SMT is a problem for them. Fed up, Yuika blasts the magic nobles for being useless and says they should fix their own reputation instead of this nonsense. After calming down, she wonders if her father is involved, but Ruka says she doubts it. Minato finishes eating, stands up, and tells everyone they're going to the Mizuho estate to find out themselves. The sisters hesitate since things are bad with their father. Minato says they can stay behind if they want, but in the end, they come along. Soon they reach the Mizuho villa, where two female guards stop them at the gate. Even after they introduce themselves, the guards refuse to let them in. When Yuika and Ruka ask for an exception, the guards say their master banned his disowned daughters from entering. Just as the sisters give up, Minato steps forward, introduces himself as the SMT captain, and says he needs to question Toshiru. The guards tell him to make an appointment, but Minato says he only needs a few answers. Annoyed, he starts thinking about forcing his way in, when Toshiru suddenly shows up. After hearing the situation, he lets them enter. On the way to the meeting room, Minato jokes about how young Toshiru looks, and asks if he's the sister's brother. The girls quickly correct him. Young or not, that's their father. Once they sit down, Toshiru opens by accusing Minato of leading his daughters astray. Minato fires back that blaming someone else for your kids becoming independent is bad parenting. He then asks why Toshiru can't be proud that his daughters are growing up. Toshiru quietly studies him, realizing Minato didn't come here to joke around. So Minato drops the small talk and asks if Toshiru has been pressuring the special magic team. Toshiru denies it, saying magic nobles rarely work together and that Fuka is acting on his own. After commenting on Minato's determination, Toshiru admits he's heard about him as a student with noble-level power and as a hero who stopped several calamities. Still doubtful, he challenges Minato to test that strength. Toshiru releases a huge wave of mana to show his power, and to his surprise, Minato matches it without any effort. The rest of the team, including the sisters, can barely move under the crushing mana. When the pressure fades, Toshiru praises Minato for matching him, but Minato shrugs it off as simple magic control. He adds that Toshiru was still holding back a lot. Toshiru is impressed that Minato noticed. Minato then asks why mages today are weaker than they were in the past. Toshiru asks why he wants to know. When Minato brings up what happened 50 years ago, Toshiru says mages were intentionally weakened to keep them controlled. Minato asks him to explain that better. Toshiru only says Minato will understand soon enough. He then claims magic nobles are necessary, so Minato asks if the Fukas are necessary too. Toshiru says nothing. Seeing he will get no more answers, Minato stands, thanks him, and ends the talk. Before leaving, the others admit they still cannot move well after that earlier mana burst. Minato helps them up as they head out. On the way, he tells Toshiru he is glad he did not find corruption in his family. Otherwise, he would have handled this very differently. He adds that Toshiru's daughters are important friends to him. When Toshiru asks what he means, Minato just walks away. A few days later, the Special Magic Squad gets new uniforms made from anti-monster material that resists most spells. Shido announces the team can finally work at full strength. With everything ready, Minato gathers everyone and says it is time to settle things with the Fukas. Meanwhile, at the Fuka estate, Jin Fuka and his son Shu celebrate the SMT's coming downfall. Jin brags that with help from the Black Rebellion, he will soon control Japan, but their celebration is suddenly cut off when police in suits storm in and order everyone to freeze. The whole scene goes live on TV as a reporter covers the shocking arrest of a magic noble. From a helicopter outside, she tells viewers this is the first time a noble has ever faced charges like this. The police arrest Jin for bribery, threats, and abusing his special status, then tell him his estate is being searched. Jin explodes, saying a noble should not be treated like some normal criminal, and demands proof. Right then, the special magic team arrives. Minato steps forward, raises his phone, and calmly says they already have all the evidence. Shu recognizes him as Kusanagi Minato of the SMT and demands to know why he is here, while Jin immediately calls the evidence fake. Minato answers by showing photos of Jin taking bribes and working with illegal mages, plus proof that he plotted murder. Jin panics and accuses Minato of making it all up. To shut that down, Minato plays a video of Jin and Shu refusing to stop a small calamity, even though civilians were in danger, then asks if that is fake too. Now trapped, Jin erupts in rage and demands to know who was spying on him. His butler steps up and admits it was him. Jin grabs the butler by the throat, screaming and asking why he would betray the man who fed and clothed him for years. The butler reveals he had secretly met the Black Mage, who asked if loyalty meant watching the family sink deeper into corruption. Unable to answer, the butler was told to choose between serving evil and doing the right thing. Now he declares that Jin is unfit to be a magic noble and needs to be removed. Furious, Jin summons several magic circles and threatens to kill everyone there. Before he can strike, Minato shatters the circles and blasts a hole through the wall. He makes it clear there is no escape for a corrupt noble. Jin mourns the collapse of everything he built, but Minato coldly says he caused it himself. In one last desperate move, Jin boasts about an overseas base prepared for a moment like this. He says that once he escapes, no one will touch him, and before leaving, he will kill everyone trying to arrest him. Jin, Shu, and their men unleash a wave of magic at the police, but Minato blocks it with a barrier and tells the officers to fall back while the SMT takes over. Minato fires again and opens a second hole in the wall, and this time, the news helicopter catches it live. The reporters announce that the Fuka family is openly resisting arrest, raising major doubts about magic nobles. With the whole country watching, the reporter asks if people can still trust nobles to protect them, then quickly reminds viewers that Japan still has the SMT and their leader, Kusanagi Minato. Outside the mansion, the Fukas and the SMT get ready for battle. Minato faces Jin, while Shu and his men take on the rest. Before it starts, Shu mocks the SMT, asking if they really think they can win with so few people. Yuika fires back that unlike spoiled nobles, their squad is also dealing with other calamities. Angry, Shu says he will stop holding back and threatens to kill them all. Yuika calls him a stain on the magic nobles and says they will never forgive what he did to the people. As the battle begins, Jin asks Minato if he really thinks he can beat a magic noble, and Minato says there is no reason to lose to weak trash like him. Enraged, Jin fires a plasma beam at the news helicopter to silence the media, but Minato blocks it with a barrier and calls him pathetic for sinking that low. Jin says he does not care how low he goes as long as he profits, which only disgusts Minato more. Meanwhile, Yuika, Ruka, Sanada, and their teammates start overpowering the Fuka lackeys. Seeing his side losing, Shu panics. He cannot accept that nobles are being beaten by commoners. He orders his men to use their strongest magic and kill the SMT no matter what. As the enemy prepares their biggest spells, the Mizuha sisters join their power and unleash a level 6 water spell, Burst Stream. The attack crushes Shu and his men in one hit and leaves them helpless before the SMT. Defeated, Shu drops to his knees and desperately claims it was all a brief mistake in judgment. He swears he will change and begs for mercy. Seeing through him, Yuika pretends to accept the apology. The instant she and Ruka turn away, Shu curses them as idiots and launches a sneak attack. But the sisters expected it, counter at once, and pin him down. They ask if he really thought they would forgive someone who never planned to change. With his last trick failed, Shu breaks down crying. Sensing his team has finished off the others, Minato turns back to Jin and tells him his precious son has finally been beaten. Watching his empire fall apart, Jin finally gets serious. After a short stare down, he attacks first with a level 1 wind spell from the air. Minato dodges it like it is nothing. Frustrated, Jin follows with a level 2 wind spear to catch him off guard, but Minato slips past that too. Jin then throws out a level 3 wind cutter, and Minato dodges again. The reporter in the helicopter is amazed by Jin's magic power, but starts worrying about Minato, asking viewers if he can keep handling this non-stop assault. Trying to finish it, Jin raises his output and casts a level 4 Tempest wind spell, creating a wormhole that threatens to pull in everything nearby. When Minato avoids that too, Jin boosts it into a level 5 Grand Typhoon strong enough to rip through anything. By then, Minato's team knows how dangerous it is and begs him to stop and arrest Jin another time. Minato ignores them, forms a 4-layer high magic barrier, and wipes out the typhoon before it can touch him. Ruka is stunned that he blocked such a deadly spell, while Ryuji just watches with admiration, already used to Minato's reckless courage. People watching the live broadcast are left speechless, finally seeing how powerful a magic noble really is after Jin casts a level 5 spell so easily. But the bigger shock comes when Minato stops it with ease, and the reporter keeps the audience locked in with non-stop commentary. During a short break, Jin starts wondering why Minato still has not attacked and suspects he is stalling for backup. To test that idea, he mocks Minato and asks why he keeps holding back. Minato smirks and says he just does not want to end the fight too fast. He is having fun. That answer pushes Jin to reveal his full power. He says his mana is around 200,000 and warns Minato not to panic when he sees the gap between them. The SMT members scoff, sure he is lying, since even 100,000 mana is almost unheard of in Japan. Worried, Ruka and her sister think about stepping in, but Minato shoots them a hard look and tells them without words to stay back. They understand right away and do not interfere. Jin laughs at that and says if they had come any closer, he would have killed them on the spot. Then he summons 5 large magic circles and releases the power he had been hiding, making his whole body glow as shockwaves spread across the field. The SMT watches in horror, fearing Jin has gone too far. Minato, however, is not impressed. Jin asks if he can feel how massive his magic really is, but Minato says nothing and just watches as Jin prepares a new spell called Neo Magic, meant to crush anything ahead of it. A green portal appears high above, pulsing harder and harder. For the first time in the fight, Minato smiles, interested in the strange spell. Seeing that, Jin proudly explains his ultimate move. He calls it atmospheric magic and boasts that it can flatten a person instantly. Amused, Minato tells him to go ahead. Furious at that attitude, Jin pushes the spell further into level 6 atmospheric magic, air press, warping the air around it, making escape impossible, but Minato doesn't move as the portal swallows him. Jin bursts out laughing. Sure, Minato got crushed. Even the SMT members start to think their leader is gone. For more than a minute, Yuika and Ruka call out to him, begging for any answer. Right when they start to accept the worst, Monato's voice breaks the silence and both sisters gasp. Monato tells them not to decide he's dead that fast. Jin, completely stunned, asks how he survived. Monato calmly says he balanced the pressure inside and outside his body, canceling the spell, like deep-sea creatures living under huge ocean pressure. Still shaken, Jin asks how Monato could use atmospheric magic, his own signature spell. Monato grins and says he just watched and copied it. Jin is left speechless, and Monato adds that if Jin had stopped talking and attacked sooner, he might have actually done some damage. Then Monato mocks him by using sound magic to mess with the pressure in Jin's ears, hitting him with sharp pain. Jin stumbles back, asking what he did. Monato smirks and says sound magic, a branch of wind magic, raised the sound pressure around his ears and made him suffer. Watching all this, Yuika finally starts to understand something important about Monato. Meanwhile, Jin is so humiliated that he drops all restraint. He releases even more power and says he's done holding back. He claims 200,000 mana was only a warm-up, and at full power, he reaches 500,000. Shido and the SMT members feel the surge and realize Jin is not bluffing this time. As round 2 starts, Jin roars at Monato to despair and readies his strongest attack yet. For a few seconds, Jin gathers a massive amount of magic, leaving the SMT stunned. Even Ryuji, who rarely cares about enemies, admits Jin is beyond them, and Shido warns that even Monato may not beat power like this. Now fully powered up, Jin starts bragging again. Monato just yawns, making Jin stop in confusion. The magic noble asks if Monato is too dense to understand his power, but Monato says nothing. Jin keeps rambling about his ultimate spell before launching a small green atmospheric portal at Monato, who doesn't even react. Annoyed that Monato still isn't impressed, Jin powers up further and summons 6 more green magic circles. Their energy is so intense that even the SMT members get uneasy. This is the first level 7 spell they've seen all year. As the tension rises, Yuka quietly chooses to trust Monato and hopes he beats Jin. With the spell ready, Jin mocks Monato for not attacking while he charged. Now he says, regret won't save him, only despair waits. Annoyed, Monato asks if he's finally going to attack. Instead, Jin keeps talking before at last releasing his strongest move yet, the level 7 atmospheric magic, Plasma Break. The blast is so violent it throws the chopper above off balance, and the SMT members scramble to think of some way to stop it. Desperate, Ruka tells Monato to run, but he stays where he is. Jin gives him one last chance to escape, warning that if he doesn't, his friends will die instead. Monato accepts the challenge without flinching and gets ready to counter. Before Plasma Break can spiral further, he casts a level 4 spell and forms a core amethyst. Jin laughs, asking if he really thinks something that tiny can stop his magic. Monato fires the crystal straight into Plasma Break's core and waits. To everyone's shock, Plasma Break is erased instantly. Jin and the SMT members freeze in place, unable to understand how his ultimate spell disappeared so easily. Staring in disbelief, Jin demands an explanation. Monato casually says wind magic is weak to earth magic. Since Plasma Break was a slow spell, the amethyst crystal could shut it down easily. He mocks Jin for not knowing that, and the noble is left rattled. Still confused, Jin asks him to explain explain more. Minato says the core amethyst is not very strong for attack, but its dense magic can absorb spells of the opposite element, so it can cancel them out even across rank gaps. Still stunned, Jin asks why Minato even knows a crazy spell like that. Minato smirks and says he made it for fun. Hearing that, Jin finally breaks. He can't accept that a spell he spent decades perfecting got beaten by something made on a whim. With the fight basically done, Minato walks forward and tells Jin to get ready for punishment. But before he can act, Jin quickly surrenders, saying he's out of magic and can't move. Minato says he has no interest in beating up someone that pathetic. Instead, he raises a finger to flick Jin's forehead. Jin thinks it's nothing and brushes it off. The instant Minato flicks him, Jin is launched several feet away and blacks out at once. The SMT can only stare, wondering if their leader is even human. With Jin down, the police move in and take him. At the same time, the reporter in the chopper announces that SMT Captain Kusanagi Minato has defeated a magic noble. All across the country, people celebrate and praise Minato. After the battle, the SMT members gather around him and congratulate him for finally beating Fukujin. As the police drag Jin away, Minato feels disappointed by Japan's magic nobles. After all that, they were just frauds. Before Jin disappears, Minato asks what the magic nobles did after Ichikami Minato died 50 years ago. Jin says nothing, so Minato asks if they destroyed the magic tome from that time and demands to know why they would do such a thing. Jin finally replies that commoners could never understand the thoughts of magic nobles. Confused, Minato asks him to explain, but Jin only smirks and tells him to figure it out himself before he's taken away. A few hours later, Minato is made to attend a press conference with Shido and the team chief. Once it starts, he gives a short statement about the fight with Fukujin. His comments spread fast, and his popularity explodes overnight. A few days later, Minato is relaxing on a beach in Hawaii, still wondering how he ended up there. While he thinks, Yuka walks over in a swimsuit and asks what he's thinking about. Before answering, Minato remembers his last meeting with Shido and the team. In that flashback, Ryuji asks why they're going to Hawaii. Shido explains that the SMT has gotten insanely popular lately, and with all the attention, things are getting out of control. As he says that, Yuika finds a video of Minato surrounded by girls and realizes people are even filming them at school. She tells the team their clips are blowing up all over social media, and Ruka adds that the internet is packed with SMT news too. As everyone worries about all the attention, Shido confirms that all of Japan is watching them, so he arranged a break in Hawaii while things calm down. He also says Minato helped strengthen the team and win support from the Mizuho clan, which will cover disaster response while they're away. With that, he tells them to use the trip to rest and leaves them to get ready. Back in the present, Minato stands and tells Yuika he was just lost in thought. Satisfied, Yuika shyly points to her swimsuit and asks if it looks weird on her. Minato immediately says she looks cute. The sudden compliment catches Yuika off guard, and she turns bright red. Minato keeps going, saying the swimsuit matches her style and looks really good on her. Overwhelmed, Yuika awkwardly thanks him and turns away to calm down. Soon after, Ruka shows up in a dark swimsuit, annoyed that Minato has been avoiding her all day. When he looks confused, she asks if there's anything he wants to say. Minato says he was just admiring how pretty she looks, adding that her pale skin makes the swimsuit stand out and adds to her elegance. Embarrassed by such a detailed compliment, Ruka turns away, red-faced, and thanks him. Ryuji, who's been standing next to Minato the whole time, is amazed by how easily and honestly he praises the girls with zero bad intent. A moment later, Sonata arrives in a white flare dress and apologizes for making them wait. Ryuji is stunned, realizing for the first time how curvy she is under her uniform. Curious, Sonata asks Minato what he thinks of her outfit. Before he answers, Ryuji silently prays he won't mention her figure. With everyone watching, Minato simply says she has great style. Doubting him, Sonata asks what he means, so Minato says the outfit really brings out her natural elegance. That catches her off guard, and she blushes just as hard as the others. Shocked by how easily Minato makes everyone blush, Ryuji jokes that he's amazing, then asks if he's overdoing it. Minato says he's only being honest. If someone deserves praise, he'll say it. Since all three girls look beautiful in their swimsuits, he sees no reason to hide it. Ryuji gets that, but still feels embarrassed for them because they're so flustered. To make things worse, Minato suddenly turns to Ryuji and starts praising his balanced physique, telling him to be proud of how he looks. Ryuji shuts that down instantly and warns him never to compliment another guy in front of the girls again. Once that awkward moment passes, the Special Magic Squad spends the rest of the day having fun, including playing volleyball, riding jet skis, sunbathing, and taking tons of photos. By night, Minato heads out to buy a drink from a convenience store. Before he gets far, he notices Yuika acting strangely shy and decides to walk with her. As they stroll, they talk about how much fighting they've done lately and how unreal this break feels. Then Yuika notices the ring Ruka wore earlier and starts wondering if her sister is dating Minato. Before she overthinks it, she reminds herself that Minato said he isn't seeing anyone. Sensing her mood change, he stays quiet and lets her speak first. Gathering her courage, Yuika asks what kind of person he likes. When Minato says he's never really thought about it, she jokingly lists herself, Ruka, and Sonata as examples and tells him to choose one. After thinking a bit, Minato picks all three, saying each of them is beautiful, hardworking, and admirable. Yuika gets annoyed and says that is not the same as romantic love. Confused, Minato admits he thought love and admiration were almost the same. After thinking it over, he says that if he had to pick one, Yuka is the girl he likes most. Yuka goes still in shock while Minato honestly lists everything he likes about her. Her face turns bright red, and she crouches down from sheer embarrassment. Worried, Minato kneels beside her and asks if she is okay. Still flustered, Yuika quietly says that even if Minato does not mean it romantically, hearing that from him makes her really happy and only proves how deeply in love she is with him. Back in Japan, Shido studies social media and realizes things are getting worse. More people are turning against the magic nobles, and many now want the SMT handling disasters and monster attacks. At the same time, the vigilante Shadowbringer is getting popular, and people online keep arguing about a fight between him and Minato. With all this happening, Shido knows he has a big decision to make. At the Japanese International Airport, a certain plane arrives with two family heads, both clearly annoyed by the chaos that broke out while they were gone. The first is Hinata, head of the Homurai family, and the second is Riku, head of the Kaichi family. As they get off the plane, both complain about the mess waiting for them. About a week later, Minato and the girls return to Japan and go back to normal life. One evening, while Yuika makes dinner, Minato says their vacation ended way too fast. Ruka, sitting next to him, says the SMT and the school both tightened media control, so the paparazzi should finally back off. Just then, Yuika leans out from the kitchen and asks them to bring the plates. Minato quickly helps, and soon the table is covered with food. During dinner, Yuika asks if they are ready for school, starting again tomorrow. Minato says that with the police and school helping, the attention around them should have died down by now. After chatting a bit more, he says they should just ignore it since people will probably lose interest soon. But Minato learns the very next day how wrong he was, when girls from different classes swarm him and keep asking if he has a girlfriend. Once it gets too much, Yuika and the others brush the students off and invite each other to lunch. On the way there, Yuika says things were even worse before the trip. Sometimes people from outside the school would sneak in just to say they were out of toilet paper. Minato says they should stop by the store after school to buy more, along with some bath salts Yuika likes. The nearby students hear that and realize Minato is living with the Mizuha sisters. Embarrassed by the reaction, Yuika grabs the others and hurries them up to the rooftop to eat. There, Ryuji confirms the three really do live together, saying it makes sense since they are with their team leader, Minato Kusanagi. He adds that if they ever need help, they can count on him. The girls thank him for that. Then Ryuji tells Minato to stop being so formal and asks if they can call him by his first name instead. Easygoing as always, Minato says they can call him whatever they want. Just as Yuika is about to respond, she suddenly stops and realizes how serious it sounds for the three of them to be living together. Before she can overthink it too much, she shakes it off and tells herself it is fine as long as nothing weird happens. Ryuji and Minato notice her sudden mood shift and trade confused looks. Once she settles down, Yuika asks Minato if he ever feels awkward about living with the two of them. He does not answer right away, and they finish lunch before going through the rest of the day peacefully. That night, while Ruka and Minato are asleep, Yuika stays awake, wondering how they can sleep so easily. She starts asking herself if she is the only one bothered by their living situation. When the silence gets to her, she throws a little fit, then forces herself to sleep. A little later, Ruka wakes up thinking almost the same thing. She admits she still is not used to sharing a room with Minato. Since she cannot fall back asleep, she sits up and tries to understand why this bothers her so much. When she still cannot figure it out, she glances over at Minato sleeping on the floor. That alone makes her blush, and when her thoughts start going somewhere improper, she yanks the blanket over her head. Then she remembers how Ryuji and the others casually call Minato by his first name, and wonders why she still calls him Kusanagi. Her mind goes back to the time she almost choked trying to call him Minato on the way to school. In the end, all she managed was Kusanagi before mumbling something so strange that Minato got confused. Another time, when they were alone on the rooftop at lunch, she still could not say his first name. Thinking about all those awkward moments, she cringes and scolds herself for being too scared to do something so simple. The next morning on the way to school, Minato notices Ruka looks down and asks if she feels sick. Ruka says she is fine, but once again calls him Kusanagi. This time, Minato stops her and reminds her they are not strangers. He tells her to quit using his last name and just call him Minato. Blushing hard, Ruka finally works up the courage and says his first name. Elsewhere, the magic nobles meet in secret to talk about how badly their image has fallen. Hinata opens the meeting by blaming the special magic squad for the magic nobles losing support. While she thinks about what to do, Riku asks how she plans to handle Captain Minato Kusanagi. With no clear answer, Hinata turns to Toshiro and asks what he thinks. Toshiro says he only intends to follow their lord's will, which irritates Hinata because of how vague he is. When she pushes him to be clear, Toshiro reveals that Minato does not recognize him. Hinata asks if that means Minato knows nothing about them, and Toshiro says yes. Once Riku learns Minato is unaware of them, he decides to test him. If Minato proves useful, fine. If not, they will kill him without hesitation. The next day, Minato tells his team the next great calamity will happen in Osaka. So far, the major disasters, aside from smaller ones, have followed the same pattern as they did 50 years ago. Yuika says the timing has still gotten much shorter, and great calamities that used to happen once a year are now hard to predict, even with police watching closely. On top of that, disaster response is a mess, and without SMT-style teams in other areas, things will only get worse. Then Shido proudly tells Minato the police are creating a second SMT in Osaka. They worked with the police and self-defense forces to improve disaster response, and many trainees there want Minato to train them. Smugly, Shido asks if he will go. Minato cannot really refuse, and agreeing makes Shido even happier. Shido then tells him someone who survived the Great Calamity 50 years ago is waiting for him there. That person is Takigami Shizuku, one of the few remaining makers of anti-monster gear, and she wants to speak with Minato. Minato agrees to meet her, and Shido adds that Takigami is the one who made the SMT uniforms. With everything set, Minato heads to the airport and meets his team one last time before boarding. Just before the flight leaves, Minato reaches into his pocket and gives each teammate a bangle. He warns them to keep the bangles on until he returns and not remove them for any reason. When he asks if they will be okay without him, the others say they have gotten stronger too, so he can go to Osaka without worrying. Minato says goodbye, tells them he is counting on them, and boards the plane, taking his first-class seat. As the flight begins, he thinks back on a few random moments from Hawaii, but then gets distracted by the fact that he is actually flying first class. He admits Shido treated him pretty well this time. Then he notices a few strange people boarding the plane, people he has never seen before, and wonders who they are. When Hinata and Riku sit fairly close to him, Minato instantly senses they are strong magicians. There seem to be several more on board too, but with security this tight, he figures they should not be a problem. Once boarding is done, the plane takes off, and Minato is served a rich, tasty meal. He enjoys every bite, then leans back to relax and enjoy the view from the window. Sadly, he barely gets the chance, because some illegal mages who boarded earlier stand up and take several passengers hostage, including Minato. They warn everyone that if the passengers do not obey, they will start killing people. Still, Minato, Hinata, and Riku stay quiet in their seats, as if waiting for the right moment. As the hijacking continues, Minato counts the illegal mages and realizes there are 10 of them. If he takes them down one at a time, the other passengers could get hurt. And if he uses stronger magic, he might damage the plane, so he decides he cannot deal with them alone and will need help. By now, the whole plane is in chaos, with passengers begging for mercy, while the hijackers shout at them to stay quiet if they want to live. Soon, the criminals have the entire plane under control. One of the mages walks up to Minato and orders him to have the BR members released, saying they won't accept this treatment of superior mages. When Minato says nothing, the man gives him 5 minutes to contact the ground and demand their release, or they'll kill the hostages one by one. Before starting the countdown, they check with the pilot to make sure he heard the threat. With no time to spare, Minato weighs his next move carefully. He trades a look with Riku and Hinata, who are quietly building up mana, waiting for the signal to attack. But one mage notices Minato acting strange, and another warns he'll die if he moves. A moment later, while the hijackers are distracted, Hinata and Riku rush in and start dropping them one after another as fast as possible. After the ones guarding the passengers go down, Riku, Hinata, and Minato share a quick look before moving through the cabin to take out the rest. During the fight, some of the mages try to shoot Hinata down, but she's far above them in power. She, Riku, and Minato keep beating the hijackers down without slowing. Soon, one mage grabs a flight attendant and threatens to crash the plane if they don't stop. The second his focus slips, Minato lunges in, kicks him down, and frees the attendant. At the same time, Hinata and Riku drop the other two, leaving the passengers stunned that these 3 strangers saved them. As people rush over to thank them, Hinata mocks the mages for going down so fast and making the fight boring. Minato, though, senses something wrong in the cockpit, so he tells the others it's not over and runs for the cockpit door. Inside, the 3 find another illegal mage holding the pilot at gunpoint, warning them not to come closer. Fed up with these thugs, Hinata slams him with a brutal punch. But as he drops, he fires and hits one of the plane's controls. Minato has already shielded the pilot, but he instantly knows they're in trouble. The plane loses balance at once and starts shaking hard. After trying every move he can, the pilot says they're done. The controls won't respond, and the radio is dead. If nothing changes, they'll crash into the mountains. Hearing that, Hinata panics, grabs the pilot, and begs him to save them so they don't die. Then one of the windows breaks, and freezing air from outside starts whipping through the cockpit. The co-pilot groans that they might freeze before they crash. Seeing how bad things are, Hinata asks the others for ideas. Riku gloomily says they should just die together. After snapping at him for saying that, Hinata starts wondering if this is really the end. With no options left, the pilot and co-pilot accept their fate and tell everyone to prepare for death. Then Minato, who stayed quiet the whole time, finally smiles and says he'll save everyone. The pilot warns him this isn't something a normal human can fix. They're all doomed. Done listening to that, Minato walks to the broken cockpit window and ignores their shouts and questions. Then he jumps out of the plane. Hinata first thinks Minato ran to save himself, but she takes that back when the plane starts dropping fast, putting everyone on board minutes from death. By now, passengers are saying final prayers, while the pilot desperately tries to pull the nose up and avoid crashing into the sea. Right before impact, after all hope seems gone, a miracle happens. The plane steadies itself and starts climbing again. Both pilots stare in shock, wondering what just happened to the plane. Hinata tells them Minato is the one who saved them, and if she's right, he's supporting the whole aircraft by himself. Sure enough, Minato is under the plane, carrying over 230 tons and guiding it toward the nearest airport. He explains that he first made a huge barrier under the plane with void magic, then boosted his body with magical martial arts and used wind magic to steer it toward a safe landing. Since it's his first time holding up a plane, it isn't easy. Even now, the pilot can't believe one person is carrying a 230-ton aircraft thousands of meters in the air. Seeing what Minato can do, the pilot starts viewing him like a monster and takes a deep interest in him. By then, the flight attendants and passengers finally calm down after the pilot says they're safe for now. A father and his little daughter even cry with relief, happy they get to live. But the pilot warns them not to celebrate yet. He's found that the landing gear won't come out either. That means a safe landing now depends completely on Minato. So the pilot lines them up with the nearest runway and points the plane toward it, hoping Minato has a plan for the landing. As the damaged plane nears the runway, Minato, still holding it from below, casts a level 6 void spell, High Magic Wall. He uses the barrier to soften the descent and slow the plane until it stops. Once Minato pulls off the landing, the whole cabin bursts into cheers, with strangers hugging each other. Even the pilot salutes SMT Captain Kusanagi Minato like a soldier. Riku and Hinata just keep staring at him, unimpressed, waiting for their later meeting. As soon as he gets off the plane, reporters swarm him, asking how he saved everyone from the crash. Minato is already irritated after the most stressful flight of his life. Before he snaps, security steps in, pushes the media back, and promises a later press conference. Then they escort Minato to Takigami's home to meet her. Right before he leaves, Hinata and Riku stop him and praise him, clearly trying to get on his good side. But Minato doesn't take all the credit. He praises both of them too. Seeing that their little plan failed, the pair toss out a few more casual remarks and leave, with Hinata firmly saying she hopes they meet again. Soon after, Minato is guided to Takigami's meeting room, where the elderly Takigami welcomes him inside. After they sit down, Takigami says she called him because she's interested in his recent feats in magic. A lot of it reminds her of her mentor and ally, Ichikami Minato. Void magic is rare, hard to use, and often treated like useless magic. So Takigami is shocked Minato can use it and asks how he learned the same magic as Ichikami. After hearing her out, Minato chuckles and says she still hasn't changed, just like before. Confused, Takigami asks if they've met, and Minato says they've met more times than he can count. Then he answers plainly. He can use Ichikami's magic because he is Ichikami Minato. She's surprised but keeps calm and says many people before, relatives, friends, lovers, even secret children, have claimed ties to Ichikami to get close to him. Still, she never expected someone to go as far as claiming to be him, so she assumes Minato is another fake. Takigami apologizes for being rude, then politely asks him to leave. Before going, Minato brings up meeting two brothers earlier and seeing that the younger one had a doll of Ichikami. Takigami asks what he means, and Minato reminds her that she once said she wanted to make a doll of him. Now Takigami starts sweating and asks how he knows something that private. After a short pause, Minato says she once claimed that doll gave children strength, and even now, Ichikami is still saving people through it. After hearing all this, Takigami slowly starts to believe him and asks if he really is Ichikami. Still bothered that she doubts him, Minato decides to tell her a story. After several more minutes of old memories, Takigami finally believes he is the reincarnated Ichikami Minato. When Minato lightly scolds her for doubting him, she says believing in reincarnation isn't easy in the modern world. Even if Ichikami was always unusual, she never thought he'd come back in her lifetime. After catching him up on the disasters that hit the world after his death, Takigami admits how happy she is to see him again, and tears up a little. After she calms down, Minato reminds Takigami that she knows what happened over the last 50 years. He says he's noticed magical knowledge stopped being passed on properly. Sorcerers have grown weaker. Rumors about Ichikami Minato are full of lies, and these so-called magic nobles appeared out of nowhere. Then he asks her to explain what happened while he was gone. Takigami starts to answer, but a text pops up on her phone, and her face changes in shock. Minato asks what's wrong, but she clearly can't tell him, so she cuts the meeting short, says it's late, and asks him to stay the night so they can talk tomorrow. Minato agrees and heads to his room. Around midnight, Riku slips into Minato's room without a sound and slashes at the bed, trying to kill him. But Minato is already standing beside it, mocking him for attacking someone in bed. He doesn't know who it is at first, but once he sees his face, he recognizes Riku. Before Minato can say much, Riku attacks again, and Minato dodges. A second later, Riku kicks him through the window. Minato lands safely in the yard, and Riku is already there waiting. Riku uses level 1 Earth Magic, Rock Break. Minato answers with level 1 Void Magic, Magic Barrier, trying to block the blows. But after a few exchanges, Riku cuts straight through the barrier and forces Minato back, making him get serious. Before round 2 starts, Minato praises the blade and asks if it's anti-magic gear here. Riku says nothing. Both of them gather mana and get ready again. Right before they clash, Hinata appears and orders them to stop. Minato says he knew she'd be mixed up in this. Hinata ignores that and tells him not to resist their summons. To make sure he listens, she shows live feeds of her people sneaking up on Minato's friends at their homes and threatens to kill them in their sleep if he refuses. Seeing the trap, Minato stays calm and asks what they want. Hinata introduces herself and Riku, then says their only demand is simple. Join them as a magic noble and gain rank, money, power, and even women if he wants. More than that, she says joining them will let him protect his friends and give absolute orders. If he refuses, even if he escapes tonight, the magic nobles will hunt him and make life miserable for him and everyone around him. After laying it all out, Hinata asks for his answer. Minato refuses to join their little group of lazy magicians, and Hinata gets furious. She grabs her phone, muttering about using his friends as collateral, then tells her men at each location to start Plan B. She wants to make sure Minato never acts proud again. But just as her men move in, the bangles Minato gave his allies before leaving for Osaka begin to glow, while everyone is still asleep. They create yellow, magic-made copies of Minato's shape, and Hinata's men panic at the sight. Before they can react, the figures use level 5 high magic drain void magic and wipe them out instantly. A few minutes later, Hinata notices her men have gone silent and tries to contact them. When no one answers, Riku realizes they've all been taken out. Angry, Hinata demands Minato explain what he did, but Minato shoots back that she should have expected this unless she's an idiot. Even though she finds him irritating, Hinata praises how he handled both the hijacking and the hostage trap, saying he passed the first test. Confused, Minato asks if they were behind the hijacking too, but she says no. They'd never use something that stupid just to drag him into their game. Then she tells him it's time for the second test as she and Riku power up for the real round 2. Minato, clearly enjoying this, jokingly asks if he can skip the fight, but Hinata refuses and rushes him with Riku. Hinata opens with a kick at Minato, and he blocks it easily. She springs back to make space and fires a level 4 fire spell Flare. The attack explodes loudly, but Minato comes out untouched. Riku then cuts through the smoke for a sword strike aimed at Minato's neck, but it still misses because Minato blocks it with a small barrier around his neck. He sighs, knowing that would have killed a normal person. Hinata tells him not to get cocky and launches another spell. Level 5 Fire Magic, Blazing Column, at the captain of the SMT. Minato praises the spell, then counters with level 3 Water Magic, Water Splash, and completely wipes it out. Seeing that, Hinata finally understands the rumors that he can cast without chanting. When he cancels her level 5 spell with a level 3 1, she feels like he's making fun of her magic. Riku attacks again, but Minato dodges and tells them to take the battle into the sky. Hinata accepts at once and flies up with her pet fighter, Riku. She admits they underestimated him before, but not anymore. Then both of them unleash their strongest spells. Hinata casts level 7 Fire Magic, Demon's Blaze, while Riku uses level 7 Earth Magic, Comet. After bragging that Minato can't stop her ultimate move, the pair launches both attacks at him together. Minato isn't impressed. He casts level 7 Void Magic, Vanish, which swallows both attacks and erases them completely. Hinata and Riku are left stunned, unable to process what just happened. To spell it out for them, Minato says he broke down and scattered the magical energy to limit damage to the area. Hinata calls that nonsense and says it doesn't count, like he's cheating a real fight. She claims everything so far was meaningless and says now she'll show him her true power. Before she can, the air around them suddenly changes, and all three notice it. Then the sky turns red, and Minato realizes the calamity has reached Osaka. To him, with everything else going on, this feels way too perfect to be a coincidence. Back inside, Takigami sees the red glow from her window. She watches it for a moment, then closes the blinds. Hinata sees the calamity too, but ignores it, still wanting to keep fighting and crush Minato. Before she can rush in, Riku stops her and reminds her of their mission. Hinata realizes he's right and reins herself in, while Minato says their fight has to wait. He needs to deal with the calamity. He flies to Dotonbori, the ruined district left behind after the Great Calamity 50 years ago. Looking over the area, he compares it to Shibuya and notes that monsters still come out there even without an active calamity. Because of how dangerous it is, he doubts any sane person would be around. When he senses swarms of smaller monsters across the city, Minato quickly realizes he can't cover everything alone. If they spread into human areas, people will die, so he needs help fast. Just as he thinks about calling for backup, Riku and Hinata arrive and offer their help. Minato welcomes them with a jab that they must have given up trying to kill him. Riku says the fight before was only a test, and since Minato passed, they'll work together for now. Minato accepts, though he knows this isn't over. As monsters flood the streets, the three move out to stop them. Hinata, eager for action, jumps in dramatically and calls it a show. She blasts a full horde away with level 5 Blazing Column. Riku handles plenty on his side too. Above them, Minato fires a level 5 Void Magic Bullet Barrage, cutting down weaker monsters while waiting for the boss. As he scans the field, Minato notices an old man walking with a cane. Worried, he lands and asks if the man is all right, but the old man says nothing. Minato offers to escort him to safety, but before he can help, the man pushes him back and frowns. After a pause, he thanks Minato for the concern and says he's fine. Something about him feels familiar, but before Minato can figure it out, one of the man's subordinates helps him into a black sedan, and the car drives off. Soon after, Osaka's self-defense and disaster response teams rush in and seal off Dotonbori's exits to stop the calamity from spreading. Their fast response impresses Minato and reminds him of what Shido said about how prepared they were, even without much real experience. As they build their line, Minato lands beside an officer who mistakes him for a lost kid, but once the officer recognizes him as the captain of the special magic team, he quickly lets Minato help. A monster sneaks up behind the officer, but Minato burns it to ash and saves him. Then he warns them to stay alert and asks for a status report. The officer says the police and SDF have sealed off Dotonbori and are focused on getting civilians out safely, but they admit they have no way to stop the boss monster on their own. Minato tells them not to worry, he'll handle the boss himself. The soldiers thank him, and Minato adds that he didn't come alone. His backup is Riku and Hinata, magic nobles from the Homurai and Kaichi families. The soldiers are stunned, and ask if the SMT and the magic nobles are actually working together now. Minato doesn't answer, but he can see their hope return as they trust both sides to fight. Then a dark purple miasma suddenly spreads through the air. The soldiers' bodies grow heavy, and they can barely move. Through the fog, a huge figure slowly appears. The officers recognize it at once. The chief demon, the boss monster. Just this one creature could destroy Osaka. Against something like that, normal humans have no chance. Minato, though, just smirks and complains that it took too long to show up. His calm attitude leaves the officers in shock. Before Minato can move, Hinata and Riku step in and claim the chief demon as theirs, telling him to watch. Even though he wanted the fight, Minato backs off and lets them take on an enemy this strong. With the stage set, Riku and Hinata ready themselves for a desperate battle. After Hinata's usual nonsense, the two launch their level 6 spells again, Demon Blaze and Comet, firing both at the chief demon, who just stands there like they're idiots. As the attacks rush in, the chief demon wipes them out with his level 8 fire spell, Supernova, blinding both the nobles and the soldiers. Everyone is stunned that a monster can use magic this powerful. Realizing how strong it is, Hinata and Riku get ready to strike again. But the chief demon suddenly speaks, asking if any strong sorcerer is among them. One soldier knows chief demons are smarter than normal monsters, but hearing one talk like a human still shocks him. Minato understands their fear. A monster with human-like intelligence is rare, and the unknown scares people most. Still, he says nothing and just watches the nobles keep making fools of themselves. After missing once, Hinata throws another fit and swears to burn the demon to ash, using a fire spell even stronger than Demon Blaze. Riku, just as angry, coats his sword in level 8 gravity magic, Dimensional Blade. Seeing them finally use original spells, Minato gets interested and hopes their teamwork can finish the chief demon. As they get ready to attack, the chief demon comments on someone's magic power. Hinata assumes he means them and brags, but the demon says he was talking about Minato's huge mana. Annoyed by that insult, Hinata and Riku drop their magic and charge him with their fists instead. The chief demon dodges every hit with ease, mocking them for being too slow. After toying with them for a bit, he hits back, sending both of them flying. Then he mixes fire and wind into a level 6 fusion spell, Flare Cyclone, and crushes the nobles in a single move. As Riku and Hinata shakily try to stand again, Minato steps forward and tells them to leave the rest to him. Hinata tries to stop him, saying that if even magic nobles like them lost, there's no way he can win. Riku says they should fall back, but Minato stays calm, telling them a monster like this is nothing to him. Riku asks if Minato really understands how much power the chief demon is giving off. Hinata still refuses to give up. They can't afford to fail the person they want to prove useful to. Minato walks toward the fight and teases the chief demon, who still seems impressed by his power. Before they start, the chief demon asks Minato for his name. Minato brushes it off and asks why he should answer. The chief demon accepts that and says, dealing with humans means nothing to demonkind anyway. With that out of the way, the fight starts. The chief demon attacks right away, striking Minato from every direction, but Minato blocks it all with his strong magic barrier. Watching, Hinata thinks Minato is in trouble and starts bragging that she knew he couldn't win. Before she can finish, Minato casually knocks the chief demon back and says he's getting annoying. The two nobles are left speechless. The demon's non-stop attacks haven't left even a scratch on Minato. Riku realizes that just defending won't be enough, since the chief demon also has incredible durability. Minato thinks about using a new spell he recently made, but hesitates with the nobles still watching. So he picks another plan and fires off a level 9 void spell, Magic Sparkle, to set up his counterattack. Hinata is stunned. She always thought level 8 was the highest magic could go. Minato traps the chief demon inside the glowing yellow void circles he just made and ends the fight in one quick move. The soldiers can hardly believe it. Captain Minato just beat the monster the nobles couldn't handle. When Minato comes down, the soldiers cheer for him, calling him amazing. Some even call him a messiah. Minato walks over to the humiliated nobles and casually says that monster wasn't much trouble for him. Completely crushed, Hinata admits they're nowhere near his level and that they can't hope to bring him down. Minato asks if they still want to fight. Both immediately surrender and declare that he passed their test. Now that it's settled, Minato demands answers. Riku agrees, but says one more person needs to be there. Takigami. Minato instantly knows who he means. A moment later, Takigami arrives and asks if Minato knew she was behind all this. He says yes, she's never been able to hide anything from him. Now he wants to know why she tested him, why sorcerers grew weaker over the last 50 years, and why she's worked with the magic nobles since his death. Before answering, Takigami brings Minato and the nobles back to her house so they can talk properly. Once seated, Minato asks if she knew about the magic nobles before he came back. Takigami says she did, and she also knew he would be attacked. Confused, Minato asks why she allowed it, but Riku explains they only wanted to test Minato's skill and see whether he'd use his power selfishly. Minato points out that his allies were dragged into that test too, and Riku says they never meant real harm. They only threatened them. Minato still wants to know why they did it at all. Riku says Minato being in the SMT weakens the magic noble's position, and that puts Japan in danger. Minato fires back that this mess came from the nobles' own neglect. The SMT never tried to put them down. The nobles were the ones looking down on everyone else. Hinata throws another fit, but Riku, acting more grown up, tells her to stop because Minato is right. Even so, Riku says the world still needs the nobles to keep order. Takigami cuts in and says the real problem began 50 years ago, after Minato died, leading to Japan's current state and the rise of the magic nobles. After Ichikami Minato died and most demons vanished, Japan was flooded with illegal mages. There were so many that even the police and SDF were overwhelmed, and law enforcement fell apart. Japan turned lawless. The few good mages left fought back, but they were defeated and killed. The country was close to collapse, and hope was almost gone. Takigami sums it up by saying Japan fell apart because of Ichikami Minato's death. Without him, the surviving mages couldn't rebuild hope, so after many talks, they created the magic nobles. They were meant to win the public's trust and become a new symbol of hope like Minato. Since magic was dangerous in peacetime, the nobles took every magic book and record, gathered anyone with talent, and got rid of those who refused to join. By controlling all magic knowledge, they shut down oral teaching and even rumors of magic, and Japan moved toward peace. But the cost was huge. Japanese mages became weaker, and politics also caused a drop in technology and knowledge, something Minato has seen before. He remembers the chaos from 50 years ago. People dying, mages falling, and magic being used for evil. Now he sees it only got worse after his death. Then he asks Takigami if the nobles really have enough political power to control things this much. After glancing at the nobles, Takigami quietly asks Minato if he remembers Mumu Hifumi, his old subordinate, a sore loser but extremely gifted. When Minato says yes, she reveals Mumu is now chairman of the powerful Mumu group. He was already known as heir to the Mumu conglomerate, and for the past 50 years he's been funding the magic nobles. That finally makes their influence clear to Minato, though he never knew Mumu was an heir. Takigami laughs at how little Ichikami Minato cares about status, money, or fame. He's always only cared about magic and people. She goes on, saying Japanese mages were once among the best in the world during Minato's time, but now they've fallen badly. Hinata cuts in, insisting Japan only stayed peaceful because of their predecessors. Minato asks what she'd do if another calamity hit. She has no answer and goes quiet. Riku says they believe the police could handle anything, with the magic nobles stepping in only if things got truly bad. Minato asks if they understand their mistake now, and Riku says nothing. Minato turns back to Takigami and asks if she knew all this. She says yes, she's been involved for 50 years, though she isn't a magic noble and doesn't have their power or influence. Right now, she's just an anti-monster gear maker, satisfied with that role. Even after hearing everything, Minato feels she's still hiding something. So he asks if there are any more secrets, and she says she's told him all of it. With that, Minato changes course and proposes an alliance between the magic nobles and the SMT to deal with DR better. Minato makes it clear that if they agree, he won't serve under them. This will be a partnership. After how badly they did in the last calamity, working together is the only real choice. Hinata scoffs, wondering why someone like him would need their help. Minato says even he has limits, and if the nobles join SMT, he'll let the past go. Then he asks if any of them object to helping the people. Riku admits they can't beat the chief demon alone, and agrees that trusting Minato is their best move. Takigami says she'll help too with her anti-monster gear. Minato gladly accepts. After more complaining and one last fit, Hinata finally agrees, so long as Minato never brings up the chief demon failure again. He accepts but tells them to stop taking hostages whenever they want to talk to him. They agree. With that, SMT and the magic nobles form their first alliance in 50 years. Soon after, Minato feels like he's forgotten something, but since he can't place it, he lets it go. Around then, the other SMT members wake up and find suited men beaten up and tied beside their beds. At first, they think they're burglars, but they quickly suspect it has something to do with their bangles. By noon the next day, Minato arrives at the Osaka Prefectural Police School, where a crowd of students is waiting for him. He's caught off guard by how much attention he's getting, but the instructor quickly tells the excited trainees to line up and act properly. He also apologizes for the chaos. The instructor explains that many of them joined the police because they look up to Minato, especially after what SMT did during the calamities. Minato sighs and gets straight to work. A little later, he calls over a few students and tells them to prepare level 1 spells. Then he orders them to fire at the wooden targets. While training them, Minato notices 3 girls staring at him and realizes social media and the news have really shaped how people see him. Still, even if their reasons aren't great, they do want to improve, so he decides not to go easy on them. He raises the difficulty, making them run, while sensing their magic so they can build both stamina and mana. After several minutes, the trainees start whining, asking what he'll do if they pass out. Minato tells them he can heal them with holy magic, no matter how bad it gets, so they should quit complaining and keep moving. Enemies won't care how tired they are, so the trainees force themselves through the training like their lives depend on it. After a week of the same brutal routine, the Osaka police force's average magic power rises a lot. On the last day, Minato gives a farewell speech, praising them for surviving the harsh training and growing so much in just 1 week. He tells them to keep training even after he's gone, since they now protect Osaka's peace. When he finishes, both the trainees and their instructor are left in tears. Not long after, Osaka's magic level is shown to have improved a lot, to the point where it now rivals Tokyo's officers. All thanks to Minato Kusanagi. After leaving the training grounds, Minato dreads going back to Tokyo, sure another press conference or some other headache is waiting for him. On the way back, national news covers the new alliance between SMT and the Homurai and Kaichi noble families to fight calamities and monsters. As people across the country react, the report adds that major companies may start backing SMT. Anyone worried about police power is told that SMT is not part of the official Tokyo police force. As the news spreads, people all over Japan start seeing just how influential SMT is becoming. Reporters also point out that the Mizuha family still hasn't appeared publicly, which is odd since they usually work with SMT. That leads to rumors they may be backing out just as Japan starts uniting against the calamities. After landing, Minato asks the girls if they can reach their father. Yuika says she's tried many times, but since they've been disowned, he may not want to answer. Even so, Minato worries that the family head still hasn't publicly supported the alliance. Ruka says she thought he'd step in once the other two noble families joined. Since Toshiru's silence is so strange, Minato decides to check on him later. Seeing him lost in thought, the girls snap him out of it by praising what he did in Osaka and saying they're proud of him. Realizing he's in for trouble, Minato joins their chat. Nearby, Shido notices that Chrono didn't show up at night while Minato was away. He's suspicious, but thinks that if Minato really leads the Shadowbringers and Chrono is an illegal mage, he'll have to arrest him. Even so, Shido desperately hopes he's wrong, because he believes Minato is meant to save the world. Later that night, while heading home and grumbling about his busy teammates, Minato is stopped by two of Toshiru's attendants. They tell him he's been summoned. Minato calmly goes with them. Before long, he arrives at Toshiru's villa. Toshiru angrily asks if it's true both his daughters are living with Minato, then warns him he'll kill him if he hurts them. Confused, Minato says they're just friends, but Toshiru keeps pressing, wanting a clear promise that Minato won't touch them. Minato firmly says he'd never do that to his friends, then wonders if this whole meeting was only about the daughters. Even after everything, he can tell Toshiru does care about them as a father. A moment later, Toshiru takes Minato outside and challenges him to a match in the air. Since he has time, Minato agrees. Toshiru attacks first, charging mana and firing level 6 water magic, Geyser Wave. Minato answers with level 7 fire magic, Demon's Blaze, and crushes the water spell. After they land, Toshiru praises him for beating water's advantage with fire. Accepting Minato's strength, Toshiru finally leaves his daughters in his care. Minato stays quiet for a moment, watching him walk away. Elsewhere, the furious BR boss from earlier throws a fit when he learns Chrono is still alive. Fed up, he decides to stop holding back and crush anyone in his path. Then he turns to his newest ally, Toshiru, and demands proof he can deliver. Shockingly, Toshiru promises to wipe out Chrono. Around then, the enraged boss, later revealed as the former troublemaking magic noble Kuroi, declares that BR's next move will be full war against the Shadowbringers, and tells the Black Mage to wait for him. A few days before BR makes its move, Minato and the SMT members go back to school and get even more attention than before. With their fame exploding, Minato is already worn out. The others have it rough too. Yuka keeps getting swarmed by fans who just want to be near her, while jealous people start hating her for it. 3 bitter girls finally decide they've had enough of all the attention Yuika gets. When Yuika slips out of class saying she needs the bathroom, they take their chance. After finishing up, Yuika complains to herself about how tiring all the attention has been, when the 3 girls suddenly corner her and drag her to a notorious part of the school. They try to scare her and start calling her annoying, asking why she's even in SMT. When Yuika says nothing, the short heavy girl claims she must have gotten special treatment because she's a magic noble. Then the green-haired idiot adds that Yuika probably seduced her way into SMT. Yuika finally snaps, saying she worked hard to join and would never use cheap tricks. Seeing that reaction, the red-haired leader pushes harder and demands Yuika swear as a magic noble that she doesn't like Minato. Yuika freezes, but before she gives herself away, Minato shows up and asks what's going on. Startled, the girls quickly claim they were only talking about how unfair Yuka's special treatment is. Their leader even accuses Minato of playing favorites. Minato ignores them, looks at Yuika, and instantly understands how humiliated she feels. Meanwhile, the jealous girls start rambling that they want to join SMT and would be a big help. Seeing through the act, Minato decides to go along with it. He holds back his anger for now and tells them to join the SMT entrance course instead. If they're really that eager, he says they can join once they pass. Not knowing how brutal the training is, the girls get excited. Minato brings them to the SMT training area and tells Ryuji and Ruka they'll be taking the course. At first, both are unimpressed and say the girls don't look very capable. Yuika worries that Minato might actually let them in, but pushes that thought away to deal with what's in front of her. As the new girls keep talking, Ryuji and Ruka get even more suspicious. When they ask Minato, he just tells them not to overthink it. These girls need to learn a lesson. Training starts, and within an hour, the redhead is nearly collapsing. Minato and the veteran SMT members shout orders, driving them to run like their lives are on the line. It's the same brutal routine he used on the Osaka police. After making them run the track 4 full times, Minato switches to one-handed magic-boosted push-ups. He trains with the others while telling the 3 losers to keep pushing. Then comes non-stop spellcasting until they're completely drained. By then, the jealous trio is already planning to run away. Just as they try to slip off, Minato calls them back and casually says they've only finished the warm-up. Panicking, the girls start yelling that he's harassing them, and one even says he made training unbearable just to mess with them. In response, Minato points to the real SMT members and reminds the girls that they all struggled in the beginning too, but kept going every day to become who they are now. He says SMT fights monsters beside death itself and protects people with everything they have. Then he brings up Yuika, telling them that even if they think she lacks talent, she works non-stop to get better. So saying she got in with her looks or status is just stupid. He knows she'd never do that. Finally, he stares the redhead down and says Yuika is someone important to him. He won't forgive anyone who tries to tear her down. Realizing they went too far, the 3 bullies start begging for mercy. Then they run off like the cowards they are. Watching them flee, Minato lets out a tired sigh at how pathetic they are. Still confused, Ryuji asks what that was about, but Minato tells him not to worry. Later, on the way home after training, Yuika thanks Minato for standing up for her and admits she heard everything. He brushes it off, saying he just told them the truth and shut down their dumb jealousy. Since they'll probably spread the story themselves, he says she doesn't need to worry anymore. Yuika laughs and repeats his words. Then, a little shy, she admits he's important to her too. Deep down, she knows his meaning isn't the same as hers. Still, that's enough for now. She believes that once she's strong enough to stand beside him, she might finally win his heart. With fresh resolve, she tells Minato to get ready for the day she becomes strong enough to beat him. With Yuika's bullying finally settled, things go back to normal for the SMT until the next calamity hits. When it begins in Tokyo, the sky turns red and monsters start appearing across the streets. People recognize the danger and run as the creatures attack. Minato and Hinata happen to be nearby, so they jump in right away. Hinata excitedly calls dibs on a few monsters and burns them down with fire magic. With no time to argue with the tiny loudmouth, Minato goes after the rest. He wipes them out with void magic. Meanwhile, first responders and even some bystanders are stunned to see the SMT and the nobles fighting together so smoothly. Ever since the nobles started working with the SMT, their image has slowly been getting better. A recent public survey backs that up. For now, Chrono handles illegal mages while the SMT takes care of calamities and monsters. But since the SMT's main members are students, not police, the group still isn't fully accepted as an emergency force, which only adds to criticism of the police. A few days later, Minato visits Leona's comatose brother Kai at the hospital while disguised as Shadowbringer. Under cover of night, he slips into Kai's room and places a hand on his forehead, trying to heal him with Angel Breath, a level 7 holy spell. Even though holy magic usually can't cure a coma, Minato hopes it can at least help Kai's body and mind. But even after several tries, nothing changes. He starts to think holy magic just won't work on this. Still, remembering how much hope Leona clings to whenever Kai is mentioned, Minato refuses to quit. Just as he gets ready to try something else, the door suddenly opens, and he quickly hides. Leona walks in, briefly sensing someone else there, but brushes it off. She goes to her brother and continues the story from yesterday, this time talking about Chrono's amazing magic, how dependable he is, and how he takes charge. She admits she really admires him, but says his coaching is pure hell. His training is so harsh it feels downright evil. But as she jokes, her face slowly changes. Clutching Kai's blanket, she promises she won't stop fighting until no one else ends up like him. Even if it costs her everything, she swears to bring down the Black Rebellion with Chrono. Then she breaks down crying, apologizing to her brother again for what happened. After hearing that, Minato quietly leaves the room and heads to a warehouse to meet Leona and the recruits she mentioned. A little later, Leona arrives and introduces the new members. Minato catches her off guard by asking for proper introductions. She explains these aren't random people. They came looking for her after seeing her posts and enlightenment campaign online. She gave out only limited details on purpose, to see if they were serious enough to find her. Now that they have, she tells Minato she already checked their identities and screened them carefully. The recruits get excited and start gushing over Minato, but Leona quickly shuts that down. Once things calm down, Minato says he'll train them, but he won't go easy. The recruits don't back down and tell him to push them as hard as he wants. Pleased with their attitude, Minato begins training them, and nearly kills them with how brutal it is. They started off way too fired up, but soon proved they were serious. Under Minato's harsh training, they improved fast. Within a week, Minato puts together a special team for hacking and information control, along with an action squad meant to strike and destroy BR hideouts. As Shadowbringer's reach grows, he even gets support from parts of the underworld. BR hideouts keep getting destroyed, leaving the police confused about what the Black Mage really wants. But Shido never wavers. Illegal mages are criminals in his eyes. To him, Shadowbringer isn't a hero, just another outlaw. He's determined not to let these so-called saviors avoid justice. At the same time, Kuroi throws another tantrum, furious that the Black Mage keeps defying him. Before he can smash something, a subordinate reports that the next operation is ready. Kuroi still calls them slow and useless, but stays fixed on one goal. He swears he'll personally corner and kill Minato and Chrono, no matter what. The next day during SMT training, Shido watches the whole routine and can't shake the thought that Captain Minato might be Chrono. With his age, skills, and when Chrono first appeared, the suspicion is hard to ignore. While he's lost in thought, Ryuji and the girls apologize to Minato for breaking their bracelets in their sleep weeks ago. After hearing them out, Minato says it's fine, and guesses the bracelets had simply hit their limit. Privately, though, he realizes a beginner like him can't make very good anti-monster gear. He decides to ask Takigami for better equipment later. Even so, Ryuji and the others are still mad that the nobles attacked them at night just to test them, like they could do whatever they wanted. Monato understands and admits he's angry too, but since working with the nobles matters going forward, he asks his team to let this one go. They reluctantly agree, then start blaming themselves for being too weak to even notice the attack. That's when Yuika remembers how confused the magic nobles looked after waking up and asks Monato what happened to them. She says they still seemed out of it. Monato explains he used a drain spell that stole their magic and blurred their memories. They may not remember anything from before or after it hit. With training done for the day, Monato suggests they all head home together, but his subordinates quickly turn him down with all kinds of excuses. Since he's been left behind, Shido offers him a ride, and Monato accepts. On the way back, Shido brings up Shadowbringer's rising influence and says, as a police officer, he can't just ignore it. Sensing the point, Monato asks if Shido still suspects him. Shido avoids answering and instead lists a few traits Shadowbringer has, asking if Monato noticed them too. Monato plays dumb and says he knows nothing. Shido stays doubtful, but lets it go for now. Then Monato asks if Shido sees Chrono as a villain, since he's never heard of him doing anything evil. Shido admits he's heard Chrono as a good person, so Monato asks why he hates him so much. Shido answers that Chrono is still a criminal. Then, to explain why he feels that way, he shares his past. His father was an outstanding police officer with a strong sense of justice. While most people saw criminals as monsters, his father believed they still had consciences, and that treating them with respect could make them face their mistakes. Shido admired that belief, and it inspired him to become a cop too, but his father was killed while trying to talk down a criminal holding hostages. He had no weapon and no defense, and the criminal attacked him with magic. Since he couldn't use magic himself, he never had a chance. The criminal was later arrested for robbery and murder. When asked why he killed Shido's father, he said he was scared of the unarmed man. Just remembering that makes Shido lose control. He snaps that the ones who should feel fear are the victims, people like his father who died over something so stupid. Then he makes his view clear. He will never forgive criminals. Even if they save people, they still shouldn't be excused. Otherwise, honest people will have nothing left to believe in. As Shido sits with that pain, Minato realizes this belief is rooted deep inside him. After calming down, Shido apologizes for getting emotional and drops Minato off, saying he'll be counting on him again tomorrow. The next morning, the SMT gathers for training, but Minato is late, which almost never happens. After a few minutes, he rushes out of class, grumbling about teachers who talk too much. As he heads for the training area, he ignores two shady men watching him from a corner. Seconds after he leaves, a giant news screen suddenly gets hijacked. The image changes, and Kuroi appears on major displays all across Japan. People immediately recognize him as the former magic noble, Kuroi. Not caring about the attention, he directly calls out the SMT and Chrono, saying he has a gift for them. He claims bombs have been planted all over Japan and warns the police not to interfere, or they'll go off one by one. To prove he's serious, Kuroi snaps his fingers. A nearby building close to Minato suddenly explodes. Minato reacts at once, throwing up a high-level barrier to protect civilians. At the same time, the SMT tries to gather intel, only to find all their data scrambled. Worse, neither they nor the police can respond fast enough. Frustrated, Yuika says they can't even reach Minato and wonders what he's doing at a time like this. As confusion spreads through the police, Kuroi gives his final demand. Chrono must come to the marked location alone. If not, every bomb will go off at once. After checking the damage in the area, Minato makes up his mind and waits for night to move. Once it's dark, he puts on the Shadowbringer outfit and heads for the meeting place, an old port warehouse that used to be a hideout. After confirming the location, Leona asks Overcoms if he's really doing this, and Minato tells her it'll be fine. With everything set, Leona tells him to come back safe, and hopes he doesn't die on them. After calming Leona down one more time, Minato flies across the city. He lands at the target warehouse. The lights switch on as soon as he walks in, showing dozens of illegal BR mages. Kuroi greets him with a smirk, saying he's been waiting to watch him die. He brags that everyone there is a high-level BR mage. Chrono, Minato, asks if beating everyone there will be enough to bring BR down. Kuroi laughs at his nerve. Before he can say more, one mage calls Chrono a fool for thinking he can win alone. Kuroi grabs that man by the throat and snaps that underestimating Chrono is exactly why people lose to him. Now that Chrono showed up, Kuroi says he won't hold back and will kill him without making a single mistake. Chrono, ready to fight, asks if he really believes that, but Kuroi stops him and warns that if he resists, the bombs across the city will go off. Knowing he's serious, Chrono stays still and waits. Kuroi orders his men to kill him, and they all attack at once. None of it lands. Kuroi thinks Chrono used a barrier and tells them to keep firing. When it fails again, Chrono tells them level 3 magic can't touch him. Kuroi loses it, and even lashes out at his own men, calling them worthless. Chrono dismisses them as trash. Kuroi snarls that this same trash will tear him apart. He admits Chrono would normally be out of his league, but says things change now that he has new guns. Seeing them, Chrono assumes they're normal weapons and says bullets won't work on him. The moment he finishes, Kuroi fires and a shot cuts his right cheek. Chrono is actually hurt. Kuroi bursts out laughing at his reaction. He explains the gun is anti-magic, loaded with bullets that break magic apart. Then he fires 3 more shots, each one grazing Chrono. Kuroi says it's been a while since he last used a gun, so his aim is a little rusty. But he's shocked when Chrono heals on instinct. Thinking it's holy magic, Kuroi calls him out. Chrono corrects him. It's natural magic that heals him automatically. Kuroi says that changes nothing. It just means he gets to hurt Chrono more. He fires 3 more times while taunting him, but once again the bullets only graze him, and Chrono heals right away. Now Kuroi starts feeling that something is wrong. None of his shots hit cleanly. He briefly wonders if Chrono is dodging, then rejects it as impossible. While Kuroi thinks, Chrono secretly checks with Leona and the others to see if their hidden mission is done. Kuroi notices and snaps at him for talking in the middle of a fight. Now that the mission is complete, Chrono casts Grand Typhoon, a level 5 wind spell, blowing away the illegal mages and tearing open the roof, wrecking the warehouse. Kuroi instantly orders the city bombs to detonate, but Chrono reveals his allies already disabled them. Free to focus on him, Chrono says those shots hurt, and he'll pay Kuroi back 100 times over. Kuroi gets ready to fight, but before they clash, the SMT rushes in and stops it. Yuika reports every bomb has been disarmed, and Ruka tells BR to give up. Wanting to keep his identity secret, Chrono quietly praises how fast the SMT got there and wonders if they had been waiting close by. The SMT immediately recognizes Chrono as the Shadowbringer leader and senses how strong his magic is. Sonata, who knows Chrono is really Minato, wants to help, worried he may be hiding injuries. With the tide turned, Chrono smugly asks Kuroi if he still wants to fight. But just when they think it's over, Toshiru appears out of nowhere and offers Kuroi help. The girls are stunned to see their father siding with him and demand to know why he's with someone like Kuroi. Before Toshiru answers, Kuroi says it's because they're comrades. Still confused, Yuika and her sister keep pressing their father, trying to understand why he'd side with that bastard. Fed up, Toshiru coldly says he doesn't owe them any explanation. The girls go quiet and just stare at him. Shido orders Chrono's capture, but Chrono asks if this is really the time to treat him like the enemy. Others agree they should work together, especially with Minato absent. Shido reluctantly agrees to cooperate for now. A second later, Kuroi throws special grenades at the SMT. Chrono warns them to dodge, and they barely get clear. They quickly realize these are no normal grenades. Chrono is shocked to see anti-magic weapons that aren't just guns. Kuroi smugly opens his coat, showing even more hidden gear. While Chrono handles Kuroi, the sisters struggle with the idea of fighting their own father. Toshiru takes advantage of that and fires Azure Splash, a level 3 water spell, at them. Ruka answers with the same kind of spell, but hers is too weak. Toshiru's attack breaks right through it. With no other choice, the girls brace themselves. Then Ryuji steps in with Rock Wall, a level 3 earth spell, saving them from being swallowed by the attack. They thank him, and Toshiru admits they've improved and work well together. Still, he warns they're nowhere near him. His power rivals Monato's. Yuka refuses to back down. She and Ruka combine their mana and fire Geyser Wave, a level 7 water spell. Toshiru answers with the level 8 Tidal Wave and crushes their attack. He notes that they cancelled part of his spell, but they're still far behind. As the sisters fall defeated, Kuroi mocks how easy this has been, saying even the great Shadowbringer can't handle anti-magic weapons. He jeers that Chrono must have never fought guns before. With Toshiru beside him, Kuroi says Chrono has no chance, and even offers him the shameful choice of begging for mercy. Chrono stays calm. That only makes Kuroi more shaken, and he yells at him to stop acting so confident. He fires again, and this time Chrono dodges every bullet. Kuroi first thinks it's luck, but the more he watches, the less he believes that. Meanwhile, Toshiru shows off his level 8 water spell again and asks what they think. Getting no answer, he attacks Chrono, who dodges cleanly. Kuroi notices something strange in Chrono's movements and quickly casts Night Raid, a level 5 dark spell, slipping behind him to strike, but Chrono avoids every slash. Kuroi shoots again, and Chrono dodges that too. As Chrono catches his breath, another wave of water magic rushes at him. He raises a void barrier, but it cracks from the hit. Watching from the side, the SMT is stunned by how much mana is being thrown around and starts feeling useless. Realizing they can't stand against Minato like this, they decide they need to act and prove themselves. Shido, still bitter toward Minato, sees his chance. With Chrono distracted and pinned down, he thinks they can finally stop him, especially with reinforcements coming for Toshiro and Kuroi. Not wanting to waste the moment, Shido turns to Sanada and asks her to help capture Chrono. She hesitates and questions him. Shido insists Chrono is an illegal mage fighting alone, so they have to arrest him now. She refuses at first, but he keeps pushing. He practically begs. Sanada clenches her fists and looks ahead, making Shido think she agreed. But instead of attacking, she sends Chrono white magic. Seeing that, Kuroi thinks the police just betrayed their only ally and started helping Chrono. A moment later, Shido realizes Sanada used First Aid, a level 5 holy spell, on Chrono. Kuroi immediately calls out the police for helping an illegal mage. Chrono ignores him. Since his passive magic already heals him, he wonders why Sanada used magic she knows he doesn't need. Then he realizes she's trying to send him her feelings through that spell, so he accepts it and keeps fighting. Meanwhile, Shido asks why she healed a criminal, and Sanada, fed up, says it's because Chrono is fighting for their sake. When he asks what she means, Sanada tells him to think, why are they, who can barely move, still alive, and why hasn't Chrono left that spot? Shido stays quiet, and she tells him the answer. Chrono is protecting all of them, even while Kuroi keeps shooting him. If not for Chrono, they would have become Kuroi's targets. That's why he won't move away from them. Even after hearing that, Shido still tries to call Chrono the villain, saying an illegal mage would never save the police. Seeing his doubt, Sanada reminds him that Chrono came there alone to save people and fight for others. By now, Shido finally starts thinking. Seeing Chrono stay in place while covered in wounds makes him question everything he believed. Soon the truth starts sinking in, especially when the girls say they'll fight beside Chrono no matter that he's an illegal mage. Kuroi mocks them, saying people like them won't change anything because they're almost out of magic. Even so, as the SMT attacks with everything left, Yuika says that even if their mana is low, they can still do something. With that, they all turn to Toshiro, still floating on his water bubble. They force him back down to their level. The second he lands, Chrono hits him with Demon's Blaze. Toshiro notices the surprise attack right away and blocks it with Geyser Wave. Seeing how well they are working together, Toshiro realizes he barely has any openings to target Chrono. He knows the SMT will keep getting in the way, and they do everything they can to pin him down. Sanada jumps in gladly to help Minato. As the girls pressure their father, Shido firms up and joins them against Toshiro. That finally gets Kuroi mad. Chrono praises the SMT for keeping Toshiro busy, making his own fight easier, which only makes Kuroi angrier until he vows to kill them all. Then he unloads even more shots at Chrono. This time, Chrono dodges every bullet perfectly, leaving Kuroi stunned. When Kuroi accuses him of using magic, Chrono says he just dodged. No magic at all. Kuroi snaps, saying this isn't some movie. Chrono tells him it's been a while since he faced long-range anti-magic gear, so he was rusty against it. Hearing that, Kuroi starts firing wildly, but Chrono says he's already figured out his attack pattern and slips past every shot as he closes the gap. Once Kuroi sees bullets won't work, he pulls out an anti-magic rocket launcher to blow everyone away. But before he can fire, Chrono uses Night Raid to rush in close. Kuroi is shocked, and Chrono follows with Cruel, a dark spell unlike normal magic, and drops him into agony that will last 3 days and 3 nights. After dealing with Kuroi, Chrono turns to Toshiro next. Even with the team barely able to move from exhaustion, he sees how well they held Toshiro back. Chrono smiles at them and tells them to leave the rest to him. Then he gives Toshiro his full focus. But before they can fight, Toshiro surrenders and Chrono asks why. Just then, Leona reports over comms that the police and magic nobles are raiding BR hideouts all over Tokyo. She adds the timing was clearly planned and says the leak likely came from Mizuha Toshiro. So Chrono asks Toshiro if he was a spy inside BR. Toshiro admits it. Before they can say more, Kuroi gets back up and tells everyone to stop messing around. From his condition, Chrono figures he used anti-magic gear to break free from Cruel. Holding a detonator, Kuroi threatens to set off all the bombs he planted nearby. The SMT members complain they are too worn out to escape in time, but Chrono and Toshiro, still standing, cast Firewall and Emerald Aqua, both level 7 spells, to shield the SMT from the blast. But when Kuroi slams the detonator again and again, nothing happens. He just stares in confusion, insisting he planted bombs everywhere. While he panics, Leona arrives and tells him the bombs nearby were already defused. The moment he recognizes her as one of Shadowbringer's people, he calls them slaves and orders them to kneel and obey. Leona, furious, punches him hard. Then she says she finally got her payback. Even then, Kuroi boasts that he's only one cog in BR, and the real leaders are still out there. Right after that, he collapses. Chrono is left wondering who truly runs BR, but he knows he needs more proof, so he drops the thought, picks up Leona, and prepares to leave before the police arrive. Yuika calls out, asking him to wait so she can confirm something, but Chrono ignores her and leaps into the night sky. Once again, the SMT can't catch him. After he leaves, Ruka, Yuika, and Ryuji are left wondering what kind of person Shadowbringer's leader really is. Sanada, who knows Chrono is really Kusanagi, is deeply grateful to her hero for saving so many lives that night. By the next morning, the national news reports that former Magic Noble and BR President Kuroi has been arrested. He faces charges for plotting terror attacks, while the police get praised for defusing the bombs and showing off their anti-terror skill. Watching the report somewhere in the city, Hinata and Riku scoff at the media for giving the police credit. Meanwhile, Minato goes back to daily life as SMT captain. That morning, he heads to the Mizuha home with the team to see Tushiru. On the way, they ask why he was gone during the Kuroi operation. Minato lies and says there was a family issue, and they accept it, though they tell him to contact them next time. When they reach the Mizuha house, they're welcomed in and shown to the meeting room. There, the girls ask their father to explain everything, and Tushiru starts by saying he only pretended to work with Kuroi. He says he entered BR to clear the magic noble's name and stop illegal mages from running wild. Then he reveals Kuroi was not just a former magic noble, but also a major criminal who kept growing his power unchecked. So Tushiru decided to act. Yuika asks why he joined BR only now. Tushiru explains that the police asked him to do it because, as the head of a magic noble family, he could get close to Kuroi more easily, especially since Kuroi had worked with Fuka before. Using that, Tushiru gained his trust. He ends by saying that while he is not officially police, he was treated as an exception undercover investigator and will not be punished for what he did. Hearing that, the girls sigh in relief and criticize the police for putting their father through this. Meanwhile, Minato thinks over everyone involved: the SMT, the police who seem to bow to the magic nobles, and even Mizuha Tushiru, who went incredibly far for this plan. He also questions why the police moved only now when they could have acted sooner. To him, their excuse feels weak and suspicious. A flashback to Kuroi's defeat shows Chrono and Leona talking about how the police, despite being worse at gathering info, somehow knew that over half the bombs were fake. Chrono wonders if the criminals just ran out of real bombs, but Leona says that still feels too sloppy. Either way, the police moved way too fast, almost like they already knew. She says the whole thing feels off, but they have no proof yet. Back in the present, Tushiru admits his sins, asks for forgiveness, and says he will publicly support the SMT and cancel his daughter's disownment. The girls instantly brighten up, happy they can proudly be part of the Mizuha family again. On the way home, Ryuji says so many good things happened that he can finally relax. Sonata, though, calls Minato and Chrono her heroes and wishes she could do something to thank them. Shido still can't forget that Chrono, even as an illegal mage, saved them. If Chrono really is Kusanagi, he no longer knows if arresting him would be right. Meanwhile, Yuika grows uneasy as she remembers Chrono's eyes that night and realizes they looked exactly like Minato's. Unable to ignore it, she starts wondering if they are the same person. Minato knows where this is heading and realizes things could get messy. That night, dressed as Chrono, he visits Kai in the hospital and keeps healing him with holy magic. When there is still no response, Chrono urges Kai to wake up, reminding him that his sister is waiting. Just then, Leona walks in, so Chrono quickly hides outside the window. Leona softly tells her little brother that she and Chrono defeated the villains, so he does not need to worry anymore, and no one will hurt him again. A moment later, Kai says her name, and Leona immediately tells him she's right there. Now awake, Kai welcomes his sister back and says he did his best to stay strong while she was gone. Leona hugs him right away, crying with relief. Seeing that, Chrono smiles, knowing his job is done, and quietly flies off into the night. The next day at lunch on the school rooftop, Ryuji asks Minato and the girls to help watch his little siblings tomorrow. When they ask why, he explains he has a shift that will keep him out all day and late into the night. Usually he handles SMT work and his job while his mom works, but this time neither of them can. Since he can't leave the kids alone that long, Ryuji asks for help. Minato agrees right away, saying he likes kids anyway, and Ryuji thanks him over and over. Yuika apologizes because she's busy moving. Since she's no longer disowned, Ryuji asks if she's going back to her father's house, but she says they're moving somewhere bigger instead. Then Yuika copies her father, saying the sisters should keep building their independence and seeing the outside world, as long as Kusanagi Minato stays with them. Ryuji comments on that, and Yuika says at least her dad is kind enough to fund it. Minato thinks that if Tushiru wants them to be independent, having the sisters live together does make sense. At the same time, he understands why Tushiru wants him near them now more than ever. Ryuji then jokes about Minato and Ruka helping Yuika move, but quickly decides they'd just be overbearing and clueless, so Yuika is better off alone. After laughing at his own joke, he asks if Ruka can go with Minato. She stammers, then says she'll help him watch the kids. Ryuji thanks them both and promises to repay them. The next day, Minato and Ruka take Ryuji's 3 siblings to the amusement park since none of them have gone in a while. The kids excitedly say they want to ride the merry-go-round, the roller coaster, and the Ferris wheel. Minato laughs and promises they'll do them all. Right as they head for the first ride, he notices Ruka hanging back and tells her to come too, but her face looks so stiff that the kids get nervous, so Minato asks why she isn't smiling. Not wanting to ruin the mood, Ruka says sorry and forces an awkward smile, asking if that helps. It only makes her look scarier to the kids. Before they start crying, Minato calms them down and leaves sad Ruka alone for the moment. After that, the 5 of them ride the roller coaster, the Ferris wheel, and the merry-go-round before calling it a day. While looking after the cheerful kids, Minato notices Ruka still seems down and decides to speak with her. When the kids go to the bathroom, Minato reminds them not to run into anyone, leaving him and Ruka alone. After talking about how excited the kids were, Ruka tells Minato he's amazing, even children look up to him. Minato brushes it off, but Ruka admits she's bad with kids. It's not that she hates them, she just doesn't know how to talk to them. Minato understands, and Ruka apologizes for always acting cold. Then she remembers saying she'd never surpass her sister, and now she feels worse than her in every way. She can't cook, connect with people, or be as caring as Yuika. Even in magic, the one thing she was proud of, she's falling behind. Ruka says she's far from perfect, just a clumsy woman who can't handle anything on her own. When Minato stays quiet, she apologizes for whining and tells him to forget it. Then she notices the kids coming back from the bathroom. As they move through the crowd, the oldest bumps into one of 3 bullies who have been picking on other kids and threatening to record them. Minato gets ready to step in, but Ruka moves first to shield the children, so he waits and watches. She quickly pulls the boy away and asks if he's hurt. The boy bursts into tears, and she's relieved he's okay. Then the bully and his friends demand an apology from the child, but Ruka refuses, saying the kid did nothing wrong and the bully should apologize instead. Like an idiot, the bully swings at Ruka, but before the punch lands, Minato catches his fist and calls him trash, who only knows how to make trouble. He warns him not to ruin a public place just for fun. As the bully cries out and begs, Minato lets go and grumbles that troublemakers are everywhere. Once the punks leave, he checks that everyone is safe. After seeing Ruka protect them, the 3 kids cling to her, crying and thanking her for saving them. Ruka freezes, but after Minato gives her a look, she hugs them and tells them everything is okay. After that, they enjoy the rest of the day without any more trouble. That night, when Ryuji finally gets home, he apologizes and hopes his siblings weren't a handful. But instead, he finds all 5 of them asleep together like one happy family. As time passes, Minato, Chrono, and the Shadowbringers keep drawing attention, while the police look worse and worse. Even though they responded fast to the BR explosion and got some praise, the SMT's success still made the police look bad. During one of their meetings, people in the Tokyo Police Department argue they can't keep letting the Shadowbringers run free and ruin the police's image. Agreeing with that, the General Superintendent orders them to arrest the so-called vigilantes and bring them in. Meanwhile, at the Kaiichi family's dojo, Minato and Riku spar with wooden swords to test their skill. For nearly 10 minutes, the two fight in silence with deadly focus, striking, thrusting, and dodging only when needed. In the end, Riku calls it a draw when they both reach killing positions. He admits Minato's swordsmanship is impressive. He's surprised Minato can fight evenly with him, the assistant manager. Minato still says he hasn't matched Riku yet, which only makes Riku more impressed by how skilled and humble he is. After the match, they put the wooden swords away, and Riku suddenly starts complaining about how annoying life is. Minato asks what changed so fast, and Riku says holding a sword makes him feel motivated. The second he puts it down, he feels useless and says he'd rather die or turn into a plant. Minato seriously tells him not to die, saying it's enough to simply live and do nothing if that makes someone happy. Riku calls Minato an interesting person and admits he's always felt out of place. Being known for his sword skill only made him feel more separate from others, and that frustrates him more than anything. Minato tells him that doesn't make him some alien. It just means his uniqueness is obvious to everyone. Riku is stunned because no one ever described his talent that way before. Minato says he's felt something similar and starts recalling his past as Ichikami Minato when he once faced a terror so great death felt right in front of him. He says he fought back and awakened his power then, though Riku blankly assumes Minato means the traffic accident he mentioned before. In his own thoughts, Minato remembers learning magic from that day on by copying the monster's spells until he made his own, even as the only survivor. He tells Riku he still remembers being unable to save anyone and being treated like an odd person. Now he uses his strength to help others, and he asks Riku if there's something he wants to protect. Riku realizes there is. Minato smiles and tells him to use his power for that, because that uniqueness is already inside him. Riku accepts the advice and thanks him for the help. Then they shake hands and promise to work together again. After leaving the dojo, Minato thinks about Kaiichi Riku and decides that, for the head of a noble magic family, he's actually a decent guy despite his odd habits. Minato feels Riku is way better than the others, who are fake, nasty, and hard to understand. Still lost in thought, Minato bumps into someone on the street and quickly apologizes, only to realize it's Homurai Hinata, the short brat. When Hinata recognizes Minato too, she demands he explain himself. Without waiting for an answer, she says she already ran into some annoying guy earlier and is still mad. Minato asks why she isn't wearing her flashy outfit today, and Hinata says she obviously doesn't wear that stuff every day. It's anti-demon gear, so she only uses it for official work. Minato comments that she really is into that kind of thing, then realizes she truly is. Before long, people nearby start staring at them. To avoid trouble, Hinata rudely tells Minato to follow her somewhere else. Too tired to argue with someone like her, Minato just follows. They end up at a cafe, grab an empty table, and sit down, hoping not to stand out. It doesn't work. People are already whispering and looking over at them, with some even hinting they might be on a date. After a few sharp glares from Hinata, everyone quickly looks away. Minato stays calm, silently thinking of Hinata as a mad dog and deciding not to provoke her. Once the room settles down, Hinata asks about his meeting with Riku. Thinking she might be jealous, Minato apologizes for not inviting her to the dojo. That only makes Hinata snap, and she insists she isn't upset about not being asked to come. In her mind, they're only working together for now, not friends. Right after that, she looks jealously at a family celebrating a child's first birthday. Minato says that's fine as long as they can still work together. Annoyed by how calm he is, Hinata asks how he got so strong. When Minato gives the road accident story again, she calls it nonsense and says no one gets that strong from just that. She knows his magic power is abnormal, and magic doesn't work that way. In his head, Minato notes he's actually suppressing his power even more than before. Hinata also points out that if risking death was enough to raise magic power, no one would struggle this much. Fed up, she stands and demands the truth about his strength. Minato knows she's desperate to get stronger, but telling someone from this era that he's Ichikami's reincarnation would make no sense and wouldn't help anyway, so he just tells her to train normally if she wants to improve. Frustrated, Hinata sighs and says Minato is impossible to read before sitting back down. Then the waitress brings their order and sets down Hinata's very berry parfait after apologizing for the wait. Minato is stunned by how huge the parfait is, but Hinata lights up and says she's been waiting for this. Then she acts like the waitress brought the wrong order, and Minato watches in confusion as she devours it like her life depends on it, enjoying every sweet bite. After finishing it, Hinata takes a deep breath and admits she'd always wanted to try this cafe's parfait. She just felt weird coming alone, so hanging out with Minato worked out well. Minato realizes she really loves sweets. Then he checks her monoflow and sees it spilling out. The second Hinata notices she relaxed too much, she cuts the meetup short, says there's nothing left to talk about, and rushes out. After she's gone, Minato realizes he caught a glimpse of the magic power she'd been hiding. Even so, it's clearly much stronger than when they last fought. There is no way normal training raised it that much in so little time. As Minato thinks it over, he decides Hinata Homarai is hiding something. Meanwhile, Shiru is still at work and starts thinking Minato might really be Chrono. Every time Chrono shows up, Kusanagi is missing. That makes it hard to believe they're not the same person. At the same time, the police investigation keeps growing, and Shiru knows it's only a matter of time before Chrono is caught. Troubled, he looks at a family photo and hopes his father's spirit can somehow guide him. Later that night, Leona meets Chrono on a rooftop and reports that the police are moving to crush Shadowbringer. Raids are happening everywhere, and some members have already been captured for questioning. From that, Chrono realizes the SMT has also been ordered to hunt them. He thinks about telling Leona he's Kusanagi from the SMT, but stops. If she gets caught, knowing would only make things harder. He trusts she would never betray him, but telling her now gives them no real advantage. He can still hint at police info without saying everything, so this isn't the time to reveal it. Then Leona says they need a plan before the police reach them. Chrono tells her not to worry and says to leave it to him. He already has a plan. The next day, Minato visits Takigami at her home and asks for help with it, and she agrees. A few days later, the Tokyo police superintendent asks for an update on the Shadowbringers case. When he hears Chrono still hasn't been found, he blows up and demands answers. One officer says they are still questioning the captured Shadowbringers, but none of them know anything. When the boss asks why they haven't broken them, the officer explains the low-ranking members really seem clueless. Angry, the boss allows force if needed to capture Chrono, saying the police force's pride is on the line. The officers rush to act. Meanwhile, Shiru gathers the SMT and tells them the higher-ups have ordered them to find Chrono and his allies. Since nobody knows where he is, his information has been released publicly to make spotting and capturing him easier. With materials spreading that hurt the police's image, Shiru orders the SMT to search for Chrono, while still dealing with calamities. Some members complain, saying they're already overloaded with calamities and monsters, and the higher-ups are clearly out of touch. Minato, though, takes it as proof the police are getting desperate, and if they go all out, escaping them will get much harder. Ending the meeting, Shiru reminds everyone to keep calamities and monsters first, while continuing the hunt for Shadowbringer. Afterwards, Sanada asks if they're really doing this. Shiru says they have no choice. It's a direct order. Ryuji complains that most of the calamity work falls on him, and the Mizuho sisters add their own complaints. Shiru says he gets it, but the higher-ups are panicking because the Shadowbringers have too much influence and support. Thinking about what could happen if illegal mages gain even more followers, Shiru turns to Monado and bluntly tells him to stop pretending. Offended, Monado asks what he means. Shiru directly accuses him of being Chrono and tells him to surrender now. The whole room is stunned, and the girls jump in to defend Monado, saying there's no way he's Chrono. Seeing how fast they protect him, Shiru starts suspecting Yuka and Sonata are working with Chrono too. When they protest, Shiru says Chrono may have saved lives, but he still needs to turn himself in now so the judge might go easy on him. Better than being chased by the police. He points to the timing of Chrono's and Monado's appearances, their similar build and powers, and how Monado is always gone when Chrono appears. He asks if they can really call all of that coincidence. When nobody answers, Shiru pushes Monado to respond, hoping he'll reveal his real identity. But just as Monado is about to speak, Sonata cuts in and shows everyone a live broadcast on her phone. The Shadowbringers have taken over the station again. The video starts with Monado still in the room while another person appears and calls himself Chrono. After apologizing for the interruption, the fake Chrono speaks to the public about the growing talk of a power struggle between him and Monado. To end the argument, he challenges Monado to a daytime duel, shocking the whole world. As the team stares in disbelief, Shiru wonders how Chrono could challenge Monado if they're supposed to be the same person. At the same time, Sonata and Yuika start doubting their own suspicions because none of this makes sense. Meanwhile, Ryuji and Ruka, not knowing the bigger issue, ask Minato what he plans to do. Minato says he'll accept Chrono's challenge. A few hours later, the whole country is watching Shibuya, where the long-awaited fight between Kusanagi and Chrono is about to begin. News helicopters hover overhead, and reporters describe the huge crowd like it's some giant event. The authorities know the fight could get dangerous, so officers are standing by, likely ready to arrest Chrono. While they wait for him, fans cheer for both fighters. Meanwhile, Ryuji says the match has turned into a media circus. His teammates pull up social media numbers and live stream stats to show just how huge it has become. Shido stays quiet, watching Minato and trying to figure out what he's really planning. He's hoping for one mistake, because now there's no going back. Near the arena, Hinata and Riku run into Toshiru, who came to watch the fight. They ask why he's here. Toshiru says this is a battle he has to see with his own eyes. Right after that, a bright light appears over the arena. As the crowd wonders what it is, a blue beam suddenly drops down, almost hitting the helicopter and setting off a huge explosion that nearly knocks people over. When the dust clears, the fake Shadowbringer leader, Chrono, appears, and the media instantly broadcasts his arrival. Shido is shocked that Chrono really showed up and starts doubting his theory. Hinata and Yuika also begin wondering if Minato and Chrono are actually two different people. Right before the fight starts, Minato sighs and says he usually doesn't like making a show of things, but this time, he has no choice. When the fake Chrono says nothing, Minato skips the talk and moves straight to the fight. In front of thousands of viewers, Minato opens with Null Magic Inorganic Cannon, a level 6 spell. The fake Chrono answers with Dark Magic Chaos Raven. When the two attacks collide, the shockwave is so strong the helicopter pilot above the arena pulls back at once, ignoring the reporters who wanted to get closer so they don't crash and die. As soon as the first spells vanish, both fighters rush in and slam their fists together, truly starting the match. After that, they trade blows in close combat, with neither giving ground before pulling back to use magic again. This time, the fake Chrono fires a level 9 lightning spell, Penetrating Thunder, straight at Minato. Minato comes out unharmed, but complains that Chrono isn't holding back and even messed up his clothes. Without saying a word, the fake Chrono follows with a level 7 earth spell aimed at Minato, trying to crush him. To stop the comet, Minato uses a level 9 Neo-Magic Shield, with help from a magic fairy, sets it in front of himself, and the shield breaks the comet into rubble. Once the attack is gone, Minato looks toward the magic fairy who helped him make such a powerful shield. Around then, the crowd, after seeing Minato use help from an unknown fairy, bursts into cheers. Some punks even start saying they don't care about the magic nobles anymore because Chrono and Minato are on a totally different level. At the same time, some of Minato's girlfriends faint from the pressure and aura he's been giving off. Hinata, as annoyed as ever, tells Riku and Toshiru that null magic users, those clueless idiots in her words, always love showing off flashy spells. Riku reminds her that both Chrono and Minato can use level 9 magic, and Hinata adds that their mana reserves and huge spell knowledge are just as abnormal. Even while throwing around top-tier magic, they still have power left for more, which is insane. Toshiru says Minato stands out more though, because his continuous magic moves almost like it has its own will. Hinata says only a few mages can even use continuous magic, let alone automatic magic too. But with Minato's crazy physical strength, Toshiru says he's probably using magic power not just to boost his body, but also to strengthen his attacks and defense. Then Hinata asks if that means Minato is basically a wall of magic power, and Toshiru says probably, which only annoys her more. When she's asked why he's still unsure about Minato and Chrono's strength, Toshiru says their magic is just that abnormal. Simply put, he means Minato and Chrono, true monsters in his eyes, have surpassed even the magic nobles in every way. With that, the fight between Chrono and Minato reaches its peak when Minato finally catches the fake Chrono off guard in midair and kicks him down to the ground. But the instant the fake Chrono lands, he springs right back up toward Minato, who's still in the air, making the SMT and everyone watching gasp in shock as the battle continues. Yuika, Ryuji, and Ruka admit they already knew those two were strong, but after seeing even more of what they can do, they get why everyone is so obsessed with them. Sonata checks the online numbers and says the fight is still blowing up across streaming sites and social media. Shido adds that the battle has hit its peak. People all over the world are watching now. At the same time, scenes from around the world start appearing. New York, South Korea, and other huge cities where people are glued to their phones watching the live battle between the world's two strongest mages, Chrono and Minato Kusanagi. After trading blow after blow and keeping the whole world hooked, Minato praises fake Chrono for lasting this long, then says it's over. But right when Minato thinks he's won, fake Chrono uses a level 9 dark spell, Shadow Scythe, and swings it at him. To finish things, Minato uses level 10 null magic, Gigant Hex, which erases Shadow Scythe and slams Chrono into a nearby building. The SMT members lose it when they see Minato use level 10 magic and that much raw power. Yuika can only wonder how strong he really is. Then Minato rushes the badly beaten Chrono, and the news crew in the helicopter follows him. Sure, this is the final hit, but the pilot says Minato is too fast to track, and when the cameraman says the feed cut out, the reporter snaps and yells at him for losing the shot right at the best part. As for Minato, when he reaches fake Chrono, he stops and lowers his guard a bit. The moment Minato looks away, Chrono raises a hand and starts a dark spell, but before he can fire it, Minato tells him to quit the act, and fake Chrono vanishes on the spot. Once it's over, Minato quietly says he's glad the trick worked in front of the whole world. He figures the anti-monster gear Takigami made is at its limit, since it can only handle level 9 magic for so long. He also thinks about how useful but hard clone magic is. The fake Chrono was much weaker than him and could barely talk. While Minato looks over the result, Takigami nearby thanks the stars that the plan succeeded. When she first learned Minato was secretly Chrono, she was stunned he would go that far. Since a person can't cast 2 spells at once, she knew Minato had almost no time to reactivate Duplicate, a short-term spell. Because he was constantly maintaining continuous magic, he couldn't spare room for other spells. That's why she built anti-monster gear with automatic magic. If the gear could cast on its own, even while the user was out cold, then using more than one kind of magic at once became possible, at least in theory. Even so, Takigami knows Minato still needed insane mana and control to handle both at the same time. Otherwise, the clone could have gone wild and attacked the crowd. In the end, while using massive magic and keeping everything under control, Minato managed to put on a thrilling fight against himself. Takigami says only Ichikami Minato could pull off something that brilliant. With the match over, Minato calls Leona as Chrono and tells her to stop jamming the broadcast. Leona asks if it's done, and he says yes. Then she calls him by his real name, Minato, and says no one will keep chasing Chrono after what they just did. Shocked that she knew, Minato asks when she found out. She admits she's known for a while and just never brought it up. When he asks why she's saying it now, Leona says she feels this is the last time she'll see Chrono. Minato realizes she's right and quietly agrees. After a short pause, Leona thanks Chrono, Minato, for saving her, the world, and their teammates, saying she's glad he was there. With crimes by illegal mages at a record low, Minato says the Shadowbringers will lay low until things cool off. Before hanging up, Leona offers to handle any of his jobs with a family discount. Minato says he'll count on her if he needs to, then they say goodbye and go back to normal life. The second Minato hangs up, his SMT teammates rush over. Yuika asks about Chrono, and Ruka asks if he's hurt. Minato says Chrono got away, but he'll need bandages and won't be showing himself for a while. Shido comes over next, embarrassed, and apologizes for accusing Minato of being Chrono. Sonata and Yuika also say sorry for doubting him and ask him to forgive them. Minato feels bad for fooling them, but tells them not to beat themselves up. Everyone slips up. As he's about to leave the arena, Hinata yells again, asking how Minato and Chrono got so strong. Knowing she's nowhere near their level, she admits she has to get stronger or she'll never catch up. While she keeps ranting, Shido is shocked Minato still has energy left and wonders just how much magic he really has. Meanwhile, Minato thinks about how he proved he and Chrono are different people, then lets out a quick sigh when he sees the act really worked. Now that BR is gone, he figures the Shadowbringers aren't needed anymore. Still, Kuroi's last words about him being a pawn stay stuck in his head. For now though, he's glad the biggest problem is finally solved. A few days later, Minato starts promoting tea, streaming training with the SMT, selling merch with creators, and going on live TV to talk about his awakening and brutal training. At school one day, Minato gets surrounded by girls who want to shake his hand, hug him, or even marry him. Watching this, Ryuji, Ruka, and Yuika wonder if their now famous boss will survive it. What they don't know is Minato is already losing his mind from all the attention. To him, the girls are just exhausting, so he finally jumps out a window and runs away from school, cursing Shido for dragging him into public fame. Just when he thinks he's free, a swarm of fangirls finds him and chases him again. He spends most of the day running and begging them to leave him alone. Later at home, Ruka and Yuika ask if he's okay. Minato says he is, then asks about the move. They tell him they cleaned everything while he was busy escaping. After thanking them, Minato listens as Yuika talks about their new place, a 3-room apartment, so everyone gets their own room. When the girls realize they won't get to see Minato sleeping anymore, they blush and look away, leaving him totally confused. Then his phone rings. He steps onto the balcony and answers Takigami. She asks if he has time to talk and if everything's okay after all the chaos. Minato says things worked out thanks to her, though all the attention still feels weird. Takigami laughs and says popularity is rough. Minato tells her she can call anytime since she's not just a close friend, but also the only person who knows who he really is. Takigami thanks him for that and hangs up. Right after the call, she picks up a photo of herself with 2 girls and quietly wonders what she's supposed to do about her own life. Sadly, the story doesn't show much about what happened after that. A few days later, dozens of new SMT recruits gather at the MPD training field, hoping to join the same squad as the Mizuha sisters or train under Captain Minato. When they arrive, Yuika is shocked by how many showed up, but Ruka says they're only here because of Minato. Anyway, Ryuji says excitement is nice, but if they can't survive Minato's brutal training, they're done for. Soon Minato steps onto the field, and the recruits instantly start fangirling over him. They shower him with praise, and Minato, already sick of it, lets out a huge burst of scary magic pressure that freezes them in fear. Once they finally quiet down, Minato praises them for hanging on and says he planned to go easy on day 1, but now he doesn't see any reason to. The other SMT members can tell their boss is annoyed, but the recruits have no clue. So when Minato puts them through his usual harsh magic, body, and mental training, they quickly collapse and start whining, some even calling it abuse and saying they'll quit. But just when they think it's over, Yuika and the others keep blasting spells at Minato's barrier. The recruits stare in shock, realizing this is nowhere near normal training. Eventually, Minato ends the session and tells everyone, including the recruits, that they'll check magic power next. He gives them 5 minutes to rest before heading to the testing room. Watching him walk off like none of that mattered, the recruits decide Minato is a monster. Meanwhile, Ryuji and the Mizua sisters think over their own flaws and plan how to do better next time. Seeing that, the recruits decide they're monsters too. One guy even cries as his sweet image of the Mizuha sisters gets destroyed. A little later, each SMT member's magic power is measured. Yuika reaches 120, Izuru 0, Ruka hits 118, Izuru 0, Ryuji has 105,000, Sanada gets 100, Izuru 0, and Shido comes in at 112,000. The recruits are shaken and start wondering if the SMT is on the same level as the magic nobles. Minato explains that Yuika once had only 2,000 magic power, but through effort and grit, she reached this point. Fired up, one recruit asks if they can get that strong too, and Minato says yes, if they're serious. That lights a fire under them, and they renew their will to grow. After the speech, Minato judges the team's MP and decides they should be able to beat a chief demon alone or take down a demon general together. Even with that progress, Minato knows it still isn't enough. The Demon King and Demon God are still out there. While he's lost in thought, Shido walks over and says he wants to talk. One look at his face tells Minato it's probably bad news. Hours later, Minato is in a suit at a joint event between the Magic Nobles and the SMT, grumbling about how stressful the party is. Before he can snap, Shido, also dressed up, thanks him for coming. Minato admits working together matters, but asks if they really needed a whole party. Shido apologizes and says the Magic Nobles are probably using it to celebrate getting their power back. Since the BR case boosted the police's image too, Minato realizes he can't avoid it and just stands there pretending to enjoy himself. After a brief pause, Minato compliments Shido's suit. Nearby, Ryuji says he doesn't think formal clothes suit him, but Minato quickly hypes him up, praising his height and build. Then Shido announces the girls have arrived. Yuika comes in first in a flared gown and apologizes for the wait. Ruka follows in a long dark blue dress, also saying sorry for taking so long. Then Sanada arrives in a light green gown, surprised so many people came to celebrate them. Yuika asks Minato if she looks strange dressed like that, and he tells her she's even cuter than usual. After that, he starts showering all 3 girls with dramatic praise. His flashy compliments make them blush. Watching this, Ryuji realizes Minato never holds back when praising girls. Not long after, Hinata walks up in her usual bad mood. This time she's dressed in a red gown, with Toshiro and Riku beside her as the heads of their noble families. Minato praises her just like he did the others, and Hinata instantly gets annoyed and tells him to stop. Fed up, she storms off with Riku. Confused, Minato asks Toshiro why he's here, and Toshiro reminds him this event is part of the cooperation he agreed to. Not wanting to chat, Toshiro quickly leaves, stunning Minato with how blunt he is. The girls apologize for their father's attitude, saying he's just not talkative, and Minato says it's fine. A moment later, Minato senses a strange aura and turns to look. He spots a girl in a black dress. Before he can talk to her, the host steps on stage, thanks everyone for coming, and begins introducing the guests of honor. First, the SMT members, then the Magic Nobles. Last are the founder of the Mage Nobles and director of the Mage Association, Momoyu Hifumi, and his daughter, Chloe Momoyu. Minato immediately recognizes Hifumi as the man he saw in Dotonbori. More importantly, now that he knows the girl is Chloe, he's not sure how to respond. For now, he stays quiet and watches as Momoyu Hifumi steps up and formally introduces himself. He starts by talking about the monster crisis still facing the country. Then he says the alliance between the Mage Nobles and the SMT is the best answer to that threat. To rebuild trust in the Mage Nobles, Hifumi promises to protect peace and help all mages prosper. He finishes his speech to loud applause. After hearing him, Minato admits the message was clear and well delivered. Then he notices Chloe smiling at him and wonders what she's after. Soon Hifumi approaches the SMT and says the Mage Nobles will work closely with them to protect the country. Then he turns to Minato with a smile and says he looks forward to working together. As they shake hands, Minato says the same and secretly checks Hifumi's magic power. From what he can tell, Hifumi has kept training and is still extremely strong. In fact, Minato feels like the man hasn't changed at all since he saw him 50 years ago. That sends him into a memory of meeting young Takigami and Hifumi at the Mage training grounds, when new cadets were joining and Ichikami Minato was leading the first session. He told them all to attack him at once, but one boy, the young Mumu Hifumi, yelled back, called him a bastard, and warned him not to underestimate them. Young Takigami Shizuku scolded Hifumi for talking that way to a living legend. Hifumi didn't care who Ichikami was. He swore he'd smash that smug face into the dirt and teamed up with Takigami, who used water magic while he used dark magic. The two attacked together, but Ichikami wasn't impressed. He stopped it with a simple level 1 spell. That only made Hifumi even angrier, but Ichikami ignored him. Then he used wood spears from earth magic to wipe out every cadet. After that, many lost heart, shocked that he handled a level 4 spell so easily. Ichikami knew he'd held back and expected many to quit, but then Hifumi got back up. He declared the fight wasn't over and said he was only getting started. Takigami, just as determined, joined him for another round. Pleased to see real potential, Ichikami let them attack again. They fought with everything they had, but still lost, and learned just how monstrous Ichikami was. With most of the cadets gone, Ichikami grew impressed by the two who stayed. He ended the session and told them to rest, but as he turned away, Hifumi fired one more dark magic attack, saying the fight still wasn't over. He vowed to beat Ichikami someday, then collapsed. Seeing that determination in his eyes, Ichikami felt sure the boy would become a great mage. When Takigami also tried to sneak in one last hit, he realized the association had gained two very interesting recruits. As Hifumi passed out, he swore he'd surpass Ichikami Minato. Ichikami simply said he'd wait for that day, and the memory ends there. Back in the present, Minato, Ichikami's reincarnation, thinks about how that fiery boy became a powerful man with status and money. For a second, he thinks about revealing who he is, but remembers Takigami's warning and decides not to. Soon after, the SMT is officially introduced, and the guests are told to mingle. Just when Minato thinks he can relax, Chloe walks up to him. She introduces herself and says she's wanted to meet him for a while. Minato praises her as a mage and says he'd be glad to talk. Chloe laughs it off and humbly says she's nowhere near his level. Minato agrees. She doesn't seem to have huge magic power or great elemental control, but something about her feels wrong. He just can't figure out what it is. Chloe says she hopes they can get along, since her intuition tells her to trust him, and Minato carefully chooses his response. Nearby, Ruka and Yuika feel uneasy watching them talk, though they try to tell themselves it's probably just a greeting. A little later, Chloe says she looks forward to working with him, and Minato says the same. When they shake hands, Chloe senses his magic and says she's glad he's a good man. With that, she says they'll meet again soon and walks away. The next day at school, Minato deals with the usual trouble from the girls. Right before he loses it, the teacher walks in and tells everyone to settle down for a new transfer student. A moment later, Mumu Chloe enters. She introduces herself as a student from Kimui Mage Academy, then takes her seat, leaving Minato stunned that she actually transferred in. As soon as the class sees her, they recognize her as Chloe Mumu from yesterday's event, and some point out it's rare to see anyone from the Mumu conglomerate in public. After the introduction, the teacher leads her to the empty seat beside Minato. Chloe sits down without issue. During class, Minato quietly says he didn't expect her to transfer, but Chloe reminds him she said they'd meet again soon. He keeps a close eye on her until class ends. The second class is over, everyone in the room turns to Chloe in awe. Yuika notes how popular Chloe became right away. The same boys who usually swarm them are all over her now. When Ruka and Ryuji arrive, they both question what Chloe is thinking since no one expected her to actually transfer. Because it happened so fast after the event, Yuika suspects there's a deeper reason and says the timing is too perfect. Ryuji, still wary of the mage nobles, hopes this isn't another one of their schemes. For now, Minato and the others decide to watch Chloe closely. About an hour later, they're shocked when Shido announces that Chloe Mumu will be joining the SMT, and one of them blurts out what she's doing there. Shido explains it was decided to make Chloe a bridge between the SMT and the mage nobles to strengthen the alliance and build trust. That's the reason she's joining the team. Given a chance to speak, Chloe introduces herself as Mumu's daughter and says she hopes they'll treat her well. Her gentle tone eases Yuika, who welcomes her with a handshake. While the girls talk, Shido turns to Minato and apologizes for springing this on him, saying it was a direct order. Minato says it's fine and admits he half expected something like this once the alliance was announced. Shido seems relieved, though he keeps watching Minato for a bit. Since he still needs to judge her ability, Minato puts Chloe through the same hard training as everyone else. Even after he raises the intensity enough to wear the recruits out and make them complain, Chloe not only keeps up, she outdoes Yuika and the others without looking tired. No matter how hard Yuika tries to catch up, she can't. Chloe is clearly on a different level. During the break, while the others recover, Chloe asks if it's really time to stop, saying she still has plenty of energy. Yuika is stunned that Chloe can stay so calm during training they only recently learned to handle. Without waiting, Chloe walks over to Minato and comments on how strict his training is. He asks if she thinks it's old-fashioned, but Chloe says no. She explains the training makes sense, building the body improves combat skill, and using magic while physically pushed helps raise technique and potential. She even says Minato's harsh style and shouting work well to motivate everyone. Seeing she's right, Minato praises her insight, and Chloe proudly reminds him she's among the best. Soon, Yuika, Ruka, and Ryuji admit Chloe is strong and ask if they can learn from her. Chloe praises their effort too, saying she always believed the SMT was reliable. When that talk ends, Chloe turns back to Minato and keeps chatting with him. Meanwhile, Yuika starts feeling uneasy about how charming Chloe is. Boys like her, girls like her, and maybe even Minato does too. Knowing Chloe may be stronger than them, Yuika worries she might end up becoming Minato's main support. She and her sister shake their heads, trying to convince themselves Minato wouldn't betray them. Even so, they can't help glaring at Chloe as she happily talks with him, wishing she'd be a little more careful. As the alliance between the SMT